Chapter 1. East Blue, on an unknown island. A thin, black-haired boy sits on the rock on the shore of the island with his chin on his back, looking at the sea in front of him. The immature face is full of sorrows of discord and age. Cuckoo. The little boy lowered his head, touched his stomach, and sighed. Oh. It's been 2 months since I came to this pirate world. I thought it would be everywhere, but I couldn't even fill my stomach. I am a traverser who is too miserable. Oh. As the little boy said, he couldn't help but sighed heavily. It would be great if you could give me a system or something. Ron. A voice rang behind the little boy, and he turned his head to look. A yellow-haired boy with Madara finches on his face was waving at him. Daddy came back with food. When Ron heard the words, his eyes lit up, and he immediately jumped off the rock. Coming. He ran to the yellow-haired boy. Ron, what are you doing here? Nothing, anyway. Mars, did Dad bring the meat back this time? Ron expected. It seems there is. The yellow-haired boy said uncertainly. Great. Then let's go. The two entered the forest together and came to a small house in the forest. When they arrived, many children had already gathered here. They stared at the food placed in the open space in front of them, and some of them couldn't help but want to reach out to grab them. But halfway through, a middle-aged woman stretched out her hand to take a picture. No, you have to wait until everyone is here before you can eat. But I'm very hungry. That won't work, it's a rule. The young woman is polite. A bearded man sitting on the ground next to him, holding a hip flask, saw this scene, and laughed. Mary, you are really tough. The woman's eyes widened, and the man immediately stopped laughing. He stretched out his hand, clenched his fist, and coughed twice on his mouth. Then he sat cross-legged, embracing his hands, and looked at the children who could not wait for a long time. Okay, we are all here. It's all here. The children except Ron said in unison. Okay, then follow the order, come forward to collect food, everyone's is the same, no fight for it. Yes, old man. Ron took 2 breads and a small steak from the middle-aged woman named Mary in front of him. After thanking him, he retreated to the side of the tree and began to eat. The bread is hard and tasteless, and the steak is also very hard, with an unremovable fishy smell, and the salty taste is very weak. Even so, Ron gobbled it up. The man sat there, looking at the gorging children, drinking and laughing. Don't worry, eat slowly, there will be more tomorrow. At night. When Ron got up to sprinkle water, he heard the conversation between the man and the woman in the house. Harris, are you helping those bandits again? There was silence. Didn't you swore never to be a bandit again? Why? The woman's voice was sobbing. Don't cry, I didn't become a bandit, just. I helped a little bit, and I promise that there will be no murder. The man scratched his head. No way, the band of bandits came not long ago. The house where I work. The tavern was also robbed, and there is no salary for this month at all. I can't let these kids go hungry, so I promise this is definitely the last time. Damn pirate, didn't those Marines say they would come to help us? When will they come? Humph, those Marines won't come. They have been bought by the pirates a long time ago. They colluded with each other, no matter how we live or die. Hey, when is this kind of life tall? Ron went back into the room without saying a word, lay down on the bed, and looked at the ceiling. Papa Harris once seemed to be a bandit, but later quit the bandit. The children here are all orphans adopted by him. Although Mary was stern, she never complained about adopting these children one by one, she just took care of them happily. They are all good people. Ron raised his hand and looked at the open hand, his eyes gradually becoming firm. I want to help them. Even if there is no system. Even if I am only an 8-year-old. In short, I can no longer have the superiority of a traverser and feel that I am incompatible with this world. Since I have come into this world, I really have to integrate into this world well. Ron's eyes were firm. Dip, the strong will of the host is detected, and the strongest sign-in system is activated. Ron was taken aback. Then he reacted and suddenly got up from the bed. Mars, who was sleeping next to him, was awakened by him, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and propped up his upper body sleepily. Ron, what's the matter? Have you had a nightmare? No, nothing. Ron's voice trembled a little. Oh, then, good night. Mars fell asleep again. Ron squeezed his small face to confirm the pain. Not dreaming. System. Exist. It is true. He was extremely excited and excited. He resisted the excitement in his heart and asked from the bottom of his heart. Yes, system, do you have any functions? Host can sign in at different locations that meet the sign-in conditions, and get corresponding rewards after signing in. Then, can I sign in here? Testing. Host is located in East Blue, Moses Island, and can sign in. Ron was overjoyed when he heard this, and immediately said, Then I want to sign in. Sign in, get rewards, physical improvement, vitality value plus 10. Get the reward, the breathing method of the day. The moment the system sounded, a warm air flow instantly filled Ron's body, and his thin and weak body was instantly full of power. At the same time, all the contents of the breathing technique of the sun began to appear in his mind, and his breathing began to adjust autonomously. The chi and blood in Ron began to boil and surging, and as the breathing progressed, it became like a fire dragon, scouring the roots of Ron's physique. But when the breathing progressed to a certain place, it was suddenly interrupted. Ron opened his eyes sharply, opened his mouth and let out a foul breath. His face was pale, and he breathed heavily. Failed? What's the problem? Back to host, this is because your physique is still weak, and the blood is not enough to support the operation of the breathing method of the day. A gleam of enlightenment flashed in Ron's eyes. So this is That said, the most important thing for me now is to strengthen exercise and improve my physical fitness. Yes. Ron clenched his fists, his eyes firm. He wants to be strong. Only by becoming stronger can you avoid hunger and eat better food. Only by becoming stronger can we help Harris and Mary. Only by becoming stronger can we survive in this pirate world where the weak and the strong. Chapter 2. Early the next morning, the sky was bright. Ron got up, and the children beside him were still asleep. Mary, who was busy with breakfast in the house, heard the movement and turned her head to look. She was a little surprised to see Ron. Little Ron? Why did you get up so early today? If you wake up, you won't be able to fall asleep. Good morning, Aunt Mary, can I help you? Ron asked. Thank you for your kindness, but there is nothing to help. Okay, then I'll go for a walk. Don't run too far. If you miss your breakfast, you won't have anything to eat today, and I won't make it for you alone. Understood. Ron got out of the house. The sky is pale. The cool morning breeze has a smell of sea water, which can dispel sleepiness well. Ron walked into the woods and did some warm-up moves. Good. After he warmed up, he began to trot in the woods. Harris came back carrying the firewood and was a little surprised to see him running. Ron. Good morning, Daddy. Ron said, and ran past him. Harris looked at his back and scratched his head. What's the matter with this kid? Ron ran 10 laps in a row. It took about 2 hours before he stopped. He was sweating profusely, but his immature face was full of joy. This physical improvement has greatly improved my physique. I was afraid that I had run down even 1 lap, but now I can run 10 laps continuously. Ron squeezed a fist and thought to himself, Although my body is still an 8-year-old child, I am afraid that my physical strength and strength are stronger than before I crossed. System, show my current attributes. Yes. An attribute panel that only he can see appeared in front of Ron. Host, Ron. Age, 8 years old. Blood value, 18. Day breathing method master degree 0%, not master. The vitality value is 18, system, what does this vitality value mean? What's the use? A high vitality value means more powerful. Ron asked curiously. Back to host, the level of chi and blood only represents the strength of physique and blood, and the strength of strength cannot be determined by the level of chi and blood. Oh, understood, it's like a person's basic attributes, although they are also critical, they can't directly represent the level of strength. Ron just made it through. The blood value is 18. What level does it look like in this world? Back to host, a normal 8-year-old boy with sufficient nutrition in this world can reach 10 points. For a normal adult male, the blood value can reach 30 points. The strong man that host met before has reached 50 blood points. Daddy is indeed better than ordinary people. Ron nodded. That's right. You said before that my physique is poor and weak, and my chi and blood are insufficient to run the breathing method of the day. How much is the chi and blood worth? Ron asked curiously. The minimum chi and blood value needs to reach 30 points. 30 o'clock. Ron nodded slightly. His goal now is clear. The first step to become stronger, exercise your physique, and let the blood value reach 30 points. After Ron exercised for a while, his stomach groaned, and he reacted and hurried back. When he ran back to the mountain house, it was long before breakfast. Mary did not leave him any food, as he said. Oh, food is also a problem. Ron lowered his head, touching his stomach, and left from the door of the house. Ron. Mar's voice made Ron look up. Where did you go early in the morning? I haven't found you after looking for it for a long time. Mars looked at him and asked. Before Ron could answer, Mars took a small half of brown bread from his arms and handed it to Ron. Give you. Ron was startled. You haven't eaten yet, I left it specially for you, hurry up and eat. The little yellow-haired boy with Madara on his face grinned at him, and one tooth was missing, I'll remember it next time. Mars. Ron was moved. He took the bread without being polite, and swallowed the bread in 2 or 3 bites. Mars looked at him and asked, where are we going to play today? Should we go to the beach? Ron shook his head. I want to exercise. Exercise. Mars tilted his head. Yes, do you want to come together? At noon, the sun was violent. Mountain forest. 73, 74, 75. A black-haired boy is doing push-ups, sweating like rain. The yellow-haired boy next to him was lying on the grass in big letters, sweating, and he was so tired that he couldn't even lift his hands. Ron, is this exercise? I'm so tired, I feel like smoking in my throat. The yellow-haired boy Mars gasped with his mouth open. Can this really become as powerful as Dad? 79, 80, 81. Now, Ron, are you listening to me? 85, 86. 97, 98, 99, 100. Ron's supporting arm suddenly loosened, and he fell to the ground, panting heavily. After a while, he turned over, facing upwards. Looking at the sunlight shining in the cracks of the leaves, Ron whispered. Mars. Okay. Mars closed his eyes, the sleepiness after the exercise struck him, his eyes were closed together, and he was a little unsupported and wanted to fall asleep. What do you want to do in the future? From now on? I don't know, I haven't thought about it. This island is very small, and the sea is very big. Ron raised his hand, as if to grasp the flickering sunlight among the leaves. I have decided. I want to become stronger, and then leave this small island. I want to travel everywhere in this vast sea, eat all the food, drink all the fine wine, and see the scenery. There came the cry of Mars falling asleep. Ron glanced at him, then looked up again, a big smile on his sweat-stained little face. I will not be a pirate, nor will I be a marine. I want to be a traveler in this world. Chapter 3. A gust of wind passed. The branches swayed, and the mustard leaves flew up. After Mars woke up, it was still evening, and the sky was full of red clouds. He rubbed his eyes and sat up. Ron found a thick wooden stick on the grass from nowhere, smashed his hands, and slashed again and again. His black hair was soaked in sweat, and he didn't know how long he had been practicing. Mars looked at him blankly. Ron Yugwang saw him, stopped his hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at him and smiled. You're awake. Well, after I fell asleep, have you been exercising until now? Mars stared at him blankly. Well, that's it? Hearing this, Mars couldn't help but bring a trace of admiration when looking at him, as if he had met his friend for the first time. I found some fruits, and I thought it was a reward for the bread in the morning. As he spoke, Ron stroked his wet hair upwards to avoid blocking his vision. Only then did Mars notice a pile of fruit beside him. He couldn't help swallowing, his stomach groaning just in time. He immediately picked up an apple and ate it. While eating it, he said, "You picked so many fruits by Ron." "Okay." Ron continued to swing his stick. "Where did you pick it? The fruit trees around here should be all lit up." Mars asked curiously. I went to the forest a little bit." Mars paused with his hand and looked at Ron. "Isn't there the place where Dad and Aunt Mary forbid us to go? I heard that there are a lot of ferocious beasts." "Ron, where did you go?" Ron, who was still swinging his stick, turned his back to him and didn't speak. If Daddy and Aunt Mary knew about this. Mars lowered his hand holding the apple. "You don't have to say no to them. Ken. Don't worry, I won't go next time, only this time." "Oh well." The next few days. Ron got up early in the morning, rushed into the forest and started exercising. Come back at breakfast, then disappear with Mars, and wait until the evening to come back in profuse sweat. After a night's rest, I went out again in the early morning of the next day. Such days lasted for 10 days in a row. During that time, Harris had a chat with Ron one morning. After learning that he wanted to become stronger, Harris said nothing. This morning, Ron checked his attributes after doing basic exercises and 200 push-ups. Ron. Age, 8 years old. Blood value, 21. Day breathing method master degree 0%, not master. After 16 days of extreme exercise, the blood value has only increased by 3 points. Ron was a little dissatisfied with this speed. But in fact, this speed is already considered fast for an 8-year-old child who is still in the early stages of physical development. The intensity of the exercise is enough. Although the breadth of the day can't run, but only a part of it is enough to repair the fatigue and damage of my body muscles at night. Now, the main reason is that this picture has relatively large physical limitations and lacks nutritional supply. The bread and fruits alone are not enough for me to consume. I need meat. A lot of meat. Ron thought to himself. But where can I get the meat? In the mountains, with his current strength, he was still too dangerous to deal with beasts. In the sea, not even. It seems that there is only the river. Ron thought to himself. You have to make a fishing tool as soon as possible. Is the fishing rod better or the fishing net better? Sure enough, fishing nets are better, and fishing rods are a bit time-consuming. For materials, go to the garbage station to find it. Ron. A voice awakened Ron from his thoughts. He turned his head and looked away. A tall, mad, bearded man with a big bag was standing on the side of the road. "Uncle Brian!" Ron yelled in surprise. "He is the best friend of Daddy Harris, the fisherman in the city. What are you doing here? Is Harris at home?" Brian said, walking towards him. "Daddy went to the city, not at home." When Ron approached him, he immediately smelled a fishy smell. "Uncle Brian, what can you do with your father?" "Haha, it's okay, it's just that I got a lot from going to sea this time, so I will send him a fish." Brian laughed. Ron's eyes lit up when he heard the words. He walked up to Brian, looked up at him and said, "Uncle Brian, do you have any fishing nets?" "Unwanted fishing net?" Brian was taken aback by his sudden question, and then he thought for a while and said, "There are some discarded fishing nets in the warehouse that have been torn apart." "Why are you asking about this? Can you give it to me?" Ron expected. "Yes, it's okay, but what do you want those tatters to do?" "Fishing." "Fishing? That kind of broken net can't catch fish." "Forget it, since you want it, just go back and get it from me." "Thank you, Uncle Brian. By the way, please don't tell me about this matter." Row. Chapter 4. After getting the tattered fishing nets from Uncle Brian's fish shop, Ron slipped to a pond in the forest. Find a long wooden stick, and then wrap the good part of the fishing net with a wire, and a fishing tool is ready. "Hey, although this thing can't fish in the sea, it's okay in this small river," Ron said happily. He immediately experimented in the river. Although it is not very useful, it is not a big problem. As long as your eyes are accurate and your hands are fast, you can accurately catch those river fish that swim leisurely underwater. After a while, Ron caught 5 or 6 of them. The meat problem has also been solved. Ron ate the grilled fish with a happy face. Now that there is a large supply of fish meat, Ron exercised more and more desperately. Then such exercises are pressed to the limit, and a lot of fleshy nutrients are fully supplemented. The changes in Ron's body became more and more obvious. His bones began to develop and his muscles began to grow. In just 1 month, he quickly jumped 10 centimeters higher, 5 centimeters higher than Mars, who was a year older than him. Such days continued for another month in a row. This day, before dawn, Ron put on his clothes and jumped down from the window of the house, fell quickly on the grass, and then left the mountain house and went to the forest. 51, 52, 53. Ron was doing push-ups with one hand, and he was calm and easy to do when he was 50 or so. After doing 150 one-handed push-ups, steaming all over, Ron, who was sitting on the grass, heard the sound of the system in his ears. Remind host, the blood value has reached 30. Already 30. Ron was slightly surprised, and opened the properties panel to take a look. Host, Ron. Age, 8 years old. Blood value, 30. Day breath master degree 0%, not master. Ron closed his eyes, the full content of the breathing method of the day appeared in his mind, and his breathing began to change. Call. One breath seems to expel all the gas in the body. Suck. The breath seemed to be extremely long, filling the whole body instantly. Turn into a scorching storm in the body, ignite the whole body's blood. The whole body began to boil and agitate, like a series of extremely hot fire dragons, leaving the reins, washing away towards the bones, flesh and blood, and skin. Okay. Ron frowned slightly and let out a muffled snort, but held on. He continued to operate the sun-breathing method known as the initial breathing, and thick white steam billowed up from him. If someone else is around at this time, you can feel Ron's body exuding amazing heat. When Ron opened his eyes, he felt that the world in front of him was clearer than ever before, and his body was more relaxed than ever before. This is the breathing method of the sun. Ron looked at the palm of his hand. After practicing the breathing method of the sun for the first time, his biggest feeling was that he seems to use his power. Host, Ron. Age, 8 years old. Blood value, 30. Day breathing method master degree, 1%. Summer goes to fall to winter. Aunt Mary started to worry about the children's winter clothes again, and sighed all day long. Daddy Harris also went out earlier than before, and came back later. Uncle Brian, whom the children are looking forward to, is coming here less and less frequently. When winter is here, pirates and bandits visit towns more frequently, making life difficult for everyone on the island. On this day, the clouds are dark. Mountain forest. The cold wind is scorching. A thin-clothed black-haired little boy stood in the open space with his eyes closed holding a wooden stick. Call. He took a long breath. His eyes opened suddenly. Step out. The breath of the sun, the first style, Yan Wu. The black-haired boy cuts out with a stick as a sword. The wooden stick in his hand was instantly burned. A circle of arc-shaped flames cut out from his body to the surroundings and extinguished in a flash, but left a circle of scorched traces rotating outwards on the grass. The largest circle reached a radius of 3 meters. Hoo-hoo! He leaned on his knees, gasped for breath, his face was pale, but his bright eyes were full of joy. Bring it out. 5 months have passed since the day of his master's breathing method. For the past 5 months, he got up at 4 o'clock in the morning to practice, and returned in the evening. No matter eating, walking, sleeping, he was running the breathing method of the day at all times. This extreme exercise lasted for 5 months. Ron finally can perform the first /Yanwu that comes with sun breath. Ron ran the breathing method of the day, and his stamina was completely restored in a few moments. He stood up straight, looked at the traces on the ground and said with satisfaction, finally, something has been achieved. System, show my current attributes. OK. Host, Ron. Age, 8 years old. Blood value, 87. Breath of the day master degree, 7%. Since system activation. But half a year. Ron has grown tremendously. Chapter 5. The daily breathing method combined with extreme exercises is far more amazing for the growth of chi and blood than Ron thought. Before the master, nearly 2 months of extreme exercise only increased the value of chi and blood by 12 points. After the master's breathing method of the day, within 5 months, he gained a full 57 points of vitality. And Ron could clearly feel it. The growth of physique and vitality becomes more difficult as you go backwards. It looks like it's going to snow. Ron looked up at the sky, gloomy and black. It's better to go back early today, otherwise Aunt Mary wants to talk to me again. The past few months have really made her worry a lot. Ron said as he rushed to the mountain house. He walked through the mountains and forests, fast, agile and dexterous like an ape. Soon I saw the mountain house from a distance. Snow began to float in the sky at this time. Huh? Uncle Brian. Ron saw Brian rushing to the mountain house, BG on the lighted hut, and the door opened quickly. Brian said something to Mary with an anxious look on her face. Aunt Mary was full of horror and covered her mouth with her hand. Then he left the hut with Brian and ran towards the town. There was a sense of uncertainty in Ron's mind. Did something happen to Daddy Harris? He didn't hesitate, and immediately followed the direction of the town. The speed of Ron's feet was raised in an instant, and he copied the mountain and forest trail to pass Mary, and the two came to town ahead of time. Just arrived in town. Ron heard it. Boom. One of the guns sounded. Over there. Ron rushed over there immediately, squeezing into the crowd of onlookers. The scene before him made his eyes wide open. An old man clutched his shot arm and fell to the ground with a painful face. Several middle-aged people headed by Harris stared at a group of more than 20 pirates in front of them with great anger. The gun in the hands of the pirate headed by the pirate hat was still smoking. "GG, the old immortal thing just asks you to take some money out, so you don't know how to praise it." The head pirate was smoking a cigarette, looking at the old man on the ground. His face full of fleshy flesh was extremely arrogant and arrogant. He glanced at Harris. "Do you want to resist Laozi?" His hands with smoke in his hand were all aimed at Harris, who was headed by a few people. "This is the great pirate Smoyatai who is offering a reward for Juan Bailey. I advise you to think clearly. If you anger Master Smoyatai, I can't guarantee that this will happen to your island." "What?" a thin pirate next to the head pirate said Yinli. Harris clenched his fists, full of anger. He wanted to make a move and give the pirates a lesson. But reason told him, can't make a move. The corner of Smoyatai's mouth was raised, and he shot the floor in front of Harris. It's just that kind of guts. There is only rubbish, what a boring island. Little ones, go and smash this tavern for me, and take away all the property and wine. Hip hop ha ha. Gee hee hee, I've long wanted to do it. I'll come first. A group of pirates couldn't wait any longer. Upon hearing this, they immediately rushed into the tavern and began to wreak havoc and plunder. "No, no, you can take all your belongings, just beg you not to ruin my tavern." The old store manager who was shot in the shoulder lay down on the ground and prayed desperately. Harris's angry body was shaking. "Brother Harris." The few people behind him were also angry. "This tavern was created by my wife and I. This is my last treasure, please, don't ruin it." The old store elder burst into tears, dragging his wounded and bleeding arm, crawling towards the door of the tavern. He grabbed a pirate by the ankle. The pirate took a look with disgust, then kicked him away. "Dead old man, go away, don't stain my clothes if you want to die." Seeing this scene, Harris's anger finally couldn't control his rationality. He dashed forward. Before the pirate who was headed by the gun could react, he was punched in the face with full strength containing anger. "Give me. Get out of this island." Harris punched with all his strength and directly knocked out the big pirate who offered Juan Bailey a reward. Mary and Brian just arrived and happened to see this scene. Both of them were shocked. "Harris. What a great punch." Ron in the crowd couldn't help but praise in his heart. The explosive power, speed, and penetration of that punch are all pretty good. Although Daddy Harris has only 50 points of vitality, his strength is above this. The pirate named Smoyatai was beaten 5 or 6 meters away, and the pirates reacted after being hit hard. "Boss. Daring to do something with the boss, it seems that I am tired of living. Do it. Don't let one go." They drew their weapons one after another and attacked Harris and others. The middle-aged men behind Harris couldn't wait a long time, and picked up tools such as hammers to meet them. As soon as a scuffle was about to take place, the audience hurriedly backed away. "Mary, stand back and I will help Harris." Brian yelled, pulled out the fish knife he carried and rushed in. He had long wanted to cut these pirates. Chapter 6. Brian. Mary was worried, but she was helpless. She followed Brian, just hoping that things wouldn't make a big deal, but it turned out to be. At this moment, Mary felt her clothes being pulled. She turned to look. A semi-long black hair, immature and cute boy stood behind her, smiling at her. Mary opened her eyes wide. "Ron. It's me, Aunt Mary. Why are you here? It's dangerous. Get me back quickly," Mary said anxiously. "Don't worry, Aunt Mary, I'm pretty strong." Ron smiled at her. This is true, but in Mary's eyes, it seems to be a joke. After all, standing in front of her at this time was only an 8-year-old boy who was not taller than her waist. The waist is probably not as thick as those pirates' arms. Don't be fooling around, it's dangerous here, you can go home immediately. Mary said to Ron sternly. Ron wanted to say something, but when he saw her anxious gaze, he flinched. He nodded, I see, I will go back now. Mary was slightly relieved after hearing this. Being obedient is a good boy, go back quickly. Ron nodded, then trot towards the end of the street. Mary was relieved and turned her gaze to the melee in the street. Harris blocked a pirate's iron rod attack, without frowning, hitting his face with a punch, sinking his entire face. It's done. A pirate jumped into the air and slashed at him with a knife in both hands. But in midair, he was blocked by Brian with a fish-free knife. The two close friends glanced at each other, and with a tacit understanding, they handed their backs to the counter, and concentrated on dealing with the enemy in front of them. Damn it! You dare to take the opportunity to attack me. Smoyetai rubbed his swollen face, and looked at Harris with extremely vicious eyes. He raised his hand and pointed his gun at Harris. Go to hell. When Mary saw this scene, her pupils shrank sharply. Harris also caught a glimpse of the scene and hurriedly tried to avoid it, but it was too late. Boom! The child popped out of the chamber. Even though Harris tried to dodge with all his strength, his arm was pierced by a bullet. He pressed hard to cover the wound, but the blood still ran down his arm, dripping to the ground. A pirate next to him seized the opportunity and hit him with an iron rod, causing him to make a cry of pain, and he couldn't help kneeling down. Is it crooked? Smoyetai sneered and pointed the spear at Harris's head. The next shot will kill you. Harris. Brother Harris. Brian and the rest of the rebels were anxious and wanted to save Harris, but they were entangled by the pirates. GGG, just use the death of your fellow to tell the people on this island what will happen if you resist my Smoyetai. Smoyetai smiled fiercely, and gradually pulled the trigger with his fingers. No, do not want. Mary was desperate, tears streaming down her face. Die. Boom. There was a resounding sound. But it was not the sound of gunfire, but rather the sound of hitting the ground heavily. Father, I'm here to save you. An immature boy's voice sounded in the hall. This voice is Brian. Harris looked up sharply. I saw that arrogant, fierce, and worthy big pirate Smoyetai plunged into the ground, and on his head was a little boy with black hair and black eyes squatting. When Brian and Harris saw the little boy, they both opened their mouths wide, dumbfounded, and almost dropped their jaws to the ground. AI, Ron. Mary, with tears on her face, was also stunned when she saw the tiny figure. Why does Ron appear there? Captain. Boss. The gang of pirates looked at Smoyetai, whose entire head was plunged into the ground under Ron's feet, and suddenly became annoyed. Damn kid, get me off the boss. A naked, fat pirate with a full face swung a long knife and slashed towards Ron. Danger. Mary was extremely anxious. But the scene before her stunned her and everyone around her. I saw the little boy jump gently, avoiding the long knife that had been cut horizontally, spinning in the air, with a fierce blow, and kicked at the fat pirate's fierce kick with a fierce kick in the wind. At the neck. The fat pirate's eyes went black for an instant, and the sound of bone cracking was heard from his neck. Immediately. The fat pirate, who was more than 2 meters tall and estimated to weigh more than 200 kilograms, spun and flew out, slamming heavily on the ground, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. The audience was silent at first. The pirates, the crowd onlookers, and everyone including Harris, Brian, and Aunt Mary stared out. At Chapter 7. Can you imagine a cute 8-year-old boy kicking a fierce pirate weighing more than 200 kilograms into the air? Aunt Mary, let me say it, I'm pretty strong. Ron smiled at the stunned Aunt Mary. Mary had no idea what to say at this time, and her thinking stopped. The pirates nearby swung their swords to kill Ron. Harris just wanted to step forward to help. But he hasn't taken a few steps yet. Several bangs. The pirates who besieged Ron all flew out, and Ron was carrying a pirate in his hand. Spare, spare. The pirate wanted to ask for mercy with a cold sweat on his face. But Ron smashed his face with a punch, and his entire face was smashed. Weird, monster. The pirate next to him took a weapon and backed away in horror, trying to stay away from the boy who was still standing on top of their boss. Brian came to Harris, looked at the little figure, and couldn't help saying, "Harris, Ron, what's the situation? He's only 8 years old, right?" Harris smiled bitterly, I don't know. I know he has been exercising for the past 6 months. An 8-year-old kid who exercises for half a year can become so strong." Brian opened his mouth wide, unbelievable. Harris didn't know what to say. He also thought all this was incredible. "Boss Harris, take this opportunity, let's kill all these pirates," a middle-aged man next to him said with excitement. "They are suffering from these pirates for a long time." Harris hasn't spoken yet. "I don't know who yelled, 'Knock these pirates out of our island.'" The sentiment of the group was exhilarating in an instant. Oh, come on." The onlookers shouted angrily and rushed towards the gang of pirates who had gone. Holding pots and pans, the hoe and stick greeted them on their heads. The remaining dozen or so pirates were instantly beaten up like a dog, kneeling down and begging for mercy. Ron retreated from the battlefield, and a hand fell on his head. Turning his head, Harris looked at him with a smile on his face. "Father." "Ron, thank you for saving me." Ron touched his head embarrassedly. "You kid, when did you become so amazing? It's really surprising." Brian leaned his face over and said, "Just keep exercising, before you know it." Ron pretended to be silly. "Harris, Ron." Aunt Mary squeezed the crowd and rushed over, holding a large and a small too with her arms full of tears. "Don't worry about it, you two damn bastards." "Aunt Mary. Mary, don't do this, a lot of people are watching." Harris touched his head with his intact arm, blushing a little. "Take the rope and tie them up." After a while, all the pirates were tied up. Smoyatai, who was headed by him, was completely unrecognizable. His entire head was swollen twice as large as he could not see the human form. After he woke up, he still said harshly, "You have done this kind of thing, don't think it can be done. Laozi is the subordinate of the Lord Dragon. If you offend that lord, you just wait to die." Ron listened, his eyes moving slightly. "Evil dragon. Could it be? Evil dragon. Could it be that evil dragon pirate group?" Someone's tone was horrified. "No way. Hajajaja, that's the evil dragon pirate group." Smoyatai let out a sullen laugh, "The evil dragon lord, but the big man offering a reward of 20 million Bailey. Offend that one, you. Nourish." A stream of water sprayed on his head. "What? Ah! So spicy, eyes, my eyes." Smoyatai shouted in pain. "How does the chili water gun I made with Mars taste?" Ron raised the water gun in his hand, and a childish voice rang in everyone's ears. Everyone looked at him blankly. He raised his hand, and several streams of water sprayed at the pirates. "Biubia biubiu. What? My eyes. So spicy, so spicy, so spicy. Ah! Stop it." The people next to him looked at the tragic situation of the pirates, and couldn't help but feel a little palpitating. "Is this kid an evil spirit?" A well-dressed man with glasses yelled from the crowd. "Stop." Everyone around looked at him, and Ron turned to look at him. The audience fell silent. The decent man with golden eyes rushed out of the crowd and rushed at Ron, looking extremely angry. Do you understand the current situation? You offended, but the biggest dragon and pirate group in East Blue. Have you thought about the consequences? Our small town, and even the entire island, will be finished because of you little devil and your impulse. Are you going to kill us and make this island finished? Chapter 8. The audience fell silent for a moment. Yes, what should we do to offend that dragon and pirate group? This is over. I don't want to die. I blame them, I don't want any consequences. I know that guy, as if he was a bandit before. Bandits. The audience instantly pointed the finger at Ron, Harris, and others. The people next to them also left. I was isolated instantly. Now only by driving them all away and driving out of our island, can we not be able to sin against the dragon pirates and continue to live steadily on this island. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses agitated. Yeah, they are the ones who offended the dragon pirates. It's enough to drive them away. Speaking of which, it was all their fault, so why should we suffer too? Get out of our island. Get out. Get out. The crowd shouted in unison. The slogan is surprisingly neat. Harris and others clenched their fists, and a sense of powerlessness that had never been felt before filled their chests. Everyone. The old manager of the tavern wanted to say something for them, but his voice was drowned. Gg. Smoyatai laughed triumphantly with his red eyes. You see it, kid, this is the end of offending us. Bayou. Another chilly water fell on the wound on his face, and Ultimate's pain instantly made him roll and scream. Just treat it as I did it. Ron spoke with his back to the crowd. The crowd fell silent for an instant, all eyes fell on that little figure from behind. Ron turned to look at the man who incited others. Just hand me over. Ron. Harris and Mary were suddenly anxious. Father Harris, Aunt Mary. Ron smiled at the two of them. Don't worry, I'm not going to die. I've long wanted to leave this island to see the outside world, so I took this opportunity. As he said, his eyes fell on the man, and he squinted slightly. I'll go alone, okay. The man was a little afraid of his gaze, and said cowardly, I think it should be, it's okay. Ron. Aunt Mary had tears in her eyes and wanted to say something, but Harris held her shoulders down. Mary, let's trust him. Harris gritted his teeth. He can see clearly than anyone else. After the crowd let go of the miserable pirates, several pirates took the rope and came to Ron with vicious expressions, and tied the rope to him, bound to death. Thank you for your care over the past few months. I will not forget you. If I have the opportunity, I will come back to visit you. Ron said with his back to the crowd. Harris flushed his eyes and clenched his fists. Aunt Mary burst into tears. Little Ron. Brian blocked his eyes with a big man with a cross arm to prevent tears from running down. I want to come back, you don't have this chance. His eyes were painful, and Smoyatai looked at the front viciously. Soon you will be buried in the bottom of the sea. Boss, that's a wooden stake, people are not there. What? Damn. I can't open my eyes in pain, I can't see clearly. Boss, people are already tied up. Okay. Carry Laozi to the boat. After Laozi's eyes are better, you should take a good look at his misery. Yes. Before he left, Nasmoyatai said cruelly, I will spare you this time. If you dare to do such a thing next time, the cotters of the evil dragon pirate group will come. Boss, the person is over there, and the wall in front of you. What? After a group of pirates took Ron away. Mary buried her head in Harris's arms and couldn't cry. The whole town was quiet, as if only her crying. The snow is getting thicker gradually. On the coast, waves crashed against the reef, and a pirate boat docked here. Ron, who had been tied up, was thrown onto the deck, and soon Smoyatai and the other pirates boarded the ship. Sail. Heavy snow fell. The pirate ship slowly left the island. Pirates on board. It hurts, it hurts. Damn it, tap it. Smoietai was wiped off the wounded face by his subordinates, screaming in pain. Ron, who was tied tightly by a rope, sat on the deck, looking at the sea in front of him. The small island was getting smaller and smaller in his field of vision. Dip, check to leave the initial island and turn on the global map. The voice of the system suddenly rang in Ron's mind. At the same time, a virtual screen that only he can see appeared in front of him. It showed a map of the entire pirate world. A red dot represented his location. All islands and sea areas had corresponding names above them. For example, he just left Moses Island. And the closest island to him, in the northwest, 63 kilometers away, is called the Malay Archipelago. Besides, Ron also saw some familiar names. For example, Windmill Town in East Blue, Shimatsuki Town, Kakosia Village. A nautical map of the entire world. Ron's eyes were full of surprises. All these things that a navigator dreamed of were in his mind right now. Chapter 9. On one side of Ron's figure, a sharp whip drew from him, hitting the ship's board hard. Yeah, dare you to hide? Smoietai sitting on the chair held the whip and looked at him condescendingly, with a fierce look on his immature face. Come on, hold him down for me, let me see how he hides. The two pirates who had been beaten by Ron walked towards him with a vicious sneer. Etc. Ron opened his mouth. Now I know to beg for mercy? It's too late. Smoietai sneered, hold him down for me. I just wanted to ask a question. Do you really know the dragon? Ron looked at him and asked. Hearing this question, Smoietai was taken aback for a moment, and then a smug ugly smile appeared on his ugly face. Ha-gee-gee-gee-gee, I don't know any evil dragon, those idiots actually thought I was an evil dragon's subordinate. So you are not under the evil dragon. Ron frowned slightly. If I were under the evil dragon, would I come to such a poor island to rob? The so-called people, for their peace, they do all kinds of things, hajajajaja. With just one name, they dare not resist. Smoietai smiled at Ron-ji, do you feel it? This is the power of evil. This is the pirate. Ron nodded slightly. You are right about that. This world is indeed intertwined with good and evil, chaos. It's over, you deserve to die too, kid. Everything you did to me, I will give it back to you double. First, break your limbs and give it to me. Smoietai waved his hand, and the two pirates grinned and rushed towards Ron. Oh? Double return? Can you do it? Ron took a deep breath, and Sun's breath worked at full force. Push your arms. The tough rope that bound him was instantly broken. The two pirates were instantly knocked out by the small fists that suddenly appeared in front of them. What? Smoietai opened his mouth wide, unaware that the smoke fell from his mouth, and was shocked. Ron bent down, picked up a long knife about his height on the ground, put it on his shoulders, looked up at the horrified Smoietai and smiled. It seems you can't do it? Damn kid. Give it all to me, I don't believe you can deal with so many of us. Smoietai's expression gradually distorted and hideously. Aha! The pirates around Ron took up their weapons and rushed towards him. After a while, Ron was carrying a blood-stained knife and sat on a mountain of over 20 pirates who had fallen down. Do you want to continue? There was a snap. The weapon in Smoietai's hand fell off the deck. He fell onto the deck and looked at the small figure, shaking and terrified. Evil, evil spirit, ah. Hey, hey, I have nothing to do with the word evil no matter how you think. Ron grinned. Among the dozen boys in the mountain house, I am considered to be the most handsome and lovely. He jumped off the mountain and walked in front of Smoietai, with a blood-stained knife on his shoulder, making him tremble and sweat. From now on, this ship belongs to me. You have to go wherever I let you go. Smoietai, what do you think? 1. Listen to everything, Lord Ron's orders. It's almost the same this time. Well, then take me to the treasure house. Okay. Yes, yes. Yes. Inside the treasure house, Ron looked at the piles of treasures in front of him, and said, although these pirates are very weak, they still have collected a lot of treasure. But it's all mine now. The system exists. Scan all these treasures and put them into the system space. Okay. An invisible light swept the house full of treasures from top to bottom. A few seconds later, as a system reminder of scanning completed sounded in Ron's ear, the treasure in front of him disappeared instantly. Ron looked at the treasures accumulated in the system space and nodded in satisfaction. The system space is really convenient. When Ron walked out of the treasure vault empty-handed, Smoietai, who was waiting at the door, glanced inside. When he saw the empty treasure house without a gold coin, he was stupid. How could it be, so many treasures, all disappeared? What did he do? Smoietai's legs softened and knelt down with a dull face, desperately desperate. I have accumulated money for more than 10 years, all is gone. The new book sets sail, all support. The ball is up. Chapter 10. This day. Calm and calm. On the deck, Ron sat in the captain's seat with his legs up, biting the straw and drinking juice. The chubby pirate, who was fierce across the island before, stood by the side only at this time, and did not dare to come out. Where is the meat I want? Isn't it ready? Ron opened his mouth. The fat pirate trembled all over, and immediately said, I'm going to urge you. Not for a while. 2 pirates came over with a large plate with various steaks and legs, and the heat was hot. Ron's eyes lit up, and he ate immediately. The pirate next to him watched and swallowed. Ron ate and drank enough. Take a look at the current attributes. Host, Ron. Age, 8 years old. Blood value, 88. Master degree of sun breathing method, 7%. After a few battles, has the vitality value increased a little? Ron thought to himself. He felt that this 1-point increase in chi blood value was related to the breathing method of the day. He felt that in actual combat, the Japanese breathing method seemed to be able to promote the circulation of his vitality and blood to the greatest extent, flush out his physique, and thereby strengthen his physique. The vitality value, that is, the basic physique, the more it improves as time goes by, many people will never be able to break through when they reach a bottleneck. The height of this bottleneck is called a person's limit. Only by breaking this limit can we continue to improve and become a strong one. There are very few people in the world who can break the limit on their own. In the training camp of Marine training recruits, relying on the unique extreme training method to help some highly qualified Marines break the limit, one after another can be born. But Ron could feel it. The breathing method of the son of my master far exceeds the practice method of Marine. Ron, take it, which direction are we heading next? A pirate asked with a trembling voice. A beard-faced, fierce, and tall pirate shouted with a trembling tone of a cute-looking 8-year-old elder brother. If others see this scene, they will definitely suspect that they are dreaming. Ron recovered, and he glanced at the system map. The nearby islands are Mozanan Island, Bagas Island, Naja Island. Okay. Ron noticed an island, and the town's name on it aroused his interest. Shimatsuki Village. Could it be Shimatsuki Village where Zoro is located? Is it located, Slanka Island, southeast, kilometers? Ron looked at the pirate and said in a tender voice, go southeast. 3 days later, Ron carried a bag of food and landed on the island of Slanka. He turned his head to look at the pirate on the pirate ship, and with a childish face he said extremely scary words, "For the sake of you being obedient these days, I won't sink you. I will go to that island from time to time in the future. If I hear of your nonsense on that island again, you should know the consequences. Not going, I promise not to go." Smoyatai and other pirates burst into tears, and they regretted it now. Why did I go to that island? Why did I provoke this evil spirit? If they were given another chance, they would rather choose to be beaten up on that small island for 3 days than this cute and evil kid on board their boat. He is so tormenting. During the 10 days he was on the boat, these fierce pirates felt as if they were living in hell. It's harder than death. You will do it for yourself in the future. Otherwise I will appear in front of you. Ron waved his back to them. Smoyatai and the crowd of pirates waved their hands and burst into tears. Hope never see again. After seeing Ron disappearing from sight, Smoyatai shouted, "Hurry up! Get out of this island!" "Yes, Captain." 2 days later, a little black-haired boy carrying a package came to Shimatsuki village. "Is this Shimatsuki village?" Where you are currently, Shimatsuki village, you can sign in. Do you sign in?" "Sign in." Ron didn't hesitate. "Sign in successfully, get reward, blood value plus 10. Get the reward, 21 jobs with big sharp knives rakery." Ron instantly felt a warm current pouring into his body, and that warm current poured into his muscles, making him feel a strong muscle tearing. Soon this pain disappeared, replaced by a comfortable, relaxed, powerful sense of power. The improvement of basic physique is the most comprehensive. Strength, speed, stamina, and recovery ability will all be improved due to the improvement of basic physical fitness. But what surprises him more than the increase in vitality is another reward. It turned out to be a 21st job with a big knife. Ron looked at the long knife in his hand and his almost ascended, his face was full of excitement, and his eyes were full of surprise. 21 big knives, 21 in total, some have disappeared in history, and there are no more than 10 that have appeared in the world of pirates. Although not comparable to the supreme knife, it is definitely a rare treasure, and for some swordsmen, it is more valuable than life. Ron looked at the long knife in his hand. The Japanese sword looks heavy, with a white scabbard and a golden thunder texture. It is extremely gorgeous. Ron grasped the cold handle of the knife and pulled it out gently. Zzz. The scabbard sound is like thunder, the blade is covered with thunder patterns, and the blade is cold, as if there is thunder lingering, and it looks extremely sharp. Ron drew his knife and waved it as fast as thunder flashes, flashing away, and the air even smelled of scorching black, really like thunder passing by. Good knife. Ron returned to his sheath with satisfaction. He just wanted to hang it on his waist, but after the operation, he found that he couldn't do it with his current elevation, so he had to carry it on his back. As for why the system space is not included, there is only one reason. Because this is more handsome. It doesn't matter if the party is inconvenient. Mainly to be handsome. When Ron had his sword on his back and was about to leave for the sword dojo, a voice rang behind Ron. "Hey, you, can you touch that knife for me?" He turned his head and looked away. A young boy with a green seaweed head and a stubborn look stood on the road, staring at the long knife behind Ron with extremely hot eyes. This guy is... Ron saw the familiar green seaweed head, and a person suddenly appeared in his mind. "Hey, talk to you, give me your knife and feel it." The green seaweed head boy said it again. "What's your name?" Ron asked. "Me? My name is Roronozoro. Remember it for me, one day this name will resound in the sea." The little boy with green seaweed hair hugged his arms and said proudly. 10 updates on the first day, please comment on favorite flowers for support. The follow-up author Yunbai is fast code word. Chapter 11. Book. Zhangyi is more than 1,000 liang rises on the Tibetan collection. Zhangyi has 105 higher fair reviews. Zhangyi and Qinyi rose to the flower fresh. The bottom guarantee is more than 5. Don't talk too much. More 10 days first. Zhangyi is even more up for review. Chapter 12. Really? Ron thought. Unexpectedly, the first person he met here was the target he planned to meet. But speaking of, this arrogant kid has a very different personality from the green-haired swordsman in the future. Hey, what's your name? I don't seem to have seen you before. Are you from outside? Little Zoro was very arrogant even when he asked questions. My name is Ron and I am a traveler. Ron smiled. Puff. Little Zoro covered his mouth and smiled, traveler. Ha 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 ha. I think you are about the same age as me, so you dare to say that you are a traveler, ha 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 ha. He burst into laughter and burst into tears. Ron didn't care. After all, in his current appearance, it is a bit funny to say that he is a traveler. After Little Zoro laughed, wiped away his tears, looked at Ron and said, since you said you are a traveler, why do you have to carry a knife? I'm a traveler. It's reasonable to put a sword on my back to defend myself. Ron smiled. It seems reasonable. Little Zoro scratched his head. So your knife is a real one? Can you give me a feel for it? He still doesn't forget this one. Ron shook his head, no. Why? Because it will be very troublesome to memorize it again. Ron said solemnly. The little Zoro with a green seaweed head was completely stunned. Because of this? Isn't it quick to take it off and put it on your back? What reason is this? After a few seconds, he came back to his senses, and Ron in front of him was already far away. He hurried to catch up and said, I think you just don't want to lend me a touch, so I just found an excuse, right, mean? No. Actually it is. Ron just didn't want his rakery to be touched by this guy, so that he wouldn't be able to get it back after falling into his hands. After all, there is a causal law. Called the protagonist's halo. Cut, don't touch it, don't touch it. My knife will definitely be better than yours in the future, and more. Little Zoro hugged the back of his head and said. I want to use 2, no, 3. Use 3 knives to become the most powerful swordsman in the world. Ron couldn't help but glanced at him beside him. Have you learned swordsmanship? No, not yet, what's the matter? Little Zoro was stunned when he asked, but I heard that there is a kendo gym there, I plan to challenge it later. Ron glanced in the direction he was pointing. Sword Hall, over there. He smiled at Zoro, thanks for showing the way, then we will see you next time in that kendo hall. Huh? Are you going now? God. Before the little Zoro finished speaking, he saw the black-haired boy who looked about his size rushing towards him at an amazing speed. Little Zoro scratched his head. What a weird guy. In the middle of the night, snow fell from the sky. Inside the kendo hall, the lights are bright. A girl with short blue hair wearing a white exercise suit is holding a bamboo sword in both hands, and is still doing vertical chopping again and again. Kuina, it's late, let's do it today. Koshiro wearing glasses walked into the road. Father, I'll take a rest after I practice 100 times. You go and rest first. Kuina doesn't look Kaido either. Okay, then I will go to rest first. You also rest early. Understood. After Koshiro left, Kuina continued to split vertically again and again. 98, 99, 100. Kuina put down the bamboo sword, leaning on her knees and gasping, her arms were already too heavy to lift. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the house. It's late today, Taoist temple is closed, please come back tomorrow. Kuina said. There was no sound outside the door. It's so late, there are still people coming to Taoist temple. Kuina was suddenly curious, She walked to the door, opened it gently, and looked out. There was heavy snow in the sky. In the courtyard outside the Taoist temple, a black-haired strange boy sat cross-legged on the grass with his eyes closed and a long white sheath knife on his knee. A lot of snow has accumulated on his head and body. No, is he planning to stay here all night like this? Kuina's eyes widened slightly. She opened the door, walked over to the black-haired boy, looked at him and said, "You will freeze to death like this." "No, I won't die." The boy did not look up, nor did his eyes open. "Why?" Kuina was curious. Ron raised his head, opened his eyes, looked at the short blue-haired girl in front of him and smiled, "Because I don't want to die." Kuina couldn't understand what he was talking about. As long as it is a person, sleeping in the snow on such a cold day will definitely freeze to death. What does it have to do with whether you want to die? She didn't want to say anything, just grabbed the hand of the black-haired boy in front of him and pulled him towards the dojo. "Although I don't know why you are here, I can't just watch you freeze to death in my dojo. Tonight, you can sleep in the dojo." Ron didn't refuse, and followed her into the dojo. "Kuina, what happened?" At this time, Koshiro heard the movement and came out to check, just in time to see Kuina pulling Ron in. "Kuina, is this?" "Father, this man is going to sleep in the courtyard of the dojo. I saw it was snowing outside, so I pulled him in." Kuina looked at Koshiro. "Sleeping outside on such a cold day?" Koshiro looked at Ron in surprise. "What's going on with the children nowadays, is it fatal?" "Father, I plan to let him. What is your name?" "Ron." "I plan to let Ron stay in our dojo for one night, do you think it's okay?" Kuina looked at Koshiro and asked. "Of course I didn't ask." Koshiro was about to agree, but before he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of the long white scabbard in the hand of the black-haired boy. He was taken aback for a moment, then his face was shocked. "White sheath, golden thunder pattern, this knife, could it be?" "Father." Kuina was a little confused and didn't understand what happened to Koshiro. At this moment, the black-haired boy named Ron next to her took the long knife and walked forward a few steps. He looked at his father and said something that surprised Kuina. "The name of the sword is Reikari. I would like to ask the curator about swordsmanship with this sword." "Sure enough, it is this knife. Legend has it that this knife hasn't appeared in the world for hundreds of years. I didn't expect to see it in my lifetime." Koshiro's eyes were eager. He looked at Ron. "You came here to challenge me?" "To be precise, I would like to ask you to teach me how to cut everything and step into the realm of a swordsman." Ron looked at Koshiro and said seriously. But he didn't notice that Kuina behind him heard the words. Her eyes widened slightly. "Ha ha ha, the realm of swordsmanship, it's not that easy to step into. It takes a long time to practice hard." Koshiro stroked his smooth chin and smiled. He really likes to see one after another young juniors who are chasing the swordsman's way. This dojo was also established for this. "Since you are here to challenge, then I have to accept it, but before challenging me, you still have to compete with her, my daughter, Kuina. Don't look at her as a girl, her strength is actually no longer loose to the adults." Koshiro smiled and pointed to Kuina and said, "Fifth change guarantee today, according to your flower collection evaluation support to add more." Chapter 13. It was dark and cold at night, and heavy snow fell. Inside the brightly lit gym, Ron carried a bamboo sword and walked across from Kuina. Koshiro stood aside, looking at them with his arms folded. His eyes are more on Ron. A boy who seems to be younger than Kuina carries with him Reikari, one of the 21st knives that have disappeared for hundreds of years. How can he let people not care? Kuina held the hilt in both hands, looked at his sword-holding posture, and asked, "This is the first time you use a bamboo sword?" "Well, I have held the sword several times, but this is the first time for the bamboo sword. Ron said. Kuina said nothing, she stared at Ron, her eyes gradually sharpened. Come on. Ron was also welcome, stepping on his feet and rushing towards Kuina extremely fast. So fast. Both Kuina and Koshiro were surprised. Ron rushed in front of Kuina, and the bamboo sword in his hand slashed over her head. Snapped. Although Kuina raised the bamboo sword in time to block the blow, her palms were numb, and she couldn't stand her feet and took 2 steps back. What a heavy force! Kuina was shocked. Koshiro also opened his eyes wide. He saw far more than Kuina. Steps, standing postures, holding swords and swinging swords are all without skill at all. It's just pure speed and strength. Can you reach this level? What kind of exercise does this child go through to achieve this level of physique? Kuina hadn't stood still, but another blow came. Snapped. The bamboo sword in Kuina's hand was directly shot out. With 2 strikes, I lost. She fell to the ground in a daze, desperate. Ron called her a few times, and she didn't respond. Even Ron and Koshiro entered the back room together, she didn't even notice it. I do not know how long it has been. A hand fell on her shoulder while Koshiro's soft voice rang in her ear. Kuina. Light gradually appeared in Kuina's eyes. Father! Father! In an instant, tears gushed from her eyes. Why? Why can't I become stronger after practicing the sword so hard? Kuina, you are strong enough now, and some adults can't match you in kendo. Kuina buried her face in her knees and cried. But I still lost. I didn't even hold up his 2 swords. This is not as strong as I want. What's the point of the hard work I have cultivated so far? Koshiro put his hand on top of her head and said solemnly. Kuina, you are already very strong, and I can assure you of this. All your practice so far is worthwhile and useful, not in vain. But I still lost. Because of your opponent, Ron, is an exception. Koshiro's tone was a little strange, his strength is not on the same level as you. Kuina, eyes red with tears, raised her head and looked at him. Not a level. Koshiro nodded to her solemnly and said, yes. After playing against him, I can clearly feel his strength. If you say you are 10, then he is 50. Under his attack, even I have to be a little serious. Kuina's eyes gradually widened, unbelievable. She is very aware of the strength of her father. And that black-haired boy named Ron, could he make his father serious? So, losing to him is definitely not a shame. On the contrary, you can block his first sword, it is already very powerful. Koshiro patted Kuina on the shoulder. Father! I have decided to keep him in the coffin. I will teach swordsmanship personally, and he will be stronger in the future. Koshiro stood up. Think of him as a goal to cross, Kuina. In this case, you will definitely become stronger. After listening to Koshiro's words, Kuina wiped her eyes gradually firming up. Father, I understand, I must defeat him before I can become the strongest swordsman in the world. Where is he now? I want to challenge him again. Kuina's eyes were full of war. She had never felt this way before. Kuina, it's already late today, I let Ron sleep in the warehouse, and you will challenge him tomorrow. Koshiro smiled wryly. Early the next morning, it was just dawn. Kuina took 2 bamboo swords and opened the warehouse door with a snap. Ron, I'm here to challenge you. There was no one in the warehouse, and the quilts were neatly stacked there. What about people? Kuina looked around in the gym, and finally heard the sound, and found Ron who was doing 3-finger push-ups in the forest behind the gym. 343, 344, 345. In the snow, the black-haired boy with the naked upper body was sweating profusely, and he was bubbling with a lot of white vapor, and the snow beside him was melted into water by the heat emitted by him. "Hey!" Kuina called to him. Ron heard the sound, turned his head and glanced, then retracted his gaze to continue his exercise. "Don't make a sudden noise, it's scary." "You don't seem to be scared at all." Kuina couldn't help thinking. After watching Ron, who was exercising for a while, she couldn't help but ask. "How long have you been here?" "I only came last night, don't you remember?" "No. I mean, how long have you been exercising here?" "Oh, you ask this." Ron stopped doing push-ups and sat on the ground. After hearing this for a while, he looked at her and said, "I have been here for about 2 hours. Chapter 14. With a snap, the bamboo sword in Kuina's hand fell to the ground. She stared blankly at the black-haired boy sitting in the snow, topless, with slightly bulging muscles, but with extremely sharp lines. Kuina at the moment seems to understand why he looks smaller than herself, but his strength is so strong. Ron looked at Kuina with a puzzled face. "Are you looking for me for something?" Kuina regained her senses, remembered, and immediately bent over to pick up 2 bamboo swords, and said to Ron with firm eyes, "I'm here to challenge you." Ron scratched his head. "Didn't you fight yesterday?" "That was too careless of me. Today, I have to show my real strength today." "Oh, okay." After a while, the bamboo sword in Kuina's hand was beaten away. She looked at her trembling hand, gritted her teeth fiercely, and stared at Ron. "Tomorrow, I will come tomorrow." "Anytime." Ron smiled at her carrying the bamboo sword. Kuina gave him a hard look and turned around to leave. And she just walked out a few steps. Ron's voice rang in her ears. "Your speed is good, but you don't have enough strength. You can't beat me in this way." Kuina stopped immediately, clenched her fist slightly, and bit her lower lip. The lack of strength is her pain. She hates herself for being a daughter countless times because the strength of women is inherently weaker than that of men. And this difference becomes more obvious in the future. That's why her father Koshiro would say bluntly that as a woman, she would never be the strongest swordsman in the world. I know too. I also know that lack of strength is my weakness. Kuina lowered her head and shouted with her back to Ron. "But what can I do? No matter how I practice, the increase in strength is not as good as your boy's. If I can, I want to be a boy too." Her voice was full of unwillingness. Ron was stunned when he heard the words, and then reacted. "You seem to have made a mistake of what I meant. I'm not trying to laugh at you. I mean to say, do you want me to teach you how to increase your strength?" Kuina trembled. How to increase strength?" She turned to look at Ron. "Really? Can I improve my strength?" Ron nodded. "Probably. 3 days before the sun. In the forest behind the gymnasium." Ron handed Kuina a grilled fish. "Eat it? Can you gain strength after eating?" Kuina was puzzled. "It's a prerequisite." Kuina immediately ate the whole grilled fish clean, and the taste was unexpectedly good. "Are you full?" Ron looked at her. Kuina nodded. Ron said hello, and then started to point her. "Then close your eyes and do everything as I say." Kuina listened to him and closed her eyes. "From now on, you have to change your breathing rhythm as I said." Ron's voice rang in her ears. "Huh, let me spit out all the air in my lungs in one breath." Ron now teaches Kuina, it is the minimalist version of sun breathing. He accidentally discovered that using the breathing method after eating can absorb the energy of the food extremely quickly. Although it cannot directly increase the blood value, it helps to increase the strength very significantly. How about it? When Kuina heard Ron's words, she slowly opened her eyes, her previous feeling of fullness disappeared and was replaced by a sense of hunger. Squeezed his fists. "It seems, the strength has indeed increased a bit. A surprise flashed in her eyes. But in order to prevent it from being an illusion, she still stood up suddenly, ran in one direction, and dropped a sentence. "I'll test it." "Hey." Ron looked at the figure running away, shook his head and smiled helplessly. After a while, Kuina walked back, lost. "It seems to be an illusion, I still can't hold that stone bell with one hand." Ron spoke while waving a bamboo sword. "How can you increase your vigor so quickly? You can try again after 10 days. The next few days." It seemed to be stimulated by Ron. When Ron got up at 4 o'clock and reached the clearing, Kuina was already waiting there with a bamboo sword. The two competed first. Then each exercise each other without disturbing each other. When the sun rose, I went to the gym to have breakfast, and then learned swordsmanship with Koshiro. Swordsmanship includes steps, body skills, holding a sword, drawing a sword, slashing and so on. Afternoon. Ron and Koshiro are holding real knives in actual combat. Kuina sat and watched. The more she watched, the more stressed she got. She often went out to practice on her own before watching it for a while. The gym in winter looks quite deserted. Those children who came to learn swordsmanship stayed at home because of the cold and did not want to come to the gym. Occasionally, only some acquaintances from the village would come to the gym. On weekdays, only Koshiro and Kuina were the only people. This year, there is one more Ron. There will be noisy here until the beginning of spring. Chapter 15. Soon, half a month passed. Inside the gym, wearing a white robes and short blue hair, Kuina looked at the 60 kilograms shilling and took a deep breath. Immediately raised his hand to hold it, exerting force. This time, she finally raised it with one hand. Very good. Kuina has never been happy at this moment. But when she saw Ron next to him lift the 200 kilograms large stone bell easily, her joy disappeared instantly. Ron noticed his gaze, turned his head to look at her, and grinned at her. He also held the stone bell that was bigger than his whole person. Looking at this scene, Kuina couldn't help but spit out two words. Monster. Dinner table at night. As always, only Ron, Kuina and Koshiro are three. Ron and Kuina kept pushing food into their mouths. Koshiro smiled bitterly. I'm not surprised that Ron is like this, but why are you Kuina? You weren't like this before. Even if it's to chase Ron, you don't have to learn from him. He is a little worried. Will the family's money be enough to buy food like this? Sure enough, the beginning of spring next year will have to recruit disciples. Night. Taoist Temple. Kuina is practicing the slashing technique. Ron, wearing a white training suit, sat cross-legged on the other side, with the famous sword rakery on his knees. He closed his eyes, calmed his mind in accordance with the sword meditation taught by Koshiro, and at the same time, unconsciously moved the breath of the sun. Gradually, his half-length, ear-length black hair began to be windless, and rakery on his knees trembled slightly. This state lasted for a while. Ron opened his eyes suddenly, drew his knife and slashed. A flash of fire accompanied by thunder and lightning flashed in the air. With this cut, the blood in his body also rose sharply, as if breaking through a bottleneck. Host, Ron. Age, 8 years old. Blood value, 100. Day breathing method master degree, 9%. After coming to Shimatsuki town for a month, his vitality value has finally reached 100 from 98. Ron, was that? Ron heard the voice and turned his head to look. Kuina held the bamboo sword and stared at him and rakery in his hand. That's the realm of power. Koshiro walked in, looking at Ron under his eyes, and said in shock, although I have high expectations of you, I never expected you to reach this level so quickly. Curator, Shizhijing, what do you mean? Ron asked curiously. The realm of power is the only way to step into the realm of swordsman. Koana looked at Ron with complicated eyes. Good. Koshiro stretched out 3 fingers towards Ron. Stepping into the realm of Jianhao requires 3 stages. The realm of potential is the first stage. The specific manifestation is that when you slash the slash, there will be some anomalies on the blade, such as the flames that appeared in the slash you just now. As for the thunder and lightning, I think it should be the one in your hand. Because of the knife. Koshiro explained to Ron. The blade slashed out of the sword aura, which is also one of the signs of stepping into the realm of momentum. What about the second and third stages? Ron was interested. The second stage is called the realm of Yi, and the realm of potential is even higher. The vision carried by the slash will become clearer and change with the heart, just like this. Koshiro picked up a bamboo sword and slashed it towards the side. A slash turned into a blue dragon in the air, shook its head and rushed to the wooden frame aside, dividing it into several sections. After cutting out the sword, he looked at Ron and smiled. There are many swordsmen on the entire sea, but not many can reach this level. The realm of potential, the realm of will, the third stage, is called the realm of iron cutting. The realm of slashing iron. Ron's eyes widened slightly. Good. Koshiro nodded. When you can cut steel with a wooden stick, you are in the realm of iron cutting. As long as a swordsman in the world reaches the state of cutting iron, he can be called a swordsman. After listening to him, Ron looked down at rakery in his hand, speechless. At night, Ron still tossed and couldn't fall asleep, staring at the ceiling with his eyes open, thinking of the 3 stages Koshiro had said in his mind. The flames that were born from that slash should not be a manifestation of the sword Dao's attainment. When I used Yanwu before, a similar flame appeared. I'm afraid, it was caused by my unintentional use of the breathing method of the day. The curator mistaken it for my sword power, but in fact I haven't reached the state of power. Ron thought to himself. But I took this opportunity to understand the path to Jianhao. I came to this gym as expected, and now my goal is clear. A flash of light flashed in Ron's eyes. Now he has only 2 things to do. 1. Continue to exercise physique. Increase blood value. 2. Sharpen swordsmanship. Achieve the situation as soon as possible. When Ron couldn't sleep, he knew the goal of his training. Inside a room in the gym, Koana asked Koshiro curiously, "Father, isn't the knife in Ron's hand unusual?" "Sure enough, you also noticed." Koshiro nodded. "Yes, that knife is very unusual. It has not been recorded in the world for hundreds of years." "What is that knife?" "It's the same as yours and a text, and it belongs to the 21st knife of the Great Knife. The name of the knife is Rakery. It is said that the sharpness of the knife is enough to tear the thunder." Koshiro's words made Koana's eyes widen slightly, and her heart vibrated. Chapter 16. This winter passed quickly. Spring is here in a blink of an eye. Ron also spent 3 months in the gym. His body has grown a bit taller, and he is almost as tall as Koana, who is 10 years old this year. The figure is extremely strong and well proportioned, full of vitality. According to Koshiro's words, a jealous monster body. 424, 425, 426. Ron was doing push-ups in the backyard with 1 hand and 3 fingers, a drop of sweat dripping down the tip of his nose. "Ron." Koshiro walked over from the corridor and saw him and said, "Did you see Koana? She seems to have gone to practice swords over the waterfall." Ron replied. "The curator, do you have anything to do with her?" "It's okay, it's just that some new disciples have arrived in Taoist temple. I want her to help teach them," Koshiro said. Ron thought for a while, fingers hard, stood up and looked at him, "Or I'll go." That really helped a lot. Koshiro is overjoyed. Immediately, Ron followed Koshiro to the front yard gymnasium, and there were already many children around 7 or 8 years old, noisy. Some have already picked up bamboo swords and started playing around. Koshiro coughed twice. When some children saw him, they became quiet and yelled together. Good curator. Some of the other children are curious. Hello. Koshiro smiled and looked at the children. Some of you are new disciples. Welcome to this Ishin Dojo. I am Shimatsuki Koshiro, the curator here. I will be responsible for teaching you swordsmanship and training you to become swordsmen with a firm heart. When Koshiro introduced the dojo to those new disciples, the children looked at Ron, who was standing next to Koshiro, a little curious. After Koshiro finished speaking, he smiled at everyone. Next, Ron will come to practice with you. Ron took a step forward with the bamboo sword. He glanced across the children, but did not see the guy with the green algae head. Isn't there yet? He thought to himself. Huh? Isn't Kuina training the sword with us? A child was stunned when he heard the words. He looked at Ron, looked up and down, his eyes suspiciously said, Your name is Ron? My name is Umi. I have been studying in this gym for 2 years. How long have you been here? Almost 3 months. Ron said. Huh? Only 3 months. The child named Umi opened his mouth wide with a look of surprise, and then he grinned. I've only been here for 3 months, can you be my duet? The other children also looked at Ron suspiciously. Ron's face was calm. Well, Umi. Koshiro looked at the kid named Umi and laughed. Don't you like my real sword? You and Ron will practice a match. As long as you can force Ron to take a step back, I will give the knife to you. Real? Umi's face was full of surprise. After seeing Koshiro nodding with a smile, he was suddenly very excited and looked at Ron with enthusiasm. Okay. Taoist Temple. Koshiro and a group of children knelt on the ground, looking at Ron and Umi holding bamboo swords in the court. Umi looked at Ron, who was calm on the opposite side, feeling a little nervous for no reason, and his palms were sweating. He shook his head. Isn't it just a step back? This new guy will never be as good as Kuina. After cheering yourself up, he shouted, raised his bamboo sword and rushed towards Ron quickly. Next second. Snapped. Scream. The bamboo sword was beaten into flight, and Umi flew out. Umi, who fell heavily to the ground, stared at the ceiling blankly with a dazed expression. What's wrong? What happened? How did I fly out? The children around were also stunned. What happened just now? Did he use his sword? No, I didn't see it clearly. Smiling, Koshiro picked up the tea, took a sip, thinking in his heart. Clean and neat, really a beautiful sword. Having said that, is the speed at which he draws his sword faster? It's not over yet. Unable to accept it, Umi immediately got up, grabbed the bamboo sword on the ground, and rushed towards Ron. Snapped. It hurts. No, it's not over yet. Snapped. After a while, Umi, full of bags, lay on the ground, in a large font, with a face full of despair. How, maybe, so strong? The other children looked at Ron, who didn't even mess with his clothes, with awe. I'm going back. Ron said to Koshiro. Koshiro smiled and nodded. After he left, Umi immediately got up and asked Koshiro. Curator, that guy really has only been here for 3 months. Yes. How old is he? Listen to him, he seems to be 9 years old this year, 1 year younger than Kuina. Koshiro thought for a while. The same year as me. Umi was a little desperate. Haha, don't be so depressed. Koshiro got up and smiled. After all, Kuina is not his opponent. Umi was startled first, then. Kuina can't beat him either. He opened his mouth wide, and his chin was about to fall to the ground. Well, Kuina was beaten with 2 swords to fly the bamboo sword in his hand when he first arrived. Although it has become a lot stronger now, it should be able to take 1 or 2 moves from him. Koshiro drank the tea channel. Nani? Umi and the surrounding children opened their mouths, almost speechless in shock. It's a lie, that Kuina can beat the adults, and it's not his opponent. Where is that guy sacred? Later, after seeing Kuina challenge Ron and being beaten by 2 swords with a bamboo sword in his hand, these children were completely convinced. And Kuina's nickname for Ron quickly became what these children called Ron in private. Monster Ron. The new book asks for an evaluation of the collection of flowers. Chapter 17. One evening a few days later. After finishing the 30-kilometer sprint, Ron returned to Kaido Hall with sweat all over. After taking a very comfortable bath, he wore a thin white exercise suit and walked barefoot on the wooden corridor. When I passed the dojo, I looked inside when I heard the movement inside. Aha! I saw a boy with a green algae head holding a bamboo sword in both hands, and rushing towards Kuina, who was holding the bamboo sword in one hand with a full face. Snapped. He was hit by a sword on the top of his head, his eyes turned into circles in an instant, the whole person staggered back a few steps, and then fell straight down. It's miserable, it hurts to look at it. Kuina is really merciless. Dare to challenge Kuina, I thought he was so good, is he at this level? The child next to him is babbling. At this level, I dare to say that I want to become the strongest swordsman in the world, don't laugh. Kuina glanced at the green algae on the ground and turned to leave. As soon as she walked out of the door, a voice rang in her ears. Although that guy is weak now, he should be strong in the future. Kuina turned her head and saw Ron leaning on the door with her arms. You know him? When I first came to this village, the first person I met. Ron smiled. Oh. Kuina raised her eyebrows, then you can be sure that he will become stronger in the future. Just take it as my instinct. Ron said, stepping past her. Tonight, backyard, try again with me. Kuina spoke as he passed by. Okay, I'll be with you at any time. But if you lose again in this competition, you have a record of 0. Ron smiled and walked away from her. Kuina gritted her teeth bitterly, and clenched the bamboo sword in her hand. Damn it, guy. That night, after Zoro woke up, he worshipped Koshiro as his teacher and joined the Ishin gym. Koshiro arranged a place for him, and he has also lived in the gym from tonight. In the corridor, Zoro walked with the other 2 children. He touched the bag on his head and said bitterly, that guy is called Kuina, I must defeat her one day. I will challenge her again tomorrow. Don't do it, Zoro, you will be beaten badly again. Persuaded the child next to him. That's right, Kuina has the strength that even adults can defeat. You can't even take a sword now, how could it be her opponent? I don't care. Zoro clenched his fists, I want to be the strongest swordsman in the world. Since 2 knives can't beat her, I will use 3 knives. 3 knives, what's that? I never heard that there is a 3-sword flow. Besides, how do I get the 3 knives? Do you bite with your mouth? Isn't that acrobatics? Ha ha ha. The 2 children couldn't help laughing. At this moment, a night wind blew. Zoro seemed to hear something, and he looked in one direction. Hey, do you hear anything? Voice? How can there be any sound? It's the wind, it's not good, it's cold, let's go back quickly. Yes. The 2 children clasped their clothes tightly and ran towards the residence. Am I wrong? Zoro was suspicious, and stepped to keep up with the 2 of them. But it hasn't made 10 steps yet. Snapped. He stopped in an instant, turned his head and looked in that direction. No, there really is a sound. He immediately ran towards there. In the night. The moonlight is bright and bright. when he arrived in the forest in the backyard of the gymnasium. At a glance, I saw the girl with short blue hair named Kuina who was against him during the day. At this moment, she was panting, her face was sweaty, and her hand holding the bamboo sword was trembling constantly. It was completely different from the light and windy appearance during the day. Who is her opponent? Zoro hurried to look around. But because of his location, he just saw a back. Wearing white exercise clothes, half-length ear-length black hair, and about the same height as Kuina. Zoro suddenly felt that this figure was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Just when he was thinking hard. Aha! Kuina rushed forward, and the bamboo sword in her hand pierced the figure with the back of Zoro very fast. So fast. Zoro's eyes widened. He couldn't see Kuina's movements at all. Snapped. A crisp clash of bamboo swords resounded in the silent forest. A bamboo sword whirled and flew towards the sky, and then fell to the ground. Kuina fell backwards and landed on the grass, panting, sweating. Zoro's eyes were dull. What happened? Did she lose? She actually lost? I can support the 3 swords under my hands, and the improvement is not small. Ron looked at Kuina and smiled. This time the record is 0. Kuina looked at him bitterly and said, next time I will definitely hit you again. Come on. Ron said casually. Immediately he put the bamboo sword in his hand on his shoulder and turned his head to look behind him. When seeing the familiar green algae hair, Ron was a little surprised. I thought it was you. Zoro saw Ron's childish but mature and calm face, and a memory instantly poured into his mind. He watched Ron widen his eyes, pointed at him, and said in surprise. Weird scumbag. Weird petty kid. Kuina was startled when she heard this title. A black line appeared on Ron's forehead. I'm talking about you. Don't call people weird names, hello. Chapter 18. Month down. On the corridor in the backyard of the gymnasium. Sitting 3 small figures. From left to right, Kuina, Ron, Zoro. The 3 have short blue hair, short black hair, and a bunch of green seaweed. Ron, you are so good. Zoro was surprised, it doesn't seem to be much older than me. By the way, how old are you? Ron sat on the edge of the corridor, propped his hands on the floor, his calves in the air. Hearing Zoro's words, he looked up at the moon in the sky and smiled, it should be 9 years old this year. In a blink of an eye, it has been almost a year since I came to this world. A lot of things really happened this year. Is it 9? 1 year older than me. Zoro cocked his hands and said. Kuina put her chin in her hands, her face was puffed up and depressed, 1 year younger than me. By the way, Ron, where's your knife? Zoro asked curiously. I put it in my house, I won't take it with me in the dojo. Ron leaned back, with his head resting on his arm, and looked sideways at Zoro beside him with a smile. Are you worshipping the dojo as a new disciple this spring? Okay. Zoro nodded and looked at Kuina, his eyes full of warfare and said, I swear I must defeat her. Kuina glanced at him, it's up to you. Her contemptuous attitude instantly angered little Zoro. What did you say? He immediately stood up and said angrily. Would you like to try again with me now? Humph, okay. But no matter how many times you try, you won't be my opponent. Kuina got up and said proudly. Zoro gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The eyes of the 2 of them met each other, and there seemed to be lightning blasting in the air. After a while, Zoro was lying on the ground in the yard blankly, the bamboo sword in his hand flying far away. Humph, I can't even hold the sword, and I want to use the second sword technique. I think you should lay the foundation first. After Kuina said this to him, she looked at Ron sitting under the eaves and said, tomorrow morning I will be waiting for you in the old place. Before Ron could answer, she took the bamboo sword and left first. Ron stood up and looked at Zoro, who fell on the ground with a smile. Even though Kuina is a girl, she is still very strong, and she practices very hard. If you want to catch up with her, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. It takes great perseverance and hard work to get a chance. Ron left after saying this. Zoro was left alone in a big font in the yard. I lost again. Kuina is so strong that I can't see the hope of winning at all. Ron is much stronger than her, obviously only 1 year older than me. He looked at the night sky, gritted his teeth, clenched his fist and slammed it on the ground, his face full of reconciliation. Damn it! Why is the gap so big? From this day on, Zoro began to exercise harder than anyone else, and soon surpassed the new disciples in the same period. And I have to challenge Kuina more than 3 times a day, each time I return in a disastrous manner. Every time he was defeated, he seemed to go crazy and exercise harder. After only 2 months of getting started, he was able to defeat a group of old disciples. The level can be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds, which is completely incomparable to when he first came to the gym. His perseverance and hard work have also attracted the respect of all the disciples, including Kuina, who have paid much attention to his change. This day, Zoro, who was pulling down a stone to exercise his arms, saw Kuina passing by with a bamboo sword, and shouted without thinking, "Kuina, fight me." Kuina glanced at him. "I'm not free now." She just wanted to leave, but as if thinking of something, she stepped back and said to him, "Follow me." Zoro looked dumbfounded. "Where to go? Will you go? Don't regret if you don't." Kuina looked mysterious. Zoro's curiosity aroused, he immediately put down the stone, came to Kuina, and followed her to the back of the gymnasium. When the two came to the forest clearing behind the gymnasium, Zoro saw 2 figures standing in the clearing, one large and one small. Curator, and Ron. Zoro was a little surprised. "Are they, a duel?" Kuina looked at the court and nodded. "And with a real knife?" Zoro was surprised. "This is also the first time I have seen my father and Ron seriously duel. I heard Ron took the initiative to bring it up." Kuina looked at the black-haired boy in the court with a serious expression. "Maybe I can see his true strength this time." "Huh? Didn't he use real power when he was fighting against you before?" Zoro couldn't help asking. "Idiot, even though he was serious when he confronted me, he certainly didn't have all his strength," Kuina said bitterly. "Before today's confrontation, how much this guy's true strength is, I'm afraid even my father doesn't know." Zoro couldn't help but swallowed. There is a new concept of Ron's power again. Then he opened his eyes wide and stared at the court, for fear of missing a moment. Chapter 19. In the field. Koshiro, holding a real knife, looked at the black-haired boy on the opposite side, and said with a smile, "Ron, can you start?" Ron didn't speak, but his eyes opened suddenly. "When I stepped on my feet, my whole person disappeared instantly." "It disappeared?" Zoro was taken aback. "No, it's too fast." Kuina looked solemn and looked at the court attentively. Ron appeared in front of Koshiro, maintaining a forward posture. His black hair is flowing, his eyes are fixed on Koshiro, his face is only focused. Reikari unsheathed, drew a stunning arc, and slashed towards Koshiro. Zizi. Flames lingered on the knife, and thunder and lightning flickered. The knife in Koshiro's hand was also pulled out instantly, blocking the cut. Keng. A strong wind spreads around from the collision of the 2 knives. Both Kuina and Zoro felt tight. After Ron's blow was blocked, he held Reikari, a long knife about the height of him, and launched a stormy offensive towards Koshiro. The flames and lightning on the knife are getting more and more intense. Koshiro holds a knife in one hand and a scabbard in the other, and the defense is not leaking. It's like a waterfall hitting a boulder. Kuina murmured. Zoro was completely stupid, staring at the duel between the two dull. There are flames and lightning on Ron's knife? Ron flipped in the air, and the long knife in his hand slashed towards the lower Koshiro round circle. The power of the slash was extremely heavy. Even if Koshiro held the knife to block it, the whole person was still slid back some distance under the pressure of that huge force. As soon as Ron hit the ground, he kicked his feet and rushed towards Koshiro very quickly. Yan Wu. The long knife in his hand is like a blade of flame, burning blazingly. Where the blade passed, the flames billowed and flowed like a red ribbon, winding Ron towards Koshiro. This is slashing swordsmanship. Koshiro's eyes showed a stunning color, then his eyes condensed, and a layer of blue appeared on the knife in his hand. Is hind cut, running water. He slashed out with the knife. The flames and running water collided fiercely. The impact of the intense wind spread to the surroundings, and the trees swayed and swayed. Kuina and Zoro crossed their arms to block their faces. After the strong wind, the two hurriedly looked inside the court. Ron half-kneeled on the ground, gasping for breath, the long knife rakery stuck not far away. The long knife in Koshiro's hand broke off, leaving only half a blade. Kuina and Zoro's eyes widened, their mouths opened wide, and their jaws were about to fall to the ground. Ron cut off his father's curator knife. What a beautiful slash. Koshiro looked at Ron with satisfaction. In terms of kendo, I'm afraid I really don't have much to teach you. Running the breath of the day, Ron, who had recovered his strength in an instant, felt a little embarrassed. It's mainly the curator that you kept your hand, and my knife. Koshiro shook his head and said, No, my knife will break. The main reason is not because your knife is better, but you cut it in the same place every time. He looked at Ron, touched his beard and smiled, I think it's not a coincidence. Ron turned away embarrassedly. Koshiro looked at the extremely young black-haired boy in front of him, and Chinin couldn't help feeling, it's only been 5 months of learning swordsmanship, so I can force myself to use a slash in the realm. It really is a little monster. How long can it take him to reach the realm of the great swordsman? Will he have a chance to reach the realm of the great swordsman? Koshiro couldn't help thinking. After Ron retrieved rakery and sheathed it, Koshiro said, Ron, do you want to see the swordsman slash? Ron was startled, then overjoyed, can you? Koshiro nodded. Follow me. The two walked into the forest one after another. Kuina and Zoro just recovered from the shock. This is Ron's true strength. Kuina looked down at the palm of her hand trembling. Impressive. Zoro was trembling all over, swordsman, can you reach such a powerful level? Kuina, the curator, and Ron, shouldn't they be the most powerful swordsmen in the world? Of course. Kuina clenched her fists, this is not the apex of the swordsman, the apex of the swordsman is even higher. Higher than the sky. Higher than the sky is the apex of the swordsman. Zoro seemed to feel something at this moment. He looked at Kuina, his eyes were extremely firm and said, Kuina, I will definitely surpass you. Surpass Ron. Surpass the curator. Surpass everyone and reach that culmination. No, it will be me who will reach that peak. Kuina's eyes were also full of determination. The two looked at each other. Kuina looked at Zoro with a serious and firm face, smiled suddenly, and then raised his fist in his doubtful eyes. Then we have an appointment that no matter who it is, he must surpass Ron and reach the top of the swordsman. If one person fails to reach it, another person will inherit it. Zoro grinned and raised his fist without thinking, and touched her fist. Good. P.S. Please evaluate and collect flowers. Ask for a monthly pass at the beginning of the month. Questions and suggestions can be raised in the comment section. Chapter 20. Mountain Forest. Koshiro showed what is the realm of swordsmanship in front of Ron. With a wooden stick, he easily chopped a boulder larger than Ron in half, and the cut surface was extremely smooth. This is Jianhao slash. Koshiro looked at Ron, smiling as he always did. But the boulder behind him was slowly sliding down. The swordsman slashing moves with his heart. If you want to slash, even a dull and fragile stick can slash hard steel. If you don't want to slash, even your rakery can't slash a thin piece of paper. Go back to the warehouse. Ron was still taking back Koshiro's words in his mind. Slash as you like. Inside the warehouse illuminated by moonlight, Ron stroked rakery on his knees. It just feels like I have caught something, but I have not caught anything. I am still far from reaching the level of a swordsman. Ron thought to himself, but I can feel that I am very close to the first stage of the situation. In today's actual combat, I seem to have touched a little bit. What I have to do now is to get that feeling back. Ron closed his eyes. The breathing method of the sun works unconsciously. The ancestor of the origin of all breathing. The breathing method of the sun. The help to Ron was far more than he had imagined. It's just that he doesn't know it yet. Sentiment overnight. Waited until the early morning of the next day. Ron slowly opened his eyes and chuckled softly. Found it? He slowly pulled out rakery. His whole body exudes a faint red light. With rakery's blade drawn out of the scabbard. The red potential outside Ron slowly spread to the blade along the hilt, gradually covering the entire blade. This is potential. Ron looked at rakery with the red light in his hands and murmured. Host, Ron. Age, 9 years old. Blood value. Day breathing method master degree, 16%. Kendo, the realm of situation, first entry. In a blink of an eye, another few months passed. Spring goes to summer, and the sun is scorching. The training of Daogwon disciples became more and more difficult. But for those who want to become stronger, this kind of hardship is sweet. Zoro has completely turned into a challenging madman and a practicing madman. Every day, I am either on the road to challenge Kuina, or dropping rocks under the trees, or running long distances behind his back. Recently, it seems that he can hold the third sword in his mouth for the 3-sword flow he has thought up, and he has begun to train his teeth. The number of challenges to Kuina went from 3 times a day at the beginning, to 5 times a day, and then 10 times a day. The latest record, 10:45:0. Not one once. This day, I was challenging Kuina. After being defeated after a dozen moves, the disciple named Umi came to the fallen Zoro and said with a grin. This is 1046, it's better than 0. Long-winded. A disciple next to him asked, Zoro, why do you always challenge Kuina? Don't you challenge Ron once? Hearing this name, Umi shivered instantly. What happened last time left him still fresh in his memory after a few months. Are you a fool? Zoro looked at the talking disciple with a dumb look, even Kuina is not Ron's opponent. Now I can't even beat Kuina, how can I win? I am going to challenge, not to be abused. The disciple was speechless. So. Zoro got up, patted his clothes, and said firmly. Before I challenge Ron, I have to beat Kuina once. This day. Kuina took out her handle and word from the warehouse, then found Ron and offered to fight him with a real sword. Sure. Ron readily agreed. After 3 moves. The word Hideo in Kuina's hand was knocked into the air, and the whole person was knocked to the ground. Damn it! Kuina looked unwilling. Why can't I stop your attack? Because I am better than you. Ron smiled, bending over and picking up her peace words and walking to her and said, You have made a lot of progress. If I used a real sword to fight when I first came to the dojo, you might even take my sword. Can't live. But you have reached the realm of momentum only a few months after you came to the dojo, and I have practiced swordsmanship since I was a child, but I still haven't touched that realm. Koana stood up, took the word of peace he handed over, turned and left with a frustrated expression. Looking at her back, Ron's mind flashed, and he said, "Would you like to try to create sword moves?" Koana turned her head and looked at him suspiciously. "This is just one of my conjectures. In the process of creating sword moves, you may be able to find the potential. Ron, holding the famous knife rakery, looked at her seriously. Koana's eyes lit up slightly, and after saying "I understand" to him, she trot out of the house immediately, looking like she was going to try. After she left, Ron was the only one left in the house. Swordsmanship. He looked at the grass man in the distance and murmured. Then closed his eyes, held the handle of the knife, and took a deep breath. A red sword was released from him. It changed with Ron's breathing. Those red swords gradually turned into golden thunder and lightning, entangling Ron and rakery in his hands. Zizi. Ron with his eyes closed bends down, like a sword drawn, his body flashes and bursts with golden lightning. Thunder's breath, one type. Ron whispered and stepped on his feet. There was a flash of gold in the house. Thunder blasts. The air was torn instantly. Thunderbolt. Ron, with his eyes closed, appeared behind the grass man like a teleport, slowly retracting his sword into its sheath. Rakery returned to her sheath with a crisp sound. The upper body of the grass man behind Ron slipped slowly. Ron opened his eyes full of joy. Sure enough, it can be done. The breathing of the sun is the initial breathing, the ancestor and foundation of all breathing methods. All breathing methods are derived from the breathing of the sun, or in other words, the breathing of the sun is the breathing method itself, which contains the entire system. Master's breathing method on the day is equivalent to Master having all breathing methods of the entire breathing method system. You only need to change the breath slightly to simulate other breathing methods, such as thunder breath, water breath, moon breath, etc. Different breathing methods have different characteristics. The breath of thunder bursts extremely fast, the breath of water is smart and calm, and the breath of the moon changes strangely. The sword moves born from it are sufficient to deal with various battle situations. If you can master the other breathing characteristics, can you try to use these sword moves? With this curiosity, Ron has been trying this possibility all this time and conducting a lot of experiments. Finally, let him successfully display the thunderbolt of the breath of thunder. Since I can succeed, it means my idea is right. Ron's eyes were full of joy. As long as I continue to deepen the master who breathes against the sun, one day I can use the characteristics of various breathing methods casually and naturally, and the master has a must-kill swordsmanship with different breathing methods. Unlike the ghost world, my basic strength in this world will far exceed them. Now I am only a newcomer. If I can reach the realm of Yi, and even the realm of swordsmanship, these swordsmanship will be inevitable. Can exert extraordinary power in this world. Ron had no doubts about it. After all, these sword moves have been created by generations of swordsman geniuses in the world who have spent hundreds of thousands of years, perfecting and improving them from generation to generation, in order to kill a creature that is almost impossible to be killed and infinitely close to perfection. Chapter 21. He walked out of the house. In the summer evening, the sky is full of red clouds and the cool breeze is blowing, which is very comfortable. Ron stepped on the wooden clogs, dressed in a thin, casual white exercise suit, and holding the famous knife rakery walking down the long corridor. When some passing disciples saw him, they all hurriedly avoided and cast awe at him. After Ron passed by, they even breathed a long sigh of relief. Are you scared? Crap, nonsense. Even Koana can't beat that guy. If you provoke him, he'll be dead. By the way, he almost never came to the front yard. With his strength, how could it be possible to practice with us? Ron listened to the whispers behind them, his expression calm. He is not yet irritated by the isolation of these children. On the contrary, he thought it was good. No one is bothered and noisy, so he can practice well by himself. When passing a small courtyard, a shout sounded in his ear. Ron! Ron turned his head to look, holding two bamboo swords in his hands, and Zorro, sweating profusely, stood in the clearing and looked at him. After not seeing him for a while, he has grown a lot stronger, but he hasn't grown up yet. Go eat grilled fish. Ron smiled at it. Zorro froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Go with. Soon into the night, the sky is dim. By the creek, Ron skillfully caught a few fishes, set up a fire, and started to grill them. Zorro sat aside, staring at the grilled fish, drooling, and his stomach groaned uncontrollably. After waiting for a while, he couldn't help but urged, "Isn't it all right?" Immediately. Ron said, still chewing. "What are you eating?" Zorro asked. "Jerky, do you want to eat it?" "Want." Ron handed him a piece. They stared at the grilled fish while chewing on the dried meat. Zorro looked at Ron against the fire, as if he was so calm at all times. Obviously he is only 1 year older than himself, but he looks like an adult. "Ron, are you from outside?" Clarella head Zorro looked at Ron and asked. "Well, it's from a small island called Moses Island." Ron nodded. "Are you far from here?" "It's pretty far." "Then you came by boat? Is the sea fun? Have you encountered any pirates?" Zorro came interested and asked curiously. "Okay." Ron scratched his face with his fingers. Can't tell him that he came here as a pirate ship. If this is to let those little kids in the gym know, they certainly don't know what to say behind their backs. When you go out to sea, you will know that the outside world is much bigger than here. Ron changed the subject, picked up a grilled fish and handed it to him. "Come on, try my skill in grilling fish." Before the food, Zorro suddenly forgot what he had just asked. Reached out to take the grilled fish, and bit down regardless of the hot bite, then a small wheatish face was full of happiness and contentment. "It's delicious. It's better than the grilled fish I've eaten in the store." "Hey, right, my skill in grilling fish is amazing." Ron's delicate little face was full of triumph. It seems that compared to being praised for swordsmanship, praise for his skill in grilling fish makes him happy and proud. After the two ate and drank enough, the sky went completely dark. Hiccup. Little Zorro fell backwards, touching his bulging belly. "It's so full, I can't eat any more." Ron took out a small can of wine from the system space while he wasn't paying attention, and sat there drinking. This scene was seen by Zorro, who was lying on the ground and touching his stomach. He curiously asked, "Ron, what are you drinking?" "Liquor." "That's wine? Is it good?" Zorro sat up all of a sudden, staring at the can of Ron in his hand. "Okay. Then give me a drink too. I have never had it before." Zorro stared at him with eyes full of light. Ron was generous, reaching out and handing him the wine jar. Zorro took it expectantly, first sniffed it, and then took a sip with both hands. "Ahem, it's spicy." Little Zorro blushed, sticking out his tongue. "Where is this stuff delicious?" "Ha ha." Ron smiled and took the wine can in his hand, picked up Rakery, who was lying on the grass next to him, and stood up. "Zorro, let me tell you a word." "What?" With his tongue sticking out, Zorro looked at him with a fan. "Swordsman, you have to have pride in your heart to become stronger. Wine is what makes people proud. So, if you want to become a great swordsman, you have to learn to drink." Ron said with a mouthful of flickers. But his words made Zorro's eyes widen slightly. After Ron left, Zorro stared at the fire in front of him, muttering to himself. Drinking can be proud of. Swordsman's heart can only become stronger if he is proud. Could it be that Ron is so good because of drinking? The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became, as if he had discovered some great secret. Night. Koshiro enjoyed a leisurely tea-tasting time in the house, and the door was opened instantly. Zoro rushed in and shouted at him. "Curator, do you have any wine? From today I will drink too." Koshiro looked dumbfounded. P.S. Happy New Year. Chapter 22. Time flies. 1 month later. In a mountain forest early in the morning. When Ron and Kuina were exercising their basic strengths, Ron suddenly said, "Kuina, do you want to leave this island and take a look?" Kuina was startled when she heard the words. Leaving this island? She hasn't thought about it now, or she doesn't seem to have even been out of this village so far. At this moment, after hearing Ron's words, she lowered her head and thought about it, then looked at Ron and nodded firmly and said, "I want to fight powerful people, and then become stronger. If I don't leave this island, I will always won't be the strongest swordsman." "I understand what you think." Ron smiled, then said nothing more. Although I don't know if her destiny will be changed because of the arrival of her own butterfly, but sure enough, she shouldn't just die like that. "Ron, are you planning to leave this island?" Kuina couldn't help asking. Ron shook his head, "Not yet. For now." Kuina murmured softly. "Can't bear me." Ron's words with a smile instantly made Kuina's face flushed. "Stupid, stupid. Nope. I'm just worried that I can beat you before you leave." "Ha ha. Do not laugh." Kuina became angry and slammed the stone bell in her hand at him. Ron didn't even look at it, turned his head to avoid it, and said casually, "Or, you go out to sea with me." A flash of light flashed in Kuina's eyes, as if a little moved, but Ron didn't notice. After the two practiced for a while, the day went 3 times, and the summer was scorching. The two sat in the shade under the tree. Ron was lying down while Kuina was sitting. Looked from Ron's eyes. The figure of the girl with short blue hair in front of her has gradually become contoured, and she no longer looks like a tomboy. Ron's heart moved, and he asked, "By the way, Kuina, is there a sharpening stone in the gym? I want to use it." Although Kuina was a little strange, she nodded and said, "Yes, it's in the warehouse, I'll take you to get it." Good. The two went to the warehouse together. Kuina went to the second floor to fetch the heavy whetstone. As soon as she got the whetstone and was about to come down from the second floor, Kuina slipped on her feet inexplicably, and she fell down the stairs in an instant. Before Kuina was in the air, a thought suddenly appeared in her mind. Am I dying? Just when she was about to fall to the ground and die, she was held firmly by both hands. Ron's solemn voice rang in her ears. "Be careful." Kuina woke up instantly. When he realized that he was caught by Ron, lying in his arms at the moment. She only realized afterwards, a lot of cold sweat broke out behind her back, her face was pale, and she was extremely afraid. Ron put her down. Neither of them could speak. The warehouse was quiet for a while. Thank you for saving me." Kuina was the first to speak to break the silence, her tone full of fear. It was the first time she was so close to death. Ron didn't know what to say at this time. I'm going back first." After putting down the whetstone, Kuina hurriedly left the warehouse. After she left, Ron looked at the whetstone removed next to him, and thought to himself. My proposal advances the accident she would have encountered and changed her destiny, or does it mean that my proposal caused her to encounter this accident? In fact, her destiny has not changed. We have to observe for a while. The next 2 months. Ron is honing his swordsmanship and physique, and he is paying attention to Kuina's movements. Since that distress, she seems to have encountered no more danger. And because of that encounter, Her swordsmanship seemed to have a new insight, and she seemed to have been able to find the position of the power, and she was one step short of reaching the realm of the sword power. This day, when Ron passed by, Kuina happened to face Zoro with a real sword. After defeating Zoro, Kuina smiled at her, "Take 2 knives very heavy, so I won in 2002. Damn it." Zoro was extremely unwilling. Ron left without moving, his steps briskly. Night. Ron sat in the dark warehouse with the famous knife rakery and the sharpening stone in front of him. In the darkness, his eyes became brighter. System, list my current attributes. OK. Host, Ron. Age, 9 years old. Blood value. Master degree of the breathing method of the day, 24%. Kendo, the realm of situation, Xiaochang. Weapon, 21 great knife rakery. It's been almost half a year since I came to the gym. I am afraid that the sword will not be able to improve much in the near future, and it lacks real combat training. Wait for the other kinds of breathing methods accompanying swordsmanship and the Ishin flow / taught by the curator to understand. After getting acquainted, I should also consider going to the next place. Ron thought to himself. With the sign-in system, he is destined to be a traveler in this world, and he will not be in one place for a long time. Chapter 23. Are you going to leave? Koshiro looked at the black-haired boy sitting in front of him with a slight surprise, but soon calmed down. He touched his chin and nodded, "Yes, there is really nothing in this gym that can teach you any more. Go out and fight the strong, maybe it is correct for you. When do you plan to leave?" Early winter. Ron Kaido, it's about 3 months before early winter. Early winter. Koshiro looked at him and smiled, "I remember that you also came to our dojo last winter, and almost a year has passed in a blink of an eye." Ron will never forget the guidance and teachings he received in the dojo this year. Ron said seriously. Koshiro was also relieved and smiled, "I am also very happy to have a disciple like you. Maybe soon, I will be able to hear your name resounding across the sea." Koshiro said slightly sternly. "Ron, I don't know what kind of person you want to be in the future, whether you are a pirate or a marine, I don't care about it. But I want to tell you, Ron, since you are a swordsman, you must have something to hold in your heart. Only when your heart is firm and clear, and what you do will never go against your heart, so that you can excite yourself as a swordsman in your chest. You are so heroic and determined as a rock. Only with your slashing blows can there be nothing unbreakable, nothing unbreakable. Things to hold on." Ron was startled. Koshiro's expression returned to his former gentleness, and smiled at him. "It's not so easy to find the things that I hold on to my heart. I also spent a lot of effort at the beginning. I was confused for a long time before I found what I really wanted to hold on. You are still young, don't worry, you are seeing the sea. After the vastness and all kinds of people, they will naturally understand." Ron nodded faintly, remembering what he had said. The two walked out the door. Koshiro suddenly remembered something and turned to look at him. "By the way, if you leave in winter, there will probably not be too many ships on this island. You might as well wait until the early spring, when I should have friends here. How about an island resupply, then I will let them take you away." After thinking for a while, Ron nodded to him. "Good. Soon. Time flies." A few months passed, and the winter solstice and spring came. It's the beginning of the spring again. Ron is 10 years old. Before he left, the news that he was leaving did not know when it spread to the gym. Zoro was shocked when he heard it, and immediately ran to find Ron. In the backyard full of sakura flowers, Ron was found waving a huge stone bell. He is a lot taller than before, but he still looks small. The figure is very well proportioned, the muscles under the thin white exercise clothes are not very obvious, but the lines are very beautiful, full of vitality and vitality. Only his enemies can know what terrifying power this small body is full of. Ron, are you leaving? Zoro stared at Ron and asked straightforwardly. Okay. Ron didn't look back. Leave tomorrow. Zoro gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Why? Why do you want to leave in such a hurry? Ron didn't speak. Before leaving, with me. Zoro trembled, clenched his fists and yelled at Ron, who was facing his back, compare with me. After he knew the separation, if he wanted to meet in the vast ocean, he didn't know how long it would take. Ron waved the huge stone bell and stopped. He turned his head, looked at Zoro and smiled. Okay. In this competition, the two used ordinary real swords from the gym. Ron held the knife in one hand. Zoro is holding a knife in both hands, holding a knife in his mouth, posing a knife style, looking a bit reluctantly struggling. Is this your three-sword style? Ron looked at him and smiled, I don't seem to be skilled yet. Wow, long-winded. Zoro bit the hilt of the knife and stared at Ron. Come on. Ron motioned for him to shoot first. Zoro is also not polite. He knows that his strength is below Ron. If he doesn't go all out in the beginning, he might lose out soon. Immediately stepped on his foot and rushed towards Ron. Keng. The moment the blades meet, Zoro's eyes widened in an instant, he seemed to hit an extremely hard, unshakable wall of steel. The attack of the three knives was lightly blocked, no matter how hard Zoro tried, the knives remained motionless. The physique needs to be strengthened, Zoro. Ron smiled at Zoro in front of him, then swiped his long knife in his hand. The speed is so fast that Zoro can't see the blade at all. The three knives in his hands and mouth were all knocked out. Zoro stood in front of Ron with trembling hands, his eyes dull. Although he hates to understand that there is a big gap between his strength and Ron. But I didn't expect it to be so big. At all. There is no backhand. Zoro clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, tears rolling in his eye sockets. See you in the sea from now on, Zoro. Ron walked past him with a knife. Zoro raised his arm and drew it horizontally in front of his eyes. Not reconciled. Why is he still so weak after a year? When Ron was about to walk out of this yard, Zoro's voice rang behind him. Next time, the next time I meet on the sea, I won't be so weak anymore. Ron, I will definitely surpass you. Ron just paused in his footsteps and said nothing. P.S. Please evaluate and collect flowers. Begging for a monthly pass at the beginning of the month. Chapter 24. The next day, an apprentice ran into the gym in a hurry, and shouted as soon as he got started. Master, there is a man with a big face at the outer door. Koshiro, who was instructing his disciple swordsmanship, immediately reacted upon hearing this and said with a smile, it seems that they are here. Go and call Ron over. Oh, yes. Koshiro walked out of the gym with Ron, who had packed his bags and carried the famous knife rakery. Yo, Koshiro, long time no see. Outside the gymnasium, a tall man with a huge face, an unusually large dark purple explosion, and a pretty weird person waved at Koshiro. Ron confirmed his identity the first time he saw him. The Cotter of the Revolutionary Army, the hormonal fruit ability, Emporio Ivankov, nicknamed the strongest SE King. He glanced at Koshiro next to him. He didn't expect that the friend he was talking about would be a Cotter of the Revolutionary Army. Koshiro and Ron walked up to Ivankov. What is this kid? Ivankov looked down at Ron and asked curiously. My disciple at the gym, Ron, this time I plan to take him out to sea with your boat. Koshiro smiled. Such a little kid is going to sea? Koshiro, you're kidding. Ivankov opened his eyes wide, his expression exaggerated, in disbelief. Compared to his huge body, Ron is so small and pitiful, not as tall as the diameter of his head. Haha, I'm not kidding. Although Ron is young, he is definitely not weak. Koshiro smiled. Is it? Ivankov looked at Ron with suspicion. Forget it, for the sake of your face, I'll take him for a ride. I promised in advance that I will put him off the boat on the next island. I don't care whether it is alive or dead. No problem. Anyway, is the food supply on your ship ready? Do you need me? Of course it is necessary, otherwise you think I made a special trip to find you for what? Ivankov opened his eyes wide. Koshiro touched his head and said helplessly, when I go back, I will ask the apprentice to deliver the food. After Koshiro left, Ivankov looked down at Ron. Boy, how old is it? I don't need to tell you. Ron turned his head. The look of this guy is really disgusting. Wow, ha ha ha, it's a kid with personality. Ivankov laughed. Now, do you want to be a ladyboy? Never. Two people, one large and one small, walked in tandem. Behind a tree behind. Kuina carefully followed behind with her suitcase and the text of Hideo. Dusk. Inside the gym. Has the food been delivered? Koshiro looked at the apprentices in front of him. All sent. Koshiro nodded. Not good. Master. An urgent shout came from outside the door, and then a disciple hurried in. What's wrong? Kuina is gone. Holding a letter in his hand, the disciple yelled to Koshiro anxiously. Koshiro and the other apprentices suddenly changed their faces. What did you say? On the coast. Just when the gym was boiling because of Kuina's sudden departure. Kuina was about to sneak behind the giant-faced ladyboy and Ron, and slipped onto the big ship in front of her, but just when she was about to board, a huge face appeared in front of him. Wow! Kuina was taken aback and almost fell into the sea. Fortunately, Ivankov reached out and grabbed her and pulled her onto the deck. Ron couldn't help but be surprised when he saw her, Kuina. When Kuina saw Ron, her eyes were overjoyed, and she hurried to his side. Hearing the name Kuina, Ivankov seemed to think of something. You, I remember, I met you, you are Koshiro's daughter. Wait, why does Koshiro's daughter appear here? Kuina looked at Ron and said, I have already decided, I want to go to sea with you too. Didn't it make an appointment last time? Last time, an appointment. Ron was taken aback, then reacted. Could it be that what she said casually last time was regarded as a promise by her? He smiled wryly in his heart. The curator must blame himself now. As if seeing his worry, Kuina smiled and said, Relax, I have left a note for my father so that he doesn't have to worry about it. As soon as her voice fell, the phone worm in Ivankov's arms rang pero. Just connected. Koshiro's eager voice immediately sounded from it. Ivankov, is Kuina on your boat? Kuina's expression suddenly froze. Ivankov glanced at her and handed her the phone worm. Ron also said, no matter what you plan to do, it's better to make it clear to the curator. After Kuina answered the phone bug, she walked aside and talked with Koshiro. Ivankov, why don't you sail yet? The leader is still waiting for us on the Goa Kingdom. Wearing a white kagong suit, Haku, a tall Murloc karate master, walked over. Seeing Ron and Kuina beside him, Haku was taken aback. Who are these two brats? One is Koshiro's disciple, and the other is Koshiro's daughter. It seems that I want to go out to sea with us. Ivankov said. Oh? How about that? Let them disembark immediately. Haku frowned. Ivankov opened his hand at him, I'm afraid it won't work. I have promised Koshiro to take them out to sea. What else does Haku want to say? Ivankov blinked and smiled at him, don't worry. Just take them off this island, and I will let them go on the next island. What? Haku sighed and said helplessly, "It's up to you, don't disturb us." Of course. Chapter 25. The other side. Kuina and Koshiro conversation is over. Her face happy for Ron laughed, "I agree with my father went to see." Koshiro agreed to it. Ivankov micro surprised, took the phone worm, not hang up. "This really is an accident Koshiro, I did not expect you so advice to her daughter who turned out to be willing to let her out to sea." "No way, since her mind is made up, I am not good to continue to stop." Koshiro's slightly helpless voice came from the other end, and she followed Ron, "I can rest assured that a little point." Ron. "What this boy?" Ivankov glanced at Ron. "Look. I did not expect that Shimatsuki Koshiro believed that this child could be so. Could there really is nothing special?" "Ivankov, look on my face, the two of them to please you." Ivankov scratched his hair and said, "I did not think that there is never please people Shimatsuki Koshiro please, since this way, no way. Before sending them to the next island, I will take the responsibility to take care of these two guys." "Thank you." I heard the beeps. Ivankov put away the phone worm, red helmsman there shouted, "Boys, set sail." Aboard the ship Revolutionary Army transport of goods, slowly open away from the island. Ron and Kuina soon, or so many members of the Revolutionary Armed Forces interested in this boat. "You are called Ron is not it, how old?" A young woman dressed in black robes squatted in front of Ron looked at him and smiles. 10. Ron turned, some not good to deal with this situation. "What 10 years old, we have a, really cute little brother, right, sister can call me what?" "Oh, can give you candy." Young woman looked at him, his face looking forward road. "No." Ron looked over his road. "Haha, Yuli was rejected." The next person up with laughter. "It is called Yali." Young woman does not flare up, followed by the crowd laughed together. At this time, a sharp-eyed man saw Ron's back rakery, fretting eyes, and said, "Ron Small, that knife in your back, lend me look at it." Ron looked at him, Zion Jibuxiang said. "Oral what road?" I declined, dot. "Ha ha ha, this guy Nell also been rejected?" "Ha ha." Not far from the deck. Ivankov dressed in a black robe and Haku stand together. "What saw it?" "The boys' gas is very general." Ron looked at Haku road crowd. "You do not feel it?" Haku road glanced Ivankov. "I just think his vitality seems very unusual, though not carefully measured, but certainly to be many times higher than average." Ivankov seriously said. "And Koshiro believe his strength, the boy's strength perhaps even stronger than we thought." "A 10-year-old kid, how strong can be strong again, forget about those troubles, took him to the next island on OK." Haku arms folded, looking away road. "To guide the message over there not?" "No, not yet." "In short, or speed, rush to the kingdom Gaia it as soon as possible." "You do not say." 2 days later. After Ron and Kuina the novelty had worn off, the boat people in turn began to busy with their own. Ron and Kuina also have the time and space to do some exercise on board. This day. After Ron Dangzia Kuina a vertical cut, a little surprised to see her. "Kuina, have you stepped into the realm of power?" "Hey hey." Kuina laughed and said. "You can't always be left behind by you. Accept the move." Just as Kuina was pursuing the victory, there was a sharp piercing sound in the air. Ron's eyes condensed. I stepped on it, and my figure flashed. Coming to the side of the deck, holding rakery in his right hand, looking at the rapidly flying cannonball in the air, he slashed in the air from left to right. The breath of water, the shape of one, the water surface slash. Murloc karate, one punch. A condensed line, the aqua blue sword cutting energy and a fierce punching force flew out at the same time, smashing the cannonball in the air. Boom. The sound exploded in the air. Okay. Haku, who kept his punching posture, turned his head and saw Ron, who was retracting his sword and returning to its sheath. His eyes widened in an instant. The slash just now was done by this little devil. The members of the Revolutionary Army on the side reacted and shouted. There is an enemy attack. A pirate ship in the distance on the sea gradually approached. Green smoke came from the muzzle of the earthen muzzle. After taking a look, Ron said to Kuina, "Let's go back. They are pirates, don't you need to fight them?" Kuina was a little surprised. "We don't need to make a move." Ron walked towards the house with Kuina. Haku glanced at his back. "What's wrong?" Ivankov took a few members of the Revolutionary Army and ran onto the deck. A revolutionary man in a black robe said to him, "I was spotted by a pirate ship. Do you think we are fishing boats?" Ivankov akimbo, looks at the pirate ship and smiles. Little East Blue pirate, really bold. At this time, another cannon sound came from the pirate ship. Haku jumped up. "Kick that shell into the sea with one kick." With a bang, the sea exploded. Ivankov looked at Hakuda. "Give it to you." Haku said nothing, just jumped into the sea. In a short while, there was chaos on the pirate ship and was suppressed by Haku alone. After a while, Haku returned to the boat and sat on the deck, carrying his drenched clothes. "Thanks for your hard work." Ivankov walked up to him and said, "I'm miserable." Haku said suddenly. Ivankov was startled when he heard the words. The boy named Ron is stronger than I thought. He was the first to notice the first shell, and it was also his slash that hit the shell with my punch." Haku said solemnly. "What?" Ivankov was taken aback. "That boy. You said that the boy smashed the shell in the air with a slash. How could it be possible? He's just a 10-year-old boy." "I know it's incredible, but it's true." Haku looked at him seriously. "That kid named Ron is really strong." Ivankov was speechless. "P.S. Ask for an evaluation of the collection of flowers, ask for a monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. In addition to today's 5 chapters, one more chapter will be added in the evening." Chapter 26. Night. The big moon hangs in the night sky, and the sea is sprinkled with silver light. On the deck, 2 small figures lay on the railing, looking at the stars and the sea at night. "Ron, how long have we been out?" Kuina asked softly, lying on the railing. "It's been almost 5 days." Ron leaned back against the railing, looked up at the starry sky and said, "It's only 5 days, I thought it was a long time. Father and Zoro should be okay." Kuina looked at the sea in the distance, and missed the gym a bit. She turned to look at Ron and asked, "Where is your hometown, Ron?" "I do not know either." Ron looked at the starry sky above his head. He stretched out his hand and said softly, "Maybe it's in a place as far away as a star." Kuina looked at his profile for a long time. When Ron turned his head, he immediately looked away and changed the subject. "By the way, your slash today, has it reached the state of mind?" Ron shook his head. "No. It looks like it has reached a state of mind, but it doesn't actually exist. It's just the effect of swordsmanship combined with breathing techniques." "Can breathing techniques be used with swordsmanship?" Kuina was a little surprised. She also learned some superficial breathing methods with Ron. Hearing what she said, Ron was even more stunned. "Didn't I tell you?" Kuina's cheeks bulged. After thinking for a while, Ron chuckled at her. "It seems that I forgot to tell you." 2 days later, the ship arrived at an island. While taking Kuina off the ship, Ron saw several familiar figures. The leader of the Revolutionary Army in black, long. Bartholomew Kuma is extremely tall. They are. Long looked at Ron and Kuina. Under that gaze, Ron instantly felt a sense of oppression that he had never felt before. Very strong. He is definitely hundreds of times stronger than he is now. Ron judged the difference in strength between the two in an instant. It's Koshiro's apprentice and daughter, please. Ivankov and Long explained the ins and outs of the matter. Long nodded, that's it, I understand. He looked at Ron and Kuina and said, we have also received a lot of care from Koshiro. Now this island is a bit dangerous. If you want, you can follow our boat to the next island. Danger. Ivankov was taken aback, and then reacted, looking at Long with a heavy expression, and asked, did the Goya kingdom decide what to do? The dragon nodded, they decided to burn down the entire slum. What? The members of the revolutionary army behind Ivankov were shocked, and then they all showed anger. That group of nobles. A young revolutionary army man in a black robe clenched his fists and gritted his teeth bitterly. We can no longer change this country, but at least we can save some more lives. This is our goal this time. Longshen said. Holding the hand of Hidei, Kuina noticed the change in atmosphere, leaned against Ron and asked softly. It seems that something terrible is going to happen on this island, shall we disembark on this island? Ron didn't speak, he squeezed his chin, thinking in secret. If he remembers correctly. The fire in the slums of the Goa kingdom happened when the kings Luffy, Ace and Sabo were young. It was also the cause of Sabo's despair of the nobles, leaving home and going to sea, and eventually being nearly killed by celestial dragons. The current Goya kingdom is absolutely dangerous. There might be some risks with Kuina. While he was thinking, revolutionary cotters such as Long and Bartholomew Kuma also learned from Ivankov and Haku that the 10-year-old boy with black hair and a knife was unusual. Many eyes cast a curious look at him. That knife, could it be the famous knife handed down from the ancestors of Wanakuni Shimatsuki's family? A middle-aged swordsman in a black robe in the revolutionary army looked at the Hideo in Kuina's hand and said in surprise. This knife is a treasure worth at least 10 million baileys. Koshiro would let her daughter go out to sea with this knife. Isn't she afraid of losing it? 21 jobs with a sharp knife. A companion next to him was a little surprised when he heard the words, and then pointed to Rakuri on Ron's back and asked. Then, what about the one on the boy's back? The swordsman looked intently. He didn't see any doorway just by looking at the hilt. He moved slightly and walked around behind Ron. After seeing the white scabbard entwined by the golden thunder pattern, he inhaled a cold breath, his pupils shrinking. How is this possible? Everyone was startled by his voice, and they all looked at him. Korf, what's the matter? Long asked. No, nothing. I just saw the knife on the boy's back and I was a little surprised. Korf hurries Kaido. Knife. Ivankov, Haku, and others looked at the knife on Ron's back. What's so strange about that knife? Chapter 27. If I'm right. Korf's eyes fiercely looked at Rakuri on Ron's back. That knife should have disappeared in the world for hundreds of years. It is one of the 21 jobs of the big knife. It is known as the famous knife that can sever thunder, Rakuri. Everyone in the revolutionary army was shocked. Even Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma glanced at the knife behind Ron a little more. I didn't expect this knife to show up again. Korf couldn't help rubbing his hands, his eyes were eager. Ivankov stepped forward and stood behind Ron, blocking his vision, bending over and saying, Korf, don't hit Ron boy with the idea of a knife. I'm not thinking about it. I just want to look at it a few more times. This is a famous sword that has disappeared for hundreds of years. A famous sword is like a peerless beauty to a swordsman. How could it be impossible not to look at it? Korf hurriedly said. Ron. Kuina pulled Ron's sleeve, or we'd better disembark here. Ron recovered from his thoughts. After hearing what she said, he was taken aback for a moment, and then nodded, well then, just disembark here. He turned to look at Long, Ivankov, and others and said, we still decided to disembark here. Ron boy. Since you have decided, we won't keep you. The dragon looked at Ron and said. On this island, it's better to be careful. Ron nodded. Just when he took Koana off the boat and was about to leave, the bear in the black robe walked in front of the two of them. Koana looked at the huge bear in front of him and couldn't help leaning against Ron. The bear bent down and placed a few candies on the huge bear's paw spread out in front of Ron. Ron was startled. Is it for us? The bear nodded. Sure enough, he is a gentle person. Ron couldn't help thinking. But immediately thinking of what happened to him in the future, he couldn't help being silent again. After taking the candies from him and thanking him, Ron took Koana into the forest on the coast. The bear raised his hand and waved at them. Ivankov watched the scene and smiled with arms akimbo. The bear, as expected, still likes to be close to children as always. Mountain forest. Where are we going now? Koana asked Ron. Goya Kingdom. Goya Kingdom. The moment Ron stepped into this country, the system reminder sounded in his mind for a long time. Check the host where the Goya Kingdom is located, and meet the sign-in conditions. Do you sign in? Sign in. After signing in, get a sign-in reward, chi and blood plus 10. Ron waited for a long time, but he didn't hear any more prompts from the system. His face suddenly went dark. That's it? What's wrong? Koana, who was eating a kebab, turned to look at him. Nothing. A smile squeezed into Ron's face. Really, that's good. Koana didn't pay much attention. She looked at the surrounding houses and streets with envy and said, it's really beautiful here, the streets are spotless, and the air seems to be filled with flowers. It's completely different from Shimatsuki town. It's just appearance. Ron said flatly. Koana was startled. You will understand in a while. It won't take a while. When Koana asked for directions to a dignified, decent, and kind-looking old man who was asked about his identity and found out that Koana was not a local nobleman, she had a black face and called the street guards indifferently to chase her away. Koana immediately understood the meaning of Ron's words. The place that looks glamorous, in fact, reveals the unbearable stench of nobility everywhere. Do you think this place is better than Shimatsuki town now? When Ron and Koana were chased by a group of heavy armored guards, he smiled at Koana. Absolutely not. Koana shouted. Shimatsuki town is definitely 100 times better than here. When crossing a street, Ron accidentally caught a glimpse of a yellow-haired boy wearing a goggles, hat, and tuxedo by the side of the road, rushing in one direction anxiously. Ron recognized him at a glance. One of Wang Luffy's two older brothers. Sabo from a noble family. But at this moment, Sabo was suddenly caught by a few noble guards who also appeared in the street behind him and in front of him, and fell to the ground, struggling desperately. Let go of me. I have to go. I have to save them both. Sabo struggled desperately. The guards held him mercilessly. Ron watched this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his feet stopped. Koana, wait for me outside the city first. Huh. Koana hasn't reacted yet. I saw the city guards chasing them behind him and grabbed Ron. But it caught nothing. Next second, a powerful fist hit his abdomen, instantly causing him to turn up Byakugan, fainted and fell to the ground. I will come to you later. Ron glanced at Koana. Koana nodded, I understand. Although it is not clear what Ron is going to do, she chooses to trust Ron unconditionally. After Koana left. Give the boss to. Damn it's kid. The city guards took up their weapons and hit Ron in front of them. Ron flickered. For a time, the shadows continued. A few seconds later, these tall and burly city guards all fell to the ground with Byakugans faint. P.S. Add one more chapter. The monthly ticket for the evaluation of flowers is launched, and will continue to be added. Chapter 28. The Other Side of the Street. A middle-aged nobleman, surrounded by his servants, walked up to the suppressed Sabo, looking down at him who was struggling desperately, and said, "Follow me back." "No. I'm going to save Luffy and Ace." Sabo shouted. "Stupid, how could I have a stupid son like you, who would treat two untouchables as friends? You are tainting the blood of the nobles in your body." Sabo's father, Outlook 3, looked at him angrily. "From today on, those untouchables, and the rubbish, dirty slums will no longer exist." As his words fell, flames gradually rose on the other side of the city. "No, no, no, no." His pupils shrank sharply, and Sabo was struggling desperately with tears on his face, but was held tightly by him. "Take him back to me." Alteruk 3 turned around on crutches, and held the brim of his hat. Boom! 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 Several falling heavy objects accompanied by screams sounded behind him. Outlook 3 turned his head suspiciously. The senior guards who had captured Sabo were all knocked to the ground, lying on the ground all around, turning over Byakugan and fainting. A black-haired boy with a long knife in his white practice clothes and wooden clogs stood in front of Sabo. "You, who are you? What did you do?" Outlook 3 couldn't help taking a step back. With tears on his face, Sabo also stared blankly at Ron, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Ron bent down, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up, then smiled at the dazed Alteruk 3. The son of a nobleman, he should be able to sell a lot of money. After finishing speaking, he stepped down a bit, carrying Sabo about his size, and dashed towards the distance, and disappeared at the end of the street in a blink of an eye. Wait till then. Only then did Outlook 3 react. "Isn't this kidnapping? What a brave kidnapper who kidnapped his son in front of him." Alteruk 3 trembled with anger, not because Sabo was kidnapped and angry, but because his son was in front of himself, which was too detrimental to the face of his nobleman. Wait for Ron to take Sabo to the outside of the city. As soon as he put down Sabo, Sabo crawled aside and threw up. Kuina walked over and looked at Sabo curiously and asked, "He is? The son of a nobleman was taken captive by me." Ron chuckled. Kuina was stunned after hearing the words, "Huh." After Sabo vomited, he finally recovered, and said with a face full of fear, "Almost thought I was going to die." He got up, looked at Ron gratefully and said, "Although I don't know who you are, thank you for helping me escape. My name is Sabo, and I will never forget this kindness." He was still very smart, and he could see that Ron was helping him. When Kuina heard what he said, she became more confused. "He took you away, and you thank him in turn? Is this a nobleman?" "Don't thank me, but you, there should be things to do," Ron reminded. Sabo woke up suddenly, turned his head and saw the fire in the sky over there. His expression became extremely worried. "Luffy, Ace." After Sabo hurriedly thanked Ron, he immediately ran towards that side. "Let's go too," Ron said to Kuina. Kuina nodded. Ron took Kuina and walked in a different direction from Sabo. Although knowing that Ace and Wang Luffy are currently experiencing a major crisis, Ron has no plans to help them. "I can't die anyway. Helping Sabo, it just happened to happen, so I changed the plot and took a look. We are walking in this direction now. Where are we going?" Kuina asked. "Go and take a look at Windmill Town," Ron said. "That is the hometown of the protagonist. He plans to go there to see if he can stimulate the sign-in conditions again. By the way, this island, Ron, have you been here? It seems to be quite familiar." Kuina asked curiously. "For it?" Ron can't tell her that he has a map in his mind. When the two arrived at Windmill Town, it started to rain. The flames in the sky over there were gradually extinguished by the rain. It means that everything that happened there has come to an end. Kuina knows nothing, but Ron knows it all. The confrontation between the nobles and the common people, the injustice and trampling of life, the mixing of justice and evil, have formed this country that looks beautiful and bright, but is dirty behind it. This country is the epitome of the whole pirate world. Even the dragon cannot change this country now. Is this the windmill town? Kuina saw several huge windmills ahead. Ron nodded, just about to say something. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Dip, it is detected that the host is located in Windmill Town, and the sign-in conditions are met. Do you sign in? Ron's eyes were suddenly happy. Sign in. Sign in is successful, get sign-in reward, vitality plus 10. Get the sign-in reward, permanently bind the buff. The true meaning of tempering. Permanent buff? Ron was startled. Before he had time to study it carefully, the rain in the sky suddenly became heavy. He had to quickly take Kuina to find shelter from the rain. Chapter 29. The two found a shop with lights on in Windmill Town, which was a pub. Ron took Kuina into it. Welcome, huh? Two little ghosts? Go and go, our family doesn't do business with children. The shop guy's face changed quickly. Ron directly took out a few gold coins from his arms and threw them to him. We will stay here for one night. After confirming that the gold coins were genuine, the shop assistant changed his face again, with a smile on his face. If you just stay one night, then it's okay. Ron led Kuina to the corner table and sat down. After a while, the shopkeeper brought some food and juice. Ron, where did your gold coins come from? Kuina looked at him curiously and asked. She has never seen gold coins on Ron. There shouldn't be a place for gold coins in his thin white practice clothes. Where did he get them? Is it stealing? How is this possible? Where did that come from? It must be my own, it's just put it somewhere you can't see it before. Ron took a sip of juice. Unseen place. Kuina didn't know what was thinking in her mind. Her face flushed suddenly. She hurriedly lowered her head, drinking the juice, and stopped asking. Ron drank the juice while his mind sank to the introduction of the permanent buff's attributes. True meaning of hard work: as long as you work hard, you can get twice the result with half the effort. Host is serious about one thing and works hard to activate this buff and get more results with half the effort. Do you double the results of your training? Ron somewhat understood the effect of this permanent buff. Take him practicing swordsmanship as an example. Practicing swordsmanship for one day, you can get 10 swordsmanship experience points. But now if this buff can be activated, practicing swordsmanship for half a day, you can get 20 swordsmanship experience points. It's a useful buff. If you can make good use of it, it can greatly speed up my growth. Ron thought to himself, somewhat pleased. Ron. Kuina's soft call made him come back to his senses. What's wrong? Ron looked up at her first. Kuina lowered her head and said in a low voice. The people at that table seem to have been looking at us. Ron moved his gaze to realize that it was indeed the case. The 4 people at the table had tattoos on their shoulders and faces, and the brawny guys who were drinking were whispering to each other, chuckles from time to time, and cast their eyes to them. That gaze seemed to be looking at 2 lambs to be slaughtered. Ron's eyes instantly went cold. It seemed that he had noticed his gaze, and the 4 of them looked at each other. Then a bald head with a fierce face, wearing a vest and bulging muscles, stood up and walked towards the side. Go to the table of the 2. He slapped the table, leaned closer to Ron, and said fiercely. Boy, what are you looking at? Do you know who this uncle is? Believe it or not, Laozi dug out your eyes. That kid is over, he actually provokes the guy Lut. I heard that he was a member of the SIG bandit group before. He didn't provoke him either, didn't he? Just glanced at it. I think that guy Rout is eyeing his money. The people at the next table whispered. Ron glanced at the fierce bald head in front of him, then looked at the opposite Kuina and said, "Do you want to practice your hands?" Kuina was startled first, then her eyes glowed, and she nodded sharply at him. The bald head Rudd's head burst into blue veins, and the three companions at the table impatiently said, "Isn't it all right, Rudd? It's just two little ghosts. Does it take so long? Hurry up and let them take out all the money. Laozi doesn't need you to say it." Bald Root said, annoyed, and then with a fierce look, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Ron with his indifferent face. The guy in the tavern leaned forward with a cold sweat on his face. "Well, Mr. Root, it's better not to be rough in the tavern, otherwise I will be scolded by the elder sister again. Go away. I must teach this defiant kid today." Bald Root passed him and continued to grab Ron. "Ken!" accompanied by a clear sound of unsheathing. Bald Root grabbed the black-haired boy's hand and stopped in mid-air. In the eyes of everyone in the tavern, a long, cold knife hit the neck of the bald head named Lut. And the one holding the handle. It was the girl with the slender figure and short blue hair. Kuina glanced sharply at the Bald Root with cold sweat on her forehead. "One step forward, don't blame me for being impolite." Bald Root looked at the cold light reflected on the blade, couldn't help swallowing, and took a few steps back. Chapter 30. And so after a knife attack range. I'm surprised. He wiped the perspiration from his forehead, and the next second look up instantly becomes fierce. "Brothers, Chao Jiahuo." Table in front of that table 3 kickstand, remove their weapons, went Bald Beirut side. "I dare to blade relative to really have a big dare. Is now playing for real, good. If today you do not take lessons from these two little devils, I had Beirut's name on the reverse right. Give me." Bald Root picked up a sword to cut off North Korea Kuina. Kuina some excitement, after Ron said you do not intervene, he carrying a road and text, right on 4. Other guests in the pub or panic to leave or retire far, for fear of accidentally the innocent. Also some spectacular and gloat. Bald Root real thing, those two little guys finished. Pub guys at the moment looking at the broken table and chair, his face despair. Finished, which should be under Makino's sister Macy, Zaya's Hideaju not let the two of them came in. After a while. Contrary to everyone's surprise pub. That short blue-haired girl, face for handheld weapons, far more than the size of her adult man's siege, even in no significant wind. Even by its successive cut in with a knife blade. A man down. They fall. Root Yingja a vertical split head, his hands trembling drama, almost cannot hold weapons. Do not make jokes. He was covered in cold sweat fly. This is a little girl that some effort it? What? The third companion screams, fell in the head around Beirut. You got left of the. And a channel carrying text, did not significantly Kuina tired of looking at the color rudder said optical head. He was covered in cold sweat fly, could not help but back. Sudden. He saw himself not far from the left-hand side, and that the name of the girl together brunette boy is drinking juice, eating something, as if he did not pay attention here. His mind instantly flashed a thought. Immediately Foot Yi Deng, walked toward the boy. Oh, Beirut, is to seize her companion. That girl though powerful, but as long as Kinzu her companion, she was not good enough and then shot. Good despicable means. This is the group of bandits has been Routseeger, things already despicable. This time they want to have bad luck. Not far from them we're talking about. But there is one person noticed the sword Kuina. Hey, that girl how to recover a knife in a scabbard. Give up the struggle of it? Okay. Ron heard movement turned it seems. It was noted that it was too late. Succeeded. Root out the big bald excited grasping him. Next second. A small fist in his eyes, and quickly zoom in, occupy the entire field of vision. Boom. throughout his big face directly that little fist smashing fall into the trap. The people's tall body to be far more than the speed of inverted out, among heavy hit into the wall, life and death, I do not know. Witnessed the scene in the tavern owner big mouth, eyes almost scared to pop out. Actually laid his head hit Beirut fly? Ron back fist, little face full of calm, as if nothing had happened. Pub. Everyone stared at the two people on that table blankly. Just now. The girl with short blue hair, holding a real sword, dealt with 4 brawny men with weapons alone, and defeated 3 in a row. And the boy who looked almost 9 or 10 years old opposite her knocked an adult strong man who was several times larger than him by a single punch. That kind of visual impact is more shocking than a girl picking 4. What horrible and powerful kids, where did they come from? Someone looked at the horror of the 4 bald Ruths and couldn't help swallowing, shocked. The guy in the tavern looked at the cracked wall behind the bald Ruth, crying without tears. It's over, I will definitely want Sister Makino to be fired now. With a feeling of incomparable anxiety, he leaned to Ron's table and said in a humble tone. 2 guests, yes, or if I return the money to you, you go to another tavern. Okay. No. Ron said without looking at him. It's also. The tavern guy withdrew with tears in his eyes. It took a while. The sound of rain outside gradually lowered. The people in the tavern also left one after another. The lights in the tavern are dim, making the night more quiet. Kuina hid hatch, eyelid fights, and fell asleep on the table after a while. Ron took a furry warm fur from the system backpack and placed it on her body. System, list my attributes. Okay. Host, Ron. Age, 10. Blood value. Master degree, 31%. Kendo, the realm of potential, skilled. Weapon, 21 work of big sharp knife rakery. Permanent buff, the true meaning of tempering, status, binding. Then Ron closed his eyes and concentrated on running the breath of the day to see if he could activate the permanent buff true meaning. If it can be activated, he wants to try to see how effective the buff can be. Exercise day after day has become a habit. Ron was immersed in the rhythm of the breathing method of the sun almost instantaneously, focusing on urging his chi and blood to wash his body. After he was immersed in this state, the list of his attributes immediately changed. Permanent buff, the true meaning of tempering, status, activating. At this moment, Ron's feelings about the breathing method of the sun had never been clearer. Countless details about the breathing method of the sun came to mind, many of which were overlooked by him. Hurry up here. Here has to pause for a while to gain momentum. That's how it is. Here. Soon, the night was fleeting. At dawn, Ron opened his eyes slowly. He practiced all night, but his spirit was extremely full, and his eyes were full of excitement and joy. After practicing overnight, his master degree of the breathing method of the sun increased from 31% to 32%. It is definitely several times faster than before. After experiencing it in person, Ron realized how powerful this permanent buff is. It is simply an artifact to aid cultivation. It's just the extent to which it can help to improve, and it seems impossible to estimate clearly. P.S. The monthly ticket hasn't changed much when the flowers commented, please ask here. These are really important for the new book. By the way, how about letting the protagonist be a Marine intern and go to Marineford? You can discuss it in the comment section. Chapter 31. There was a jingle. The door of the tavern was pushed open. The tavern guy who was dozing off behind the counter woke up instantly. Welcome, Sister Makino. He saw the young woman walking into the tavern, an agitated spirit, standing up instantly without sleep. Wearing a turban and dark green hair, Makino looked at the store, and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eyes. She couldn't help holding her forehead with her hand, and said helplessly, I just went out for a day, what happened? The guy in the tavern standing upright couldn't help swallowing. After listening to him in detail about what happened last night, Makino was also a little shocked and couldn't help but look at the table where Ron and Kuina were. Those two kids, how many of them defeated Bald Root? Yeah, I thought everyone in the tavern was silly at the time. Especially that boy, you dare to believe that with his small body, he knocked the Bald Root out with a punch. The tavern guy said with an exaggerated expression. After all, Makino is someone who knows Shanks and has seen the strong. After being surprised, he quickly calmed down. She akimbo, looking at the fainting Bald Root group on the wall on the ground, she said, anyway, it's their hands first. Kimmy, tie them up, all the losses in this store are remembered. To them. Now, understand. The tavern guy went to do it at once. Makino walked to Ron's table and put the gold coins collected last night on the table. Ron looked up at her. What is this? Makino looked at him and smiled, if you just don't have a place to go, you won't be able to spend so much money if you stay in the tavern overnight. Please take back the money. Juice and food are treated as gifts for the young guests in our tavern. I will also let them compensate for the damaged tables, chairs, and walls. You don't have to remember it, after all, it's not your fault. Makino smiled gently at Ron. If I guess right, it should be your first visit to Windmill Town. Ron nodded. Really? Makino smiled and curled his eyes, looking very gentle and friendly, like a big sister next door. Sure enough, he is a gentle and cheerful person. Ron thought to himself. I'm the proprietress of this tavern, Makino, what's your name? Ron, she is Kuina. Ron, Kuina. Makino looked at Ron and nodded slightly and smiled, I also know 3 kids who are similar to you, but they are much more naughty than you. They play crazy outside all day, and it's awful to take care of them. Ron's heart moved. This should be Wang Luffy Sabo and the 3 of them. Did you come to Windmill Town alone, or did you come with an adult? What did you come from? Is there a place to live here? Makino asked curiously. After all, 2 children about 10 years old spent the night in the tavern, which really made her feel uneasy. Even if these 2 children are very strong. She and I came to this island alone, with no purpose, just to travel around and see the outside world. The place to live has not yet been determined. Ron replied. Huh? Did the 2 go out to sea alone to this island? Makino was really shocked. At first she thought the 2 were from other towns, but she didn't expect them to come from overseas. Are kids so bold nowadays? Kuina, who was opposite Ron, woke up leisurely, raised her head and rubbed her eyes. After touching the fur on her back, she was startled. What is this? Just as she was wondering, she suddenly heard the voice of a gentle young woman on the other side. Since I can't find a place to live, or just live with me. There are still a few vacant houses on the 2nd floor of the tavern. Kuina was sober instantly. Ron heard Makino's words, before he had time to think about it, Kuina on the other side suddenly raised his head and looked at Makino, with a hint of caution in his eyes, a bit like a little wildcat protecting food. Kuina, you are awake. Ron looked at her and said, this is Makino, the proprietress of the tavern. She said she can provide us with a place to live. What do you think? When Kuina heard what he said, she realized that she seemed to be wrong. She hurriedly looked away, lowered her head with shame. Yes, yes. Makino also reacted at this time, and she looked at Kuina, who was lowering her head, with a faint smile. I see. Ron didn't notice it. After seeing Kuina's consent, he looked at Makino and said, then it will be troublesome. Ever since. From this day on, Ron and Kuina temporarily lived in this tavern. Makino has a gentle and cheerful personality, is kind and friendly, and cares about people very much. After staying in the tavern for 2 days, Koina became good friends with her and kindly called her sister Makino. Soon, 3 or 4 days passed. This day, Makino, let's play. A childish and cheerful voice came from the door. A short-sleeved black-haired boy with a straw hat and short sleeves stood at the entrance of the tavern, with gauze on his face and arms. Then 2 small figures emerged from behind him. There is a small ace of Madara on both cheeks. And Sabo, who wears a top hat with a windshield on his head, short blonde hair, and a tooth missing from his mouth. Luffy, Ace, Sabo. Makino was surprised to see the 3 of them. Yo, Makino, long time no see. Ace raised his hand and greeted Makino with a smile. Hello, you. Sabo is very polite. Chapter 32. Why are you here today? Does the injury do not matter anymore? Makino stood behind the counter, holding his cheek in his hand, looking at the 3 with a smile on his face. It doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt at all, hee. Little Luffy, who is only 7 years old now, grinned at her, even showing teeth. Sure enough, it's a child, so the serious injury will be healed so soon. Makino looked at him and smiled gently. When she ran to Doton's bandit house that night and saw the 3 of them, the 3 little guys were seriously injured, especially Luffy. At that time, she saw his appearance, but she was shocked, and she couldn't help but shed a lot of tears. But don't use too much force. Makino warned little Luffy. I see. Luffy is still innocent and cute now. Dan, let us tell you that we are all right now, don't worry. Ace said to Makino. Now it's over. He grinned at Luffy and Sabo beside him, then let's go. Oh. Luffy said joyfully. Ha ha ha. Sabo also laughed and ran out with the 2 of them. Be careful on the way. Makino looked at the 3 of them and exclaimed, with a look of helplessness and pampering in his eyes. Then she couldn't help but think of the black-haired boy. Next year will be about the same size as them, why is there such a big difference? On the way. Where are we going to play today? Luffy looked at Ace and asked. Ace held the back of his head with both hands. Well, I'm not sure that the terminal is all burned down, I should go to the mountain to play as expected. Go catch the unicorn. Luffy's eyes were shining, and his face was looking forward to it. Sabo listened to their conversation with a smile. Suddenly, he saw a black-haired boy and a girl with short blue hair in front of him walking towards the side. After seeing the faces of the 2, Sabo's eyes widened slightly. He is Ron. Ron, who was returning from shopping with Koina for help, raised his head and saw Sabo looking at him in surprise, as well as Ace and Luffy next to him. It is you. Ron was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet the 3 of them here. Sabo, who is this guy? Is it someone you know? Luffy pointed to Ron and asked curiously about Sabo. He is the benefactor I said, and he helped me escape the city, so I can find you at that time. Sabo looked at Ron excitedly and said. Hearing this, Ace's eyes looked at Ron suddenly changed. He stepped forward and bowed his head to Ron seriously and said. My name is Ace. I am the brother of the 2 of them. Thank you for helping Sabo. Although you may not know what happened, your help to him saved us 3 lives. I will remember this kindness. Living. Luffy, thank you too. He grabbed little Luffy's head. Thank you. Little Luffy rushed to Ron obediently. You are welcome. Ron accepted their gratitude, then he looked at Sabo and said. Have you decided not to go back to that home? When Sabo heard this, his smiling face suddenly froze. He lowered his head. I haven't figured it out yet. Ron didn't say much. Watching him enter Makino's tavern with the short blue-haired girl who carried the word Kazuichi on his back, Ace couldn't help asking Sabo, Are you sure that the benefactor who defeated several noble guards in the moment you mentioned was really him? It can't be wrong. Sabo nodded. But he obviously looks about the same age as me, how can he defeat several adult noble guards in an instant? Ace is still unbelievable. Little Luffy said to him while digging his nose. I think he is much taller than you. Shut up, Luffy. Sabo turned to look at the tavern and said, Ron may indeed be about the same size as us, but he is definitely better than us. I'm pretty sure about that. It's really that amazing. Ace pinched his chin, thought about it, and his eyes lit up. Then, let's ask him to teach us how to become stronger. Inside Makino's tavern. May I teach you to become stronger? Ron, who was sitting at the table, looked at the three brothers who bowed to him in front of him, a little surprised. The three nodded together. Ron, you're very strong, right? We heard that you knocked the bald route into the air with one punch, and we want to be like you. Ace said. Sabo and Luffy looked at him with their eyes wide open, also looking forward to them. Ron took a sip of the juice and said unhurriedly, I can't help you become stronger directly. The three brothers were disappointed. But for the sake of Makino's face, I can let you exercise with me. The three brothers became excited again in an instant. Can you become stronger by exercising with Ron? Sabo said excitedly. At least it can be better than you are now. But my exercise is very hard. Are you sure you want to join me? The three brothers looked at each other and grinned. Sure. After experiencing the fire, the three of them realized their weaknesses and really wanted to become stronger. Okay. At 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will gather at the foot of Gorbo Mountain. 5 o'clock. Luffy was taken aback. Ace and Sabo looked at each other and nodded firmly at Ron. Understood. Carrot. Weekly ask you how to comment on flowers. Chapter 33. Early the next morning. Around 5 o'clock, it was still dark. Ace and Sabo left the bandit house with the dozing Luffy, and came to the foot of the mountain agreed with Ron. When they arrived, Ron and Kuina had just finished a match, and they were surrounded by big trees that had been cut off. Let's start, then. Ron with Rakuri on his back looked at the three of them. The first exercise is to run from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, back and forth 3 times. 3 times. Sabo and Ace opened their mouths wide. This is the most basic physical training. If you can't reach it, you can't get stronger. Ron and Kuina ran towards the top of the mountain after speaking. Ace and Sabo looked at each other. What's wrong? I can only run away. They nodded. Immediately he dragged the sleepy Luffy and hurried to catch up. Before they ran, the two were out of breath. Ron and Kuina have disappeared from sight for a long time. That won't work, you have to get Luffy up, or you won't be able to finish even 1 trip, let alone 3 trips. Ace said. Sabo also nodded breathlessly, and shouted to Luffy who was leaning on him, Luffy, Luffy, get up. You are useless, you can't call Luffy, let me do it. Ace said, approaching Luffy's ear and shouting loudly, Luffy, Grandpa is here. Grandfather? Luffy woke up suddenly. Where is Grandpa? Huh? Where am I? Still asleep, don't you remember what we said to Ron yesterday? Ace hit him on the head with a punch. By the way, I have to work out with Ron today. Luffy touched his head, only then came to his senses. It's good to know, run quickly by yourself, it's really exhausting to take you with you. By the time the three brothers ran to the top of the mountain, it was already 30 days old. So hungry. Luffy lay on the ground, slumped to the ground, gasping for breath with his tongue out. I really want to eat meat. Ace and Sabo were also breathless and dry. You are too slow, I'm almost falling asleep waiting. Ron jumped from a tree, walked to the three of them, and kicked. Luffy said, "Don't lie down. The next exercise should be your favorite exercise. If you win, you can eat meat." Meat. Luffy's eyes lit up and he got up instantly. "Where is the meat?" Ron smiled at the three of them. "You three come together. If you hit me, there will be meat." "Whatever you say." Ace grinned with a punch palm. Luffy's eyes flashed. Sabo helped his hat. Superior. The result is until noon. The three of them still failed to hit Ron. Looking at the three brothers who were lying on the ground with their tongues out and gasping, Ron said, "That's it for today," and then left. On the way back to the pub, Kuina looked at the smiling Ron and asked curiously, "You seem to be enjoying it? Is there anything special about the three of them? Although the three of them are weak now, they will definitely be strong in the future." "How do you know?" "Feel." Ron smiled. The next few days, they were all in similar situations. The three followed Ron to do a huge amount of physical training, and then 1-on-3 actual combat, and the result was the same. You can't even touch Ron's clothes. But the three of them were able to persevere, and Kuina's perseverance to become stronger still made Kuina look slightly. In the tavern behind the house one day, Kuina and Makino are behind the counter learning to mix. 4 boys of the same age were sitting around a table not far away. "Hey, Luffy, this is my meat." Ace grabbed Luffy's face in annoyance, and pulled it to the sides. "Spit it out to me." "No. Whatever gets into my mouth is mine." No matter how long he pulled his face as a rubber man, Luffy would never let go. His mouth bulged and he continued to chew like a hamster. "You guy. Ron, is this a real knife on you?" Sabo looked at rakery who Ron had put aside curiously. "Of course. Awesome. Can I see it?" Sabo's eyes glowed and his face was full of admiration. "Yes, you can, but be careful, this knife is very sharp." Ron smiled at him with a beer glass and a fruit beer, and then handed him rakery. Sabo reached out and took it with respect and reverence. "It's so heavy, is this a real sword?" "Ron, do you usually carry such heavy things?" "Is it heavy?" "I don't think it is heavy." "As expected of you." "Can I pull it out and have a look?" "Yes, just be careful not to cut to yourself." Ron nodded. The next second he punched Luffy, who stretched out his rubber arm to sneak away the roast chicken in front of him, and flew out with a punch. "Impressive." Sabo looked at the pulled out rakery, his eyes glowing. Ace also leaned over and said excitedly, "What a beautiful knife, does this knife have a name?" "Rakery." "How handsome." The three of Ace, Luffy, Sabo's eyes glowed brightly. "Behind the counter." "Is that so?" Kuina succeeded in preparing a glass of bubbling fruit beer following the method Makino said. "Yes, exactly." Makino glanced back. Then she raised her eyes and looked at the noisy table, with a gentle smile in her eyes. Chapter 34. As time goes by, the relationship between several people has become more and more familiar. Ron and Kuina sometimes suspend their swordsmanship training and go to the mountains with Ace and the three of them to have a good time. Diving. Catch the unicorn. Compete with a boxing monkey. Luffy couldn't even beat one, but Ron knocked down the entire monkey group alone, gaining a lot of respect from the three Ace. The old bears, giant tigers, and other beasts on this mountain were defeated and tamed by Ron one after another during this time. Sometimes he even took the three of Luffy to ride a giant tiger, walking among the mountains, laughing wantonly. For the three of Luffy, strong, calm, and mature Ron has become their longing goal. This day, heavy rain came up and down the mountain. The 5 people hurriedly searched for a place to hide from the rain, and finally found a tree hole. 5 people sat side by side, looking at the rain curtain in front of them. I don't know who laughed first. Then all 5 of them laughed. Ron, who had strained his heartstrings in order to become stronger, is also rare to feel completely relaxed physically and mentally. After being fully integrated into the body of this age, the distance between him and the world seemed to be getting closer. Ha 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 ha, Ron, Kuina, I have decided. Luffy smiled very cheerfully, when I become One Piece, I want you to be my partners like Ace and Sabo. Do not want. Kuina directly rejected him. Why? Little Luffy looked at him puzzled. My goal is to become the world's #1 swordsman, not a pirate. Kuina said with a firm gaze. Oh, forget it. What about you, Ron? Will you be my partner? Luffy looked at Ron. The eyes of Ace, Sabo, and Kuina also gathered on him. Looking at the rain curtain outside, Ron turned his head and smiled at the four of them. Neither can I. Sabo asked curiously, Ron, you are so strong, but you still practice so hard. Like Kuina, do you aim to be the strongest in the world? No, I want to enjoy life better. All four of them looked dumbfounded. You think, if you are not strong enough, you can eat good food, drink good wine, go wherever you want, and do whatever you want to do. Ron said solemnly to the four of them. So, my goal is to become a traveler with absolute strength and enjoy life as his life goal. What is the difference from the pirate? Of course. Ron said without hesitation, I'm not interested in that big secret treasure, and I don't intend to snatch other people's things, and I don't have the plan to dominate the sea and dominate. How can I be considered a pirate? Ace, Sabo, Kuina were all speechless by him. It turns out that this is the reason why you cultivate so hard. It's a unique idea. Luffy scratched his head and said, so, being a traveler is more free than being a One Piece? Then I don't want to be a One Piece, I also want to be a traveler. Little Luffy, when you can hit me, let's talk about being a traveler. Ron raised his hand and flexed his fingers, and smiled and snapped his forehead. Little Luffy touched his forehead, grinned at him, and smiled stupidly. Ace looked at him indulgingly. Idiot Luffy. Several people laughed for a while. This happy and peaceful day did not last long. What Sabo had always worried about still happened. His father, the noble Audiobook III, issued a tracing order, which was posted around the Goa kingdom to find his trace. In the middle of the night, he looked at the missing person order in his hand, looked at Ace and Luffy who were still asleep, and made up his mind secretly and made a decision. This day, after finishing the exercise, Sabo called Ron and said something to him alone. 2 days later, Sabo disappeared from Mount Gorbo without saying goodbye. When Ace and Luffy went crazy looking for him, Ron came to the bandit house. Inside the thief's house, Dan was dangling a cigarette, looking at a missing person in his hand slightly in a daze. Big sister, a little devil came outside and said he wanted to look for you. Huh? Kid. Dan stood up, I'll go and see. She walked out of the house. A black-haired boy with a long knife was standing in front of the house. There were a group of fierce and tall bandits in front of him, but his expression was plain and calm and surprising. Which kid are you? Dan walked up to him and said. What are you looking for? Before Sabo leaves, please ask me to find an opportunity to give you this letter. The words of the black-haired boy made Dan's expression slightly change in an instant. She took a letter handed over by him, did not rush to open it, but looked at him and said, I heard that Ace, Sabo, Luffy and the three of them are practicing with a boy about their age. That boy should be you. Bar. Ron was non-committal. Sabo, did he tell you anything? Ron glanced at the tracing order in her hand, looked at the old woman who was fierce in appearance but kind in heart, and said, he said he will go back and have a decision with that house. If everything goes well, soon we'll be back. Dan's hand holding the locating order loosened slightly. Then why doesn't he talk to us in person? I also asked him this question. He said that if he speaks to you face to face, he may not be able to make up his mind in the end. Ron whispered. That stupid kid. Dan wiped tears from the corners of his eyes. It's just going home, is it necessary to be so hypocritical? How can I worry about hurting others? Ron didn't say anything. But he knew in his heart how much Sabo hated that home. Choosing to go back and settle everything alone is how much courage he took. Then, I'll leave first. Ron nodded at her, turned around and planned to leave. Thank you for helping Sabo and saving Luffy and them. Dan's voice rang behind him, causing him to leave slightly. Chapter 35. After Ace and Luffy came back. After learning about the situation from Dan, the two people who were anxious and panicked were relieved. Early the next morning, Ace and Luffy appeared in front of Ron again. Ace said seriously to him, even if Sabo leaves temporarily, Luffy and I will continue to practice with you. When Sabo comes back next time, the two of us will definitely beat him up. Luffy also laughed stupidly. From this day on, the number of people cultivating behind Ron has changed from 3 to 2. Another half-month passed. Sabo still didn't come back. This day, Ron returned to the tavern from outside, and suddenly learned the news. Sabo was kidnapped. When Ron heard the news from the weeping and sad Makino, he couldn't help but stunned. What happened? I'm not very clear. I heard that Sabo seemed to be locked up by his parents after he got home, knocked down the guards and ran away from home, accidentally offended celestial dragons, and was taken away. Makino cried very sad. Sister Makino, stop crying, just being taken away, maybe I can come back. Kuina comforted her on the sidelines. The guy in the tavern next to him shook his head and said in a low voice. That's the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, offended them, even the nobles. Sabo. Makino covered his face with his hands. Kuina couldn't bear to see her so sad, and looked at Ron for help. Ron looked heavy and was silent. He didn't expect that the plot would develop like this after he intervened. Even if it is him now. It is also unclear whether Sabo is alive or dead. Early the next morning, Ron saw Ace and Luffy in the same place, their eyes were red and swollen, and their expressions were low. Are you okay? When Luffy heard Ron's words, tears flowed from his eyes again, his arms blocked in front of his eyes. Don't cry, Luffy. Ace scolded Luffy, and then squeezed a very ugly smile at Ron. It's okay. Sabo is very smart. Even if he is taken away by celestial dragons, he will definitely find a way to escape. Although we won't see each other for a long time now and in the future, I believe we will definitely meet again in the sea in the future. Sure, we must meet again. Luffy sobbed with tears and snot on his face. He wiped away the tears and nose all over his face, and looked at Ron firmly and said, I must become stronger than Ron you, and then go and fly all the people who took Sabo away. Okay. From today, the training will be doubled. Sabo's sudden departure turned the playfulness of Luffy and Ace into right. The desire to become stronger trains more and more desperately. The two are in the growth stage, making rapid progress. This day after the end of training, Ace was lying on the grass in a big font, looking at the sky and suddenly said, Luffy, Ron, I have decided. Ron standing next to him and Luffy lying beside him look at him first. I will go to sea in the year I am 17 and start my adventure on this vast sea. Ace firmly said. Why is it 17 years old? Luffy asked curiously. Don't you remember? Sabo said in the letter that he is a child of a noble family, and he will officially become a nobleman at the age of 18, so he plans to go to sea when he is 17. Therefore, I will also be 10 years old. I went to sea when I was 7 years old. Then I have to be like you. Haha, then you will be 3 years behind me, when you go to sea, I must have become a famous big pirate. Ace smiled, eyes full of yearning. At that time, I must go and retrieve Sabo, and the three brothers will be reunited again. Then I, who became the One Piece King, will beat Sabo away, celestial dragons. Luffy grinned when he thought of this, and laughed. Ron, when we meet again in the ocean, I will definitely not be so weak again. Then let's try again. Ace got up and looked at Ron on the side, with a wary expression on his face. Yes, but if you lose at that time, you have to buy me the best wine. Ron smiled at it. During the time in the tavern, his drunkenness was completely aroused, and every day he had to have a sip of fruit beer made by Makino himself. No problem. P.S. The Humble Author's monthly pass for the evaluation of online ball flowers. Thanks also to all the friends who voted for the monthly vote for the flower evaluation. I will make a special chapter later, thank you very much. Thank you. Chapter 36. Such days continued for a while. It has been almost 2 months since Ron and Kuina came to Windmill Town. In the evening of this day, after bidding farewell to Luffy and Ace, Ron had just returned to the tavern with Rakery on his back. The door of the tavern was opened. An old man with white hair, white beard, tall, broad-chested, wearing shorts and a floral shirt walked in, raised his hand at Makino and smiled. Yo, Makino, are you okay? He is. Ron looked at him, startled slightly. Ah, Mr. Garp. Makino was very pleasantly surprised to see the visitors. How did you come? Haha, I took a 1-month vacation, and come back to see my 2 grandsons. Garp smiled heartily and walked to the counter. Bring me a beer, some ice. Makino handed him a cold beer, and he drank it in one gulp. Mr. Garp, Sabo. Ah, I have heard about that. Garp put down his beer glass and said with a deep expression, that fool Sabo. He actually provokes those guys. Makino was silent and filled him with beer. What happened after Sabo was taken away? A voice rang in Garp's ear. He turned his head and looked away. A well-proportioned black-haired boy with a long knife, black short sleeves and white shorts, was standing next to him, looking at him calmly. You are. Garp looked at him with a little doubt in his eyes. Ron. Are you Sabo's friend? That's it? Ron looked directly at the marine hero in front of him. I have answered your question, but you haven't answered mine yet. Haha, funny kid. Well, I will answer your question because you are Sabo's friend. Garp laughed. Then he picked up the beer glass, his expression was low, and he said. When the old man learned the news, he immediately entrusted a friend who was on that ship to guard him to inquire about the news and find out what happened that day. Sabo did offend celestial dragons, but the cause was that he was trying to save a little girl who accidentally fell and stood in front of celestial dragons. Garp said lowly. After being taken to the celestial dragon's ship, celestial dragons seemed to put him and some slaves on a small boat, and then used artillery, to destroy the small boat. What? Makino couldn't help covering his mouth with his hand, his eyes widened. Garp poured tons of beer into his mouth. Ron didn't say a word, and turned to leave. Don't tell Luffy and the others about this. Garp looked at Makino. Makino wiped the tears from his face. I know. Garp turned his head and glanced at the little figure from behind. That kid named Ron, is he from Windmill Town? No, he is from an island outside, and there is a girl with him. The two have been in Windmill Town for almost 2 months. Makino Kaido, he has a very good relationship with Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. Ace and the 3 of them were still exercising with him before. Mr. Garp, don't you think Ron is young, but he is very strong. Oh. Garp was a little surprised. He squeezed his chin and became interested, that old man would like to see and see. Early the next morning. When Ron reached the foot of the mountain, Ace and Luffy were already there, and Garp was with them. "Ron, this old man is my grandpa." Little Luffy with a straw hat pointed to Garp and introduced to Ron. In the next second, a huge fist hit his head. "Who is it called the old man? Impolite guy, call me grandpa. It hurts. It hurts. Grandpa's fist hurts the most." Luffy hugged his bulging head and rolled and wailed. When Ron saw this scene, his eyes flickered. "That is hacky." Garp looked at Ron while digging his nose. "Boy Ron, just follow your usual training and don't care about me. No one cares about you in the first place," Ace murmured. In the next second, he was blasted out by a fist. Luffy and Ace each carried a big red bag on their heads, and followed Ron to start today's training. Garp sat cross-legged on a rock, took a piece of senbei from his arms and ate it while looking at the three of them. Compared to the last time, both Luffy and Ace's physical stamina have indeed improved substantially. Garp thought to himself, his gaze fell on Ron. That kid named Ron, although his exercise method is still slightly rough, he can exercise his muscles very well. And Garp fixed his eyes on Ron. What is going on with this unreasonable huge energy and blood? A 10-year-old kid who is about the age of Ace can grow to this level with this exercise method? Chapter 37. After a huge amount of physical exercise, Ace and Luffy were limp on the ground, sweating profusely. And Ron still seemed to be okay. After thinking for a while, Garp stepped over. "Boy Ron, do you want to practice with the old man?" Ace and Luffy were taken aback when they heard this. "Grandpa wants to compete with Ron." "Good." Ron heard Garp's words almost without thinking. He really urgently needs a strong opponent, an opponent who can fully display his power. Ace and Luffy stepped aside, staring intently at the two large and small figures in the court. "Old man to Ron." Ace swallowed. For him now, these two people are the two most powerful people he knows. "Go Ron. Kill that stinky grandpa." Luffy shouted in the field. "Luffy! Don't call me stinky grandpa!" Garp yelled at him. The Ron opposite him closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Breath of the sun, full focus. After the master's degree reached 46%, he was able to perform the full concentration of the sun breathing method. The huge and hot blood inside Ron began to boil, and the hair went without wind, and an invisible force rose from him. He intends to use this test to go all out to test how much his current strength can reach. Oh! Garp couldn't help looking sideways, shocked. This kid, can the master of chi and blood reach this level? Ron stepped on his feet, and his figure disappeared in the eyes of Ace and Luffy. Disappeared. The two of them stared wide. The next second he appeared in front of Garp, and threw a fierce whip kick to his neck. Garp raised his arm to block the blow. A violent wind spread to the surroundings, and the little Luffy sitting on the ground was directly blown backwards and rolled around. This speed, and this strength. Garp was more shocked after blocking the blow. But before he could think about it, Ron was blocked with one blow, his body flipped in the air, and another slammed knee hit, smashing into Garp's face. And this way of fighting without procrastination, simply and fierce. Garp jumped back to avoid the blow. Ron's knee hit a small hole on the ground he was on. The blood value of a normal adult is 30 points. And Ron's current vitality value has reached. And such a huge force acting on a small fist, the attack power is even more amazing. Under his full punch, ordinary steel would be instantly shattered. After running breath of the day, facing a formidable opponent like Garp, Ron was completely in a state of battle, without scruples and closing hands, just unleashing his strength with all his strength. He increased his speed to ultimate and launched a stormy attack towards Garp. Ace and Luffy could only see phantoms flashing around Garp. After every heavy sound, a violent wind swept around from the big and small two people. Bang bang bang. Ron has never been so happy. The huge power accumulated in his body seemed to be cheering. The permanent buff, true meaning of thousands of practices, is also activated. Make Ron fight harder and harder. His speed is getting faster and faster, and his strength is getting heavier and heavier. Finally, a punch hit Garp in the face, causing him to stagger. Then there was another blow from top to bottom, hitting Garp's head. The ground was shaken. Garp's feet sank deeply, cracks spreading all around. But even after being attacked by Ron twice in a row, Garp still didn't fall. Good boy. Garp raised his head and threw a punch at Ron with a big smile. Ron also threw a punch. Two fists, one big and one small, that were very different, collided together. Boom. A violent wind that was far higher than before blew around, and both Ace and Luffy were turned over by the blower. Ron flew out with a punch. After turning around in the air, his feet landed on the ground, leaving a long scratch on the ground, and falling next to Raikiri where he was stuck on the ground with his sheath. He stood up and reached out to hold the handle of the Raikiri knife stuck on the ground. The breath of thunder, the form of one, the thunderbolt, a flash. Accompanied by the thunder of tearing the air, a golden thunder and lightning flashed across the mountains and forests. Haha, good job. Garp laughed and threw a punch. Boom. The entire mountain and forest clearing was shaken. The grass clippings are flying with the dust. Ace and Luffy under the big tree a little further away looked silly and dumbfounded. The breath of water, the three-shaped stream dances. Boom. The breath of the moon, the two-shaped pearl flower makes the moon. Boom. The breath of the sun, the second type of Bailuo Tian. Boom. With Ron holding Raikiri in his hand, he performed the accompanying swordsmanship with various breathing characteristics. The power is amazing, and the unpredictable slashes cut to Garp mercilessly. Garp waved a pair of iron fists and took every slash abruptly. I didn't even use armament haki, at most I only used the iron body from Marine 6 styles. Ron now faces him as if facing an invisible mountain, he can only look up. Ron couldn't help thinking when he was punched by Garp against the Raikiri knife. His vitality value is at least 10 times that of mine. The more Garp hits, the more shocked it gets. Huge vitality, amazing physique. Can a physical attack that relies solely on strength and speed have such power? No. This kid has even achieved this level of swordsmanship. And the knife in his hand is also unusual. This kid is really only 10 years old. No, it seems that his strength is still improving. How amazing! The breath of the sun, the three-shaped scorching sun red mirror. Ron played the strongest sword he could currently slash. A crimson arc slashed towards Garp horizontally. A beautiful sword. Garp complimented, and then slashed the slash directly into the sky with a punch from the bottom to the top. Then he looked at Ron, who was holding Raikiri, his arms trembling constantly, and his face was pale, panting. Ron laughed. Is this your strongest strength right now? Ron looked at him and nodded with a complicated expression. Really? He is far from the opponent of the marine hero in front of him. Well, then this competition will end here. Garp stepped up to him. The ground around the two of them had been damaged in a disastrous manner. Garp knelt down and patted Ron on his shoulders, causing him to tremble and almost fell. Garp stared at him and said very seriously, "Boy Ron, come and be marine. The old man will teach you everything he has learned, and the old man assures you that you can definitely become the strongest marine ever." Chapter 38. Oral Tile Road. Ron looked at the marine hero in front of him and said without hesitation, "I won't be marine." Garp's eyes narrowed. Why? Is there anything wrong with being a marine? Or do you want to be a pirate just like Ace and the others? He was a little flustered. He has this kind of strength at the age of 10 years old. What if you give him some more time? If such a monster is allowed to become a pirate, Sengoku will definitely tear him up if he knows it. I will not be a marine, and I will not be a pirate. Ron returned rakery in his hands. Garp breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words. Even if this kid is improper marine is regrettable, but as long as he doesn't become a pirate, it's okay. Garp can accept it. Unlike his grandson who opened his mouth and shut his mouth to be the One Piece king, his anger could kill him. If you don't want to be a marine, then the old man can't teach you. Garp stood up, looked at Ron and said with regret. Otherwise, he is absolutely sure that he can train the Ron in front of him to become the strongest marine ever. No, I can become stronger myself. Ron said unceremoniously. There is a system that can sign in to become stronger, and a permanent buff that can shorten the training time. He is confident in the speed at which his strength improves. This time he used all his strength to fight Garp, and it was a great harvest for him. After he was completely digested and assimilated, he might be able to rise to the next level. Old Garp, I just want to know one thing. What? Garp held his arms and raised his eyebrows, and he was a little concerned about calling himself Old Garp, but for the sake of him saying that he was not a pirate, he really didn't care about it. What kind of level is my current strength in the ocean? Ron looked at him and asked. Well. Garp thought for a while with his arms folded and said, although you are not a fruit-powered person, and you don't know how to haki, but your physical strength is far superior to others, plus your swordsmanship and slashing slashes you want, in my opinion, your strength is almost equivalent to a pirate offering a reward of 20 to 30 million. In our marine, we almost have the strength of a colonel in our headquarter. I know a natural fruit-capable person called Smoker, who just came out of Marine Academy. You are not much different from his current strength. But if you really want to fight, you probably won't be his opponent. Sure enough, haki is still missing. Ron thought to himself. He glanced at Garp in front of him. It would be best if he could teach himself haki. Seems to see his thoughts. Garp winked at him and smiled. If you want me to teach you to become stronger, you have to worship me as a teacher and join Marine. Ron held rakery and turned away. The next period of time. Every time Ron exercises with Ace Luffy, Garp will be there. Although Ron still wants to play a few more games with him, Garp is an attitude that I teach you only when you worship me as a teacher and join Marine, which annoys him. From time to time, he would also be in front of Ron, pointing out Koana's swordsmanship and body skills. The two wanted to learn and teach, but they secretly competed over the question of whether to join Marine. That being said, but Garp and Ron sometimes drink together in Makino's tavern. When two figures, one large and one small, sit side by side in front of the counter, they are really eye-catching. Makino couldn't help but laugh every time he saw the drunk old and young two sitting at the counter and hooking their shoulders to each other and complimenting each other. That evening, after Ron finished training Ace and Luffy, Garp called him to his side. Ron sat down beside him. What do you want me to do? Garp, wearing a floral shirt, sat cross-legged beside him, changed his old smile, and said to Ron sternly. Ron, the old man wants to know why you don't want to be a Marine. Is it because of Sabo? That's right. Ron whispered, for me, what Marine calls justice is a heavy chain. The justice and evil in this world have long been represented and distinguished by Marine and the pirates. That's right. I didn't expect you to have this kind of sentiment at a young age. Garp took out a piece of senbei from his arms. Would you like to eat senbei? Ron reached out his hand. Garp reluctantly handed him a piece. The two ate senbei together. Garp said as he ate, everyone who is a Marine has justice that he wants to protect in his heart. Everyone is different. Some are stubborn and some are old-fashioned, but the overall is good. But among the pirates, there is only a small part is special, and most of the other pirates are villains who do bad things and are full of evil. Kaka. Garp rattled the senbei in his mouth, turned his head to look at Ron and said, I am also very angry about Sabo. The old man also knows that those celestial dragons are all trash. But in this matter, the old man can do nothing. Because those trash celestial dragons are standing in order, if this order is broken, the whole world will become extremely chaotic, and it will turn up a storm that overturns the whole world. Even a small place like Windmill Town will not be spared. But old man, I hope that there will be changes in the future, with the hands of the young marine in the future, instead of letting the pirates conflict with the rules of order and triggering a chaotic storm that overturns the world. Garp watched Ron's eyes become extremely serious. Ron, you have great potential. You have more potential than anyone the old man has ever met. The future is immeasurable. The old man sincerely hopes that you can become the hand that promotes the change of the world in the future. So, join Marine. Ron lowered his head and ate the senbei, and was silent for a long time. Whether to join Marine or not is determined by what I have seen with my own eyes. What's the meaning? He raised his eyes to look at Garp, grinned, and said what he said made Garp stunned. Does Marine recruit interns? Chapter 39. 1 month later. Naval Headquarters. Marineford. Marines, interns. Sengoku was taken aback. Do we have interns at Marine? There are interns on the pirate ship, why doesn't Marine have? Garp, wearing the Marine Justice robe, sat aside, eating the donuts and said, that's what the kid said. Naughty. Can our Marine be like those pirates? Sengoku was annoyed. Sengoku, do you disagree? Garp narrowed his eyes. Sengoku looked at Garp with an idiot look, of course we disagree. How could we Marine set up a Marine intern for a 10-year-old kid that we have never had before? Garp, don't you eat donuts? Garp stuffed a piece of donut into his mouth and glanced obliquely at Sengoku behind the table. Fortunately, I still said a lot of good things to Marine in front of that kid. If he doesn't join Marine from now on, Sengoku, you don't regret it? I regret it? As Marshal Marine, have you ever regretted the decision I made? Sengoku got up and patted the table, and said annoyed at Garp, it's you who gave me nothing to do all day, and the pirates didn't catch it? There was only a 10-day vacation, so I went back to see your grandson for a month. The kid who popped up suddenly changed the rules of Marine and went to learn what the pirate did as an intern. Garp dug his nose and said, I'm not here and nothing big happened. Sengoku burst into flames, he rushed out from behind the table, grabbed the donuts in Garp's hand, and poured them all into his mouth. Ah, my donut. Sengoku UBD. Garp looked at the empty bag and clenched his fists. Hurry up and catch the pirate, Garp Vice Admiral. Sengoku glanced at him diagonally. It's overwhelming with the military rank, right? No way. The two eyes collided. Garp snorted and walked towards the door. Before walking out of the door, he stopped, turned his head and glanced at Sengoku behind the table. I had a fight with Ron that kid. Oh? So what? Sengoku didn't lift his head either. So I know his strength. Garp clasped his nose and said, he is not a fruit-capable person, but his strength is definitely not inferior to the natural fruit-capable person Smoker who just graduated from Marine College this year. Sengoku, who was about to process the document, suddenly stood up from behind the table, looking at Garp with shocked expression on his face. Garp, what did you just say? Did you not hear what I said? Garp dug his nose, turned his head and glanced at the shocked Sengoku behind him with a smile. Why, my ears don't work well when I get older. You said that kid is not inferior to Smoker. Sengoku couldn't care less about Garp and asked anxiously. Good. Garp flicked the nose between his fingers, inserted his hands into the pants kabuto, and looked sideways at Sengoku with a grin. And he is only 10 years old this year, Sengoku, you should know what that means. Sengoku's eyes gradually widened, and his heart vibrated. Smoker, as a natural fruit ability person and a disciple of Zephyr, is already the most outstanding student in this class of Marine Academy. And now, a 10-year-old child with an innocent resume and not a person with fruit ability can actually have the strength comparable to him. If this is true, Garp, can you make sure what you say is true? Sengoku looked serious. Do you think the old man would be joking about this kind of thing? Garp, who was standing at the door with his back facing him, looked at him sideways. I don't think so. Sengoku took a deep breath, calmed his shocked heart, and then looked at Garp and said solemnly. What's the kid's name? Ron. Good. Sengoku looked serious, as Marshal Marine, I agree to let him be our Marine intern. Kahahaha. Didn't someone say that they would never change Marines rules for a 10-year-old kid? Garp turned to look at Sengoku and laughed. Long-winded. Who told you not to make it clear in advance? Annoyed, Sengoku picked up a document on the desk and smashed it at Garp, who was caught directly by Garp. After Sengoku sat down, he couldn't help but ask. When will the child come? About the beginning of spring next year. I just taught him Haki's practice methods, and he said that he would learn it before coming back. Garp didn't know where he took out another bag of donuts, and said as he ate it. You are too impatient. Sengoku couldn't help sighing when he heard his words, and folded his hands on his forehead. If this kid doesn't want to be a Marine after a year, and turns to be a pirate, don't you teach him Haki to make him stronger. Ha ha ha, don't worry Sengoku, I have already asked. Even if Ron is not a Marine, he won't be a pirate. Garp ate the donuts and said, I can assure you about this, otherwise I won't be able to teach him. I hope it's as you said. There are more updates today. Chapter 40. 3 months later. Goya Kingdom. Windmill Town. In a mountain forest. Ron faced a big rock in front of him and punched it out. His fist plunged directly into the stone, and cracks spread to the surroundings. Sure enough, it doesn't work. It can only be entangled, but cannot be strengthened. Ron looked at the stone in front of him and couldn't help sighing. He learned armament Haki a month after Garp left. It's just that until now, he can only wrap his body as he wants, but cannot strengthen it. Armament Haki is something that everyone is born with and can be strengthened through practice. It is related to two things about people: blood and willpower. If one of the two fails to reach a certain level, you will definitely not be able to feel Haki. Cultivating armament Haki is to use willpower to control the vitality and blood, and then integrate into one's own aura, murderousness, fighting spirit, and other invisible feelings to the naked eye, turning it into a weapon that one owns. On the basis of chi and blood, adding powerful aura, murderous aura. Wait for the invisible feelings to the naked eye, and then use willpower to control it, and then you will be able to master this power. After getting the knack, continue to exercise one's own physical courage to increase energy and blood, exercise courageous momentum, and increase willpower, and this power can be strengthened. This is the training method of armament Haki taught by Marine hero, Iron Fist Garp, the world's top Haki powerhouse. The highest level of observation Haki is innate, called listen to the breath of all things, and can be achieved entirely by talent. Although Garp taught Ron how to practice observation Haki, he still hasn't felt his own observation Haki yet. Conqueror's Haki is even more distant. Ron has only walked through the 3 islands now, and even East Blue has not walked out. Both the world he has seen and the strong players he has played against are very few. Just like a newborn chick, it does not yet possess the spirit of a king. System, list my current attributes. Yes. Host, Ron. Age, 10. Blood value. Breath of the Sun Master Degree, 53%. Swordsmanship, the realm of power, Dachan. Weapon, 21 work of big sharp knife rakery. Permanent buff thousands of tempers true meaning, binding. Armament hacky, LV1. My current strength is definitely enough in East Blue, but in Marine, it's definitely not a big deal. Ron looked at his attributes on the virtual screen and thought to himself. Before I go to Marine as an intern, I still have to become stronger, at least the swordsmanship must reach the ideal state. There seem to be several islands nearby. Find some time to go there and see if you can activate a few more sign-in tasks. The next 5 or 6 months. Ron often takes Koina out of Windmill Town for a period of time, ranging from 7 days to half a month. Koina has rapidly improved her swordsmanship in actual combat against the bandits, pirates, bandits, and villains who abducted children. The most dangerous time was when she was in a battle with a paramecia who was able to stab the fruit. Because she didn't know the ability of the other party, she was directly pierced through the shoulder by its fruit ability, and she instantly lost the ability to move. After that, it fell to the ground, and was pierced through the palm of the hand by 2 thorns emerging from the ground and nailed to the ground. If Ron hadn't made it in time, she would be in danger. This encounter also made Koina sober up a lot. From then on, she didn't dare to despise the enemy, even the weakest enemy. In the past few months, Ace and Luffy, although the time for practicing and exercising with Ron has shortened, they have not slackened in their exercises, and have carried out the most basic physical training day after day. When Ron came back, the 2 brothers were already able to knock down an old bear. Ron has made the most progress. According to Koina, it is. I don't know how strong he is now. She saw with her own eyes that a captain was offered a reward of 17 million Baileys, and a group of more than 50 pirates was chopped down by Ron alone. The captain of the pirate was tied up by Ron and sent to Marine stationed in the kingdom of Goya in exchange for several bags of money. When the 2 of them took some money back, they both looked dumbfounded at Makino and the tavern guy. And these are all Koina knows. There are many secrets that Koina doesn't know. After Ron wiped out the pirates, bandits, and kidnappers, they all put all their wealth into the system space. He even accidentally found a treasure on an island. It seems to be buried here by a pirate group in the past. There are a lot of gold products in the treasure. Ron roughly estimated that this treasure alone can be exchanged for 300 million Baileys. In short, Ron doesn't need to worry about money at all for the time being. In this way, Ron would take Koina on a commercial ship from time to go to other islands, and sometimes he would take action to teach pirates and bandits who were not long-eyed. The rest of the year passed in an instant. The deeds of the traveler Ron and the blue-haired female swordsman have spread among the people of the Goa Kingdom and the surrounding East Blue Islands. This day, it's snowing in Windmill Town. In the tavern, Makino was the host and invited members of the Dodon bandit family, as well as Ace Luffy, and Ron Koina to host a banquet together. Crowded. The little Luffy who has never seen so much meat has his eyes glowing, and the boss with a bulging stomach, can't walk at all and keeps his hands. In the end, he really ate and fell asleep on the ground, saying something in his mouth. I like banquets like the meat is delicious. Ace sat by the window, looked at Luffy and smiled, then turned to look at the snowflakes outside, with a trace of mist in his eyes. Sabo, are you okay? After the banquet. On the balcony on the second floor. Koina and Ron leaned on the railing, watching the small town in front of them gradually being covered with snow. Have you been here for a year in a blink? Ron said with emotion. Yeah, as if the day I first came was yesterday. Koina put her arms on the railing, her chin on her arms, and looked sideways at Ron, who was leaning on the railing, and smiled. I think it was great to be able to leave the gym and come here with Ron. Yes. Otherwise, I won't meet Makino's sister, Kemi, Ace, Luffy and others. Then her eyes dimmed. It's just that, after all, we still have to make a difference. Ron raised his head and looked at the snow in the sky, and said with a smile, we will meet again, and we will separate for our own goals. When we meet again, the joy of harvest will definitely be more. Makes sense. Kuina smiled again. She turned to look at Ron and said, Ron, have you decided to go to Marine with Mr. Garp? Ron heard the words, and after hesitating for a while, he looked at her and nodded. Okay. Then we will separate for now. Kuina bent her eyes and smiled at him. Subsequently, a scene that surprised Ron happened. Kuina reached out and hugged him. In the snowy night of winter night, a brightly lit pub on the second-floor balcony. The girl with short blue hair hugged the black-haired boy who was bewildered. At a loss, Ron scratched his cheek with his finger. I won't join Marine, I'm just going there as a Marine intern for a while, it shouldn't be very long. I know. Kuina, who wrapped his arms around his neck, pressed it to his ear and whispered, Ron, you have been practicing so hard for a long time. Like me, you want to become stronger for a big goal. It is precisely because of this that I will not be surprised no matter what decision you make. So, you don't have to worry about me, don't affect you because of my father's words. Even if I separate from Ron, I will continue to stride forward, toward my ambitions. Kuina let go of Ron, and smiled at him with crystal tears in the corner of her eyes. When I meet again next time, I will definitely be a powerful female swordsman who will surprise you. I will look forward to that day. Ron looked at her and smiled. At that time, let's go on a sea trip together. Kuina picked up the teardrops from the corner of her eyes and nodded at him with a smile. Yeah. It's an agreement. Chapter 41. Soon it was the beginning of spring. Ron is 11 years old. Nearly 3 years have passed since I came to Pirate World. Before the ice completely melted, Garp, wearing a dog's head hat and a robe of justice, came to pick Ron up on a warship. Then I'll go one step ahead. Ron, carrying a long knife and a package, stood beside Garp and waved goodbye to Kuina, Ace, Luffy, Makino and others. Well, I will go to sea in a few years. Ace grinned at him, let's see you on the ocean then. Ron. All the time, thank you. Little Luffy waved to Ron vigorously, grinning, Ron, remember to come back to play sometime. By the way, if you see Sabo, you must remember to write to me and tell me. Okay. Ron smiled at both of them, even if I leave, don't be lazy. When I see you next time, I don't want you to still be able to beat me with a punch. Don't worry, I will be able to beat you up by then. These are some of my new wines, which should suit your taste. Bring them. Makino stepped forward and handed a wooden box containing a wine bottle to Ron. Ron thanked him. All the time, thank you for your care, Makino. Makino smiled and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and looked at Ron with a gentle smile as always. I look forward to hearing your name on the ocean soon, Ron. Ron looked at Kuina at last. She didn't say anything, just stretched out a fist at him with a smile. Ron understood what she meant. Don't forget our promise. Are you ready to say hello? Garp, with his arms folded, looked at him and asked. Okay. Then go. Ron nodded, waved to everyone, then turned and followed Garp as he walked away from the road. Kuina stopped and watched where she was for a long time. Kuina, go back. Makino put a hand on her shoulder and said softly. Sister Makino, am I weak? No, you are already very strong. Kuina shook her head, it's still not enough. I can feel that the gap between me and him is getting further and further. This is not what I want. Makino didn't know what to say. If I continue like this, I'm afraid I won't even be able to see his back, let alone stand beside him. Kuina's eyes were firm. I have to become stronger. On the warship, Ron, who had put his luggage and long knife in the house, stood alone by the railing, watching the island getting smaller and smaller. Behind him, several Marine members looked at the little figure and talked. That is the Marine intern who was specially recruited by Marshal Sengoku in the rumor. It looks like a normal boy, it doesn't seem to be special. Is he a man of fruit power? I do not know. You. Garp, wearing a white suit, a dog's head hat and a robe of justice, walked over and said to the Marines, "Don't talk behind others. Don't you know it's rude?" "Ah, yes, yes." After driving away the Marines, Garp walked to Ron and looked at him with a smile. "How is Haki learning?" "Not very good, there is no suitable opponent, progress is slow," Ron said, lying on the railing, looking at the sea in front of him. "Ha ha ha, when you arrive at Marine headquarters, you can have as many opponents as you want." Garp laughed. "Say in advance, I'm just an intern specially recruited by Marine, and I won't help Marine catch pirates or something. Marine is not short of people yet to the point where it needs an 11-year-old kid to lead soldiers to catch the pirates." Garp snapped his nose. "I have already talked to Sengoku, you can go to the Marine Academy to visit and learn. After you train with the strong there, you will definitely become stronger." Ron glanced at Garp, a little surprised. "Marine is so relieved of me. Well, I still want to win you over." Garp flicked his booger. Sengoku guy, the Marine power who has been born after these years, has turned his head in anxious manner. "If a little monster like you can join Marine and cultivate it well, it can completely support an era. In the 3-year internship period, even if you don't want to join Marine at the end, as long as you don't help the pirates and Marine as enemies, and if you are willing, you can always wear the title of Marine Special Intern, except that you can't mobilize the army and weapons. There are still a lot of other privileges, which should be very useful to you. But if you show that you are close to the pirates and are hostile to Marine." Garp said this, stopping to look at Ron. Ron understood the meaning in his eyes. "I will be wiped out in the cradle as soon as possible." Garp laughed. "That's about it?" Garp actually didn't say something. The fact that Ron became a special intern of Marine has caused some controversy within Marine. Some people did not agree to change Marine's rules for the sake of a child. It was Sengoku who took out the authority of the Marshal to eliminate all differences. If Ron betrays Marine, Sengoku will be the one to take the main responsibility. And this decision was made not because Sengoku believed in a child who had never been masked, but because he believed in his best friend Garp. And is willing to take out his position as a marshal for the future of Marine, and bet once. Chapter 42. 10 days later, the warship left East Blue and came to Calm Belt. Because of the sea stone on the bottom of the warship, it will not be attacked by the huge sea kings in the Calm Belt area. At the time of reaching the Calm Belt, mist rose on the surface of the sea. Immediately, a pirate ship slowly emerged from the fog. The flag is a skull covered with 9 snakes that look like the sun. The pirate ship was towed forward by 2 huge snakes. How is it possible that in addition to the Marine warships, there are even pirate ships that can enter the Calm Belt? A young Marine looked at the pirate ship passing by in shock. "Need an attack?" Garp Vice Admiral. Garp was awakened with a snoring and nasal blisters. After taking a look, he waved his hand and said, "No, no, no attack. That's the 9 Snakes Pirates group, not on the Pirates group that has been offered a reward." After speaking, he went to sleep again. The young Marines nearby were startled. 9 Snake Pirates? Never heard of it? Obviously it is a pirate group, but don't you need to capture it? Marine scratched his head and watched the ship slowly leave in front of the warship. Ron was also slightly taken aback. Don't these Marines even know the 9 Snakes Pirates and the Pirate Empress? He immediately reacted. At this point in time, it should be 6 years ago when Ace went to sea and 9 years ago when Luffy went to sea. Boa Hancock should have just been 20 years old. Has she not yet embarked on an expedition and won the title of Pirate Empress? It's not surprising to say that. After crossing the calm belt, we came to the Grand Line. Garp woke up too. Garp, Vice Admiral, I need to refuel. Which is the nearest island that can be supplied? Well, it's the City of Seven Waters. Okay, just go there and supply it first. The warship arrived in the City of Seven Waters 3 days later. Garp walked to Ron, who was swinging a long knife, and grinned his eyebrows. Boy Ron, it will take a long time for the supply to be supplied. Do you want to accompany the old man to disembark and change? It's been a long time since you two fight for alcohol. Okay, my drinking capacity has improved by leaps and bounds, just like my strength. Ron retracted his sword and glanced at Garp. Old man, don't get drunk in a few cups like you did before. I don't want to carry you back. Ha ha ha, how is it possible? The old man is Garp. Your kid was not born when the old man started drinking. Garp let out a big mouthful of white fang, and laughed at Ron. Oh? Who was drunk at Makino last time and called me big brother? It doesn't count that time, it doesn't count that time. Garp and Ron, 2 large and 1 small, walked off the warship, and the young marine who heard the conversation between them were stunned. Dip, check that the host location meets the sign-in conditions. Do you sign in? Sign-in rewards can be obtained for successful sign-in. The long-lost system prompt sounded in Ron's mind. He said heartily, sign in. Sign in successfully. Get the sign-in reward, blood value plus 10. Get the sign-in reward, mechanical master. A large amount of knowledge about mechanics appeared in Ron's mind for an instant, and the vast amount of knowledge made him feel like his head was about to explode in an instant. Huh? What's the matter? Garp stopped walking as he watched, and Ron asked with a strange expression on his face. No, it's nothing. Ron wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Oh. Garp didn't doubt the others. How about that tavern? Okay, but I didn't bring any money. That one looks pretty high-end. Old man, do you have money? Ron quickly recovered after running the breathing method of the day, looked at Garp and said. No money. Garp should say. Don't worry, let them go back to the local marine to go. Don't think so much, let's go. Garp put his arm around Ron's neck and led him towards the high-end tavern. After fighting with Ron and drinking a few bottles of high-end wine, Garp drank on the table. Ron was flushed with the drink, but his head was still clear. He took the opportunity to leave the tavern with the excuse of going to the toilet, leaving Garp here. If I remember correctly, the Pluton design is now in Frankie's hands. Ron, blushing, thought to himself. He had no interest in the Pluton design before, but after gaining the skill of mechanical master and a large amount of mechanical knowledge appeared in his mind, he became interested. It took a while to ask where Frankie's house was. He put on a fox mask he bought on the side of the road and sneaked into Frankie's house like a ghost. Frankie is repairing a boat with his younger brothers. You guys, give me strength today, and strive to have this ship repaired before the day after tomorrow. Yes. Brother Frankie. Frankie, who was immersed in repairs, noticed that someone had walked up to him, but he only regarded it as a little brother. He didn't turn his head to look, but directly stretched out his hand. Missy, it's just right. Give me a wrench. Next second. A small hand knife hit his neck hard. Frank's eyes went dark for an instant, and he fainted and fell to the ground. Ron, wearing a fox mask, bent over, turned on the switch on his stomach, and took the Pluton design drawing from it. Then they disappeared and left silently. No one was disturbed during the whole process. When Ron returned to the warship. Garp has returned. He saw Ron and shouted at him. Ron, you kid. You didn't talk about loyalty and left the old man alone. Chapter 43. I don't have money to pay the bill, and you are drunk again. There are still a few strong men staring at the door in the tavern. I can't take them to Marine to get the money. Don't I have to run first? Ron held the back of his head in his hands, and walked past him leisurely. And you are Garp Vice Admiral, I know you will be fine. Then why don't you find someone for the old man? Where did he go? The murdered old man explained to them for a long time, and almost never let the old man out. Huh? I thought they would know you for sure, Garp Vice Admiral. Don't you know? Ron pretended to be surprised. Garp gritted his teeth angrily, and waited for Ron to return to the warship house. The anger on Garp's face disappeared in an instant, and even a dark, relieved smile appeared. In this scene, the young Marine around him looked at each other and looked confused. I don't know what the Marine hero, Garp Vice Admiral's mind is thinking at all. Only Garp knew it. Garp put on a coat of justice, put on a dog's head hat, and stood in the hair of the warship with his arms and gave orders. Go, to Marineford. The warship set off toward Marineford, the headquarters of Marineford. And in the city of Seven Waters, Frankie's house. When Frank woke up to discover the biggest secret in himself, after the Pluton design drawings disappeared, he was struck by lightning, and at the same time, he was more confused. Why would the person who stunned him and took Pluton's design drawings know that this thing is with him? Why did you know that he was hiding here? Obviously no second person knows about this kind of thing. Could it be some kind of fruit ability? Frank couldn't help but guess. But no matter how he guesses, the Mingwang design drawings that can cause shocks in the world will never come back. And he didn't even know who took it away. Marine headquarters. Marineford. Have you heard? What? The rumored special enrollment intern seems to be arriving today. The one that Marshal Sengoku and Garp Vice Admiral liked. Right. Several Marines standing on the dock whispered. Hey, you guys, don't whisper while standing guard. A general Marine wearing a Marine hat and a cigar in his mouth said to them with a smile on his face. Yes. Fire Mountain Vice Admiral. Garp Vice Admiral is back. I don't know who shouted. Afterwards, all the Marines turned their heads to look over the bay. A warship slowly approached here. There was a dog sign on the front of the warship. Anyone familiar with it knew that this was Garp's exclusive warship. In the headquarters building further away, Sengoku stood at the window and watched the warship approaching the coast. On one of the roofs, Marine Vice Admiral Aokiji was lying on it, holding his head in his hands, looking lazily there. Suddenly he opened his mouth to the side. Don't you need to go on a mission today? Polusalino. As soon as the voice fell, a little golden flash appeared beside him, and the flash gathered into a human form. Yeah, I'm not like Sakazuki, who likes to catch pirates. Vice Admiral Kizaru Polusalino, wearing sunglasses, a yellow shirt, a white t-shirt, and a coat of justice, put his hands in his pants, and Kabuto looked at the bay and said. The person recognized by Mr. Garp. Kuzan, what kind of guy do you think it will be? Who knows? Wearing sunglasses and casual clothes, Aokiji hit hatch. By the bay, the warship docked. Garp walked down with a black-haired boy carrying a long knife and a package. Almost all Marines' eyes around the bay fell on the handsome black-haired boy. Is that him, that special intern? It seems to be no different from ordinary children. No, can a normal 10-year-old child face so many gazes so peacefully? That seems to be right. Huo Xiaoshan took a touch of Assistant Marine, walked up to Garp and Ron, and said to Garp. Garp Vice Admiral, the Marshal said that if you come back, go and see him immediately. I see. Garp nodded to him, then he looked at Ron and said, you follow this Vice Admiral first, and he will take you to the place where you live. You go and put your luggage down first. Ron nodded. Garp walked to the Marine headquarters building, and the Huo Xiaoshan, who was biting his cigar with a smile on his face, stretched out his hand to Ron and said, I am Vice Admiral Huo Xiaoshan, the Marine headquarters. You should be the rumored special intern Ron. Welcome. Come to Marine headquarters. Ron reached out and held his big hand together. Come with me, I have arranged your accommodation. Ron followed him and walked towards the residence arranged for him by Marine headquarters. After arriving at the residence, Ron just put down the famous knife rakery he was carrying and the package with his luggage and clothes. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Dip, check the host's current area Marine headquarters, Marineford, meet the sign-in conditions, sign-in can get sign-in rewards, do you sign in? Sign in. Sign-in is successful, get sign-in reward, vitality plus 10. Get the sign-in reward, armament haki level up. Ron instantly felt some changes in his body. Armament haki hardened his body, which he could not do before, but he seemed to be able to do it at this moment. System, list my current attributes. OK. Host, Ron. Age, 11. Blood value. Swordsmanship, the realm of Yi, first entry. The master degree of the day breathing method is 67%. Weapon, 21 work of big sharp knife rakery. Permanent buff thousands of tempers true meaning, binding. Armament haki, LV3. Observation haki, LV0. Conqueror's haki, LV0. Skills, Mechanical Grandmaster. P.S. Seeking a flower evaluation collection. Chapter 44. This chapter can be regarded as the author's detailed response to the current problems in this book. The first, 9, and 10 chapters let go of those pirates. At that time, the protagonist taught them many times when they were on their boat, so they didn't kill them. They needed them to drive the boat. When they left, they took all their money and food. Even if the protagonist didn't kill them, they were in the there is no way to survive on the sea. Maybe the author hasn't written clearly in this regard, but it will definitely not belong to the Virgin. Second, chapters 8 and 9 didn't bother with the person who spread the rumors. The people on the island are weak. As long as they can protect themselves, good people can do bad things. It can be said that they are a group of very pitiful and pathetic guys. The protagonist also looks like this to the protagonist. Watching them will only confirm their change. With a strong determination, the protagonist himself was planning to leave the island, so he took this opportunity. Not a good old lady. Third, the breathing method of the day. The breath of the sun is in the blade of Demon Slayer, the ceiling of combat power, Jiku Yuanyi, created the breath of the sun according to the principle of his master's breathing. The breath of the sun is the initial breath, the ancestor and foundation of all breathing methods. Sun breath alone, or Kagura, the god of fire, learned when the protagonist's sun breath reached 1%. As the protagonist's mastery of the breathing method of the sun is getting higher and higher, he is getting closer and closer to the point of Jiku Yuanyi. What the master has reached is not only the breathing of the day, but the entire breathing system. Fourth, I said before that I would not join Marine, but now I propose to become a Marine intern. Is it a double standard? This book is the first pirate doujin written by the author Jun. According to the author Jun, there is no real justice and evil in the world of pirates, and Blackbeard can also say human dreams. It will never end. In other words, marine pirates are opposed to each other, but justice and evil are mixed. The protagonist does not want to form cliques to dominate the sea, nor does he want to join Marine to shoulder justice and change all of this, but to become a traveler who pursues freedom and do whatever he wants, and has a firm belief in becoming stronger. This will never change. The protagonist who is still in the growth stage considers how to become stronger and how to become stronger quickly. Now that you can rely on GARP to get a shortcut to becoming stronger, then grab it. Become an intern specially recruited by Marine, you can meet more powerful people, and you can go everywhere with the warship. Some commentators worry that the freedom of becoming a Marine specially recruited intern will be restricted and they cannot leave Marineford. I think after the protagonist shows his own value, Marine's upper management will only consider how to strengthen his heart of justice, so that he can choose to be proactive and determined to join Marine, and will not set restrictions on him freely, but will treat him with various benefits. Fifth, there is no reference to readers' opinions in the comment section. Actually, these chapters are all saved manuscripts, they are all written, and there is no way to change them. I didn't expect that there would be so many objections to becoming Marine intern. That's all the problems I've seen for the time being. It can be regarded as a summary. The author has almost written the 70th chapter behind the bacteria, and the protagonist has left Marineford. The author still likes One Piece very much. Not only does the pirates become stronger and dominate, but there are also the impact of various beliefs, which I find very interesting. So this book does not want to be written as a slightly monotonous push all the way, recruiting powerful partners, punching Admiral, kicking 4 emperors, and dominating the sea. Of course there will be such a plot later, but blindly writing those feelings it's kind of boring. I also plan to think about some interesting plots later. If you have suggestions, you can put them in the comments building, and I will read them. Although I don't know what the results of this book will be, I still want to write better. That's roughly it. Readers who are formerly handsome be in front of the screen should just take a look at it. If you want to spray, welcome in the comment area and will not delete comments, but please be merciful . Finally, ask for a collection of flowers evaluation and monthly pass. I haven't moved much in the past 2 days, and I don't have much motivation code. Chapter 45. Has armament Haki reached level 3? Ron raised his right hand and clenched his fist. With a thought, his entire arm instantly turned black, as hard as steel. This is hardening. Ron Armament Haki's strengthened arm clenched slightly and felt the power contained in it. Compared with before Armament Haki was hardened, both the defense and the attack power were several times stronger. This is his first time into armed color hardening. It is hard to imagine the power of the kind of Armament Haki who has cultivated to the top, such as Garp. If he uses his energy and blood, coupled with the peak level Armament Haki, what kind of power will a full punch have? It's probably not a problem to destroy an island. Ron then tried again. It was discovered that Armament Haki, who is now only level 3, can only harden one arm, and cannot strengthen both arms at the same time. Strengthening the limbs and strengthening the whole body as you like is even more remote. Sure enough, it is still far away from becoming a real strong, and we still need to continue to practice. Ron looked out the window, clenching his fists. Start with this Marineford. Just graduated from Marine College. Smoker, a young smoker with the rank of Lieutenant Junior grade, has just returned from the mission and has not waited for him to return to his residence to take a break. A Marine who was with him found him. Smoker, the Marshal wants you to go there. Huh? What's the matter? I don't know, you can go there quickly. It seems that Garp Vice Admiral is also there. Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, grabbed his short silver hair combed back. His expression was a bit troublesome, but he still said, "Got it? Go to the main building, right?" "No, it seems to be sending you to Marine Academy." "Huh? Marine Academy?" Smoker was puzzled. With incomprehension and confusion, Smoker came to Marine Academy. In the underground venue created by the Marine Academy for students to compete, Smoker met Marshal Sengoku, the hero Garp, Marine General Staff and Vice Admiral Crane, and Smoker's teacher at the Marine Academy Zephyr Admiral. The 4 of them wore coats of justice, and just standing together, the coercion was beyond the reach of ordinary people. In the huge underground venue, in addition to these 4 big figures, there is also a black-haired boy who is about 11 or 12 years old, wearing a black t-shirt and white shorts. The kid I've never seen. Who? Smoker glanced at the black-haired boy with suspicion, then looked at Sengoku and asked, Marshall, what's the matter for asking me to come? Smoker, there is indeed a task for you. Sengoku looked at him. Smoker's expression became slightly serious. What an important task is the task that can be released by these four marine big shots together. Sengoku reached out his hand to the black-haired boy standing there, and said to Smoker. Your task is to compete with him with all your strength. Smoker froze for a moment, a little unresponsive. The task for the four big men to come forward and release together is to fight with the kid over there? Are you kidding me? Smoker Lieutenant Junior Grade. The voice of Marine Chief Staff Crane rang in his ears, which made him come back to his senses. He looked at Vice Admiral, and he saw a pair of eyes full of wisdom and calm. Don't be confused, we will explain it to you later. You only need to obey the order and perform the task now. Smoker's eyes flickered slightly. Then he scratched his hair, turned his head to look at the black-haired boy and said. I see, just fight that kid. Okay. Sengoku nodded. Garp smiled at him with his arms around him. Smoker, don't underestimate him, or you will definitely suffer. Black Arm Zephyr didn't speak, just stared at the black-haired boy in the field. Although Smoker is not his most proud disciple, he is also the outstanding one who can persist from his devil training, and he is recognized by himself as a new force in Marine. That guy Garp. I don't know where to find a little ghost, but he said that his strength is comparable to Smoker, and he is not yet a fruitful person. Snort. There is a limit to joking. Smoker walked into the arena, and looked at the black-haired boy whose head was less than his waist and his thighs were not as thick as his arms, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Such a kid. She even said she wanted to go all out or something. Isn't Mr. Garp joking? Or does he have an enemy with this little devil and deliberately want to kill him? Are you ready? The black-haired boy across from him looked at him and asked. Smoker sighed slightly, forget it, don't think about that. This kind of boring competition should end as soon as possible. Come on. Smoker looked at the black-haired boy. He fell silent. The bricks under the feet of the black-haired boy on the opposite side shattered, and his figure disappeared instantly. So fast. Smoker's pupils shrank slightly. This speed. Not far away, Zephyr, Sengoku and Crane also opened their eyes slightly. Garp laughed, this kid is much faster than it was a year ago. Smoker noticed the strong wind coming from the left side, and immediately raised his left arm. Next second, a whip kick fell along with the fierce wind. Smoker instantly felt a heavy and terrifying force from his arm. Not good. Just when Smoker was about to be kicked out by that huge force, he promptly used the elemental effect of the Logia fruit, and his body turned into a cloud of smoke, unloading that force invisible. A single blow forced Smoker to use elemental power. How could there be such a power in that small body? Zephyr stared into the court with wide eyes, his face full of shock. Chapter 46. Amazing. Vice Admiral, who has always been calm, was also a little moved. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, how is it? Garp laughed at Sengoku. It's too early, Smoker is more powerful than that. Sengoku looked at the two people in the court and said. Smoker suffered this blow and completely changed his contempt attitude. The black-haired kid in front of him is very powerful. Boy, what's your name? Ron. Ron, I remember. Smoker got serious, and part of his body turned into white smoke, constantly changing. I am a Logia smoke fruit capable person, Marine Lieutenant Junior Grade, Smoker. Ron didn't talk nonsense with him, kicked his feet, rushed in front of him, and threw a right fist. Boom. There was a heavy noise in the air, and a big hole appeared in Smoker's chest, but there was no blood. It's useless, I am a smoker now, No matter how powerful you are, it is useless for smoke. Smoker, whose chest was quickly filled with smoke, raised his fist and punched Ron. White boxing. Ron flickered, but Smoker's arm instantly turned into smoke and stretched and bent, his fist chasing Ron like a cannonball tracking the enemy. Ron turned around and punched. Smoker's fist was pierced in an instant, turning into plumes of smoke, and then condensed into a big hand, clutching Ron's arm tightly. I caught you. A cloud of smoke appeared in front of Ron, condensed into Smoker's tall figure. Zephyr saw the scene and said, the victory or defeat is already divided. Although the kid is outrageous in speed and power, he is not yet Smoker's opponent. Ha ha. Garp laughed. What are you laughing at? Garp. Zephyr turned his head angrily. As long as the kid doesn't have a way to deal with the elementalization ability of Logia Devil Fruit, he can't win Smoker. It's not bad. Crane Vice Admiral squeezed his chin and thought, but what if he holds a weapon made by sea stone in his hand? Zephyr looked stiff. No, who said that kid didn't have a way to deal with the elementalization of Logia's fruit? Garp waved his hand. The only people who can deal with the elementalization of Logia's fruit are Haki, sea stone and fruit ability. There is no other way than that. Is that kid with fruit ability? Zephyr looked at Garp and frowned. No, it's not. Garp shook his head. Sengoku suddenly thought of something, and turned to look at Garp, with a hint of shock in his eyes. Garp, don't you mean that kid? Garp didn't answer, but just gave him a big mouthful of white fang. In the field. Smoker grabbed Ron's wrist. But it couldn't shake him. The power radiating from that wrist shocked him to perceive a fact. The black-haired boy named Ron in front of him has stronger power in his body than him. Smoker was shocked. At this moment, that small thin wrist began to exert force, Smoker's eyes shrank, and a large amount of white smoke overflowed from his body. Boy, just give in to me like this. Bye man. Strips of white smoke, like white snakes, entangled from Smoker towards Ron, who was caught by him. Soon. The flowing white smoke turned into white ropes to trap Ron in it. You lose. Smoker looked at him and said. And just as he was about to turn around, a calm boy voice came from behind. Are you just this strength? Feeling the sudden increase in momentum behind him, Smoker turned his head abruptly. The rope turned by the white smoke has been opened and turned into white smoke. The black-haired boy named Ron's hair is windless and automatic. His whole body seems to be entangled with a wave that is hard to see with the naked eye, but Smoker's heart is palpitating. Strength. Impossible. Zephyr was completely lost, his eyes widened, his mouth wide open, his expression extremely shocked, as if he had seen something beyond imagination. Crane Vice Admiral also stared at the black-haired boy in the scene blankly, with unprecedented waves in his heart. It turned out to be Haki. It only took a year to master armament Haki. Sengoku stared at the black-haired boy in the court, his voice trembling. I'll just say he is a little monster. Garp laughed. Ron was wrapped around the invisible armament Haki, and with his footsteps, he appeared in front of Smoker at a speed of phantom. Useless. Before Smoker finished speaking, Ron wrapped armament Haki's punch in the abdomen. His eyes widened in an instant, and the whole person flew out in the next second. It smashed heavily on the wall and sank deeply, with cracks all around. How is it possible? With his back stuck in the wall, Smoker, who was bleeding from his mouth, struggled to open his eyes, looking at the little figure in the distance, with great horror. It turned out to be Haki. It turned out to be Haki who doesn't even have a master. That kid. Envy, jealousy, and unwilling, etc. The unspeakable feelings instantly filled Smoker's heart. With a low growl, he pushed his upper body through the smoke and rushed towards Ron. Ron looked at Smoker rushing towards him, raised his arm, and clenched his fist. Armament haki, hardened. Accompanied by a sound of haki condensed into substance. His arms and fists instantly turned into pitch black. Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane who watched the scene were even more shocked. Even Garp stared blankly. This kid has reached the level of armament haki hardening. Ha! With bloodshot eyes, Smoker raised the current master's fruit ability to ultimate, rushed towards Ron, and blasted out a punch. Ron blasted out the same hardened black fist with armament haki. Two fists, one big and one small, collided. Boom! The billowing wind rushed to the surroundings along with the thick white smoke, blowing the coats of justice behind the Garp Sengoku 4. Chapter 47. A figure flew upside down from the white smoke. On the wall where Smoker had knocked out a big hole, there appeared a bigger hole that crumbled inward one after another. Smoker lay in it, fainting. The fight was quite cruel. That kid was as merciless as ever. Garp hugged his arms and watched him tisk. Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru stared at the black-haired boy who appeared in the gradually dissipating white smoke. He was unscathed, except that the sleeve above his right arm was destroyed, revealing a whole arm with well-defined muscles. Sengoku retracted his gaze, looked at Zephyr and asked, "Zephyr, do you have any comments now?" Zephyr took a deep breath and looked at the black-haired boy in the scene and said solemnly, "If it is this kid, the old man has no objection and agrees with you to hire him as a marine intern." After Zephyr finished speaking, he turned to look at Sengoku and said seriously, "Sengoku, can you give this kid to the old man to exercise? The old man can guarantee that he will become a more terrifying monster than the three monsters Kyuzen, Polusalino, and Sakazuki." Before Sengoku could speak, Tsuru said, "I'm afraid this won't work." Zephyr frowned. "Why?" "Because he hasn't joined Marine yet, he's just a special Marine intern." Crane glanced at him and said, "Zephyr, have you considered the consequences of not joining Marine?" Zephyr's expression condensed. "Crane, what do you think should be done?" Sengoku looked at Tsurukai. The gray-haired Crane Vice Admiral looked at the black-haired boy not far away for a while, then looked at Sengoku and said, "Give him the right to move freely in Marine, and allow him to voluntarily participate in tasks such as capturing pirates." Salary. According to the captain's agreement, he is not allowed to have access to core affairs, nor is anyone allowed to teach him Marine 6 styles. All information involving Marine secrets will be announced to him after he agrees to join Marine and completes the corresponding assessment. Crane cut the railroad firmly. Give freedom and restrictions, let him judge and choose after seeing everything with his own eyes. Sengoku nodded, "I agree with Tsuru's view." Garp slapped Hatch and said, "The old man has no objection." Zephyr became more sober after listening to Crane's words, but still asked a question, "Then Marine Academy does not allow him to enter?" Allowed him to participate in student training, but neither your Zephyr nor the college teacher can teach him anything. Crane said to him with his arms folded. Zephyr nodded, "The old man understands. In short, it is to stock up on this special recruit intern. Before he becomes a member of Marine, what he can learn is based on his ability. Garp, you can't teach him anymore." Sengoku told Garp. "Okay." Garp grinned at Sengoku. The old man has nothing to teach him anyway. The news that Marine hired an 11-year-old intern was still not completely concealed, and it was passed out. There is no such name as 4 emperors in the current sea. But the reputation of some powerful pirate groups has been widely known. For example, the Whitebeard Pirates. Marine's special intern, an 11-year-old kid. Kohahaha. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand and couldn't help laughing. Sengoku, that staid and stubborn guy, can still do such a thing. Kahahaha. He laughed and picked up the huge wine glass and poured it into his mouth. On the shore of a small island, a pirate ship and a small boat shaped like a coffin were docked. Suddenly, the sky sank, two huge slashes collided, and the entire sky above the island was instantly divided into four. The duel between the captain and the Eagle Eye is as shocking as ever. Ricky Lou, a fat man wearing small sunglasses, sat on a rock and said while eating, "Yasop, who do you think will win this time?" The two of them never seemed to have a victory or defeat. Yasop wiped the spear in his hand. Above the heads of several people, the black sword air layer cut by the supremely sharp knife and black knife spread outward, and the sea around the island was violently turbulent. But this group of people are used to it. Next to him, Ben Beckman, the red-haired pirate captain with long gray hair and a cigar in his mouth, was lying on a rock and looked calmly at the newspaper in his hand. When he saw the message, his always calm face showed a look of surprise. Ricky Lou noticed the scene and couldn't help but curiously asked, "Deputy Captain, is there any news that you care about?" "Marine hired an intern specially," Beckman said. "Interns? Marine has interns now?" Yasop was a little surprised. Interns are uncommon among the pirates, especially the big pirates. Shanks and Buggy were also interns of the Roger pirates. But it was the first time I heard of the interns in Marine. "Is there anything special about that intern? Can be specially recruited by Marine?" Yasop asked curiously. "Very special," Beckman said. "It's a kid named Ron, he's very young, he seems to be only 11 years old." 11-year-old kid. Yasop and Locky Pavement looked at each other. Beckman looked at the newspaper in his hand with a thought in his eyes. An 11-year-old kid can make the stubborn Marine Marshal Sengoku break the rules and recruit him as an intern. How special is this kid? Because Marine broke the old-fashioned rules and suddenly hired an intern, the name Ron appeared on the sea for the first time. But after all, it was just an 11-year-old kid. A few interested people secretly care. And more people disagree, just as Marine is doing some tricks. The news and the name did not cause any disturbances in the sea. In a flash, he was overwhelmed by other news on the sea. It was a flash in the pan, and soon disappeared in people's memory. Chapter 48. Marine Headquarters. Marineford. Smoker was lying in the ward by the window with his cigar in his mouth, with heavy gauze tied on his head, abdomen, and right arm. "It's really ugly. I didn't expect you to be beaten so badly in the same class as Hina." Hina was very disappointed. With long sassy pale pink hair, wearing a red suit and a coat of justice, and a sexy figure, Hina is standing in front of the Smoker hospital bed with a thin cigarette with her arms in her arms. "Who is it that beat you like this?" Hina is curious. Hina looked at Smoker and asked curiously. Smoker, as the capable person of Logia Smoke Fruit, is only strong or not weaker than she is, but I didn't expect to be beaten like this. And I heard that he seemed to be injured in Marineford, not because of the mission. Hina was curious about who moved her hand. "It has nothing to do with you, get out of here." Smoker looked out the window and said with a sullen face. "Humph." Hina looked at him with a cold snort, turned and left the ward. On the way back from the hospital, she inadvertently saw a black-haired boy in a white exercise suit walking with his eyes closed, arms outstretched, and barefoot on a long courtyard wall. It turned out to be quite steady. "This is the intern who was specially recruited? He's really young." Hina looked at Ron and became interested. "What are you doing?" she asked him. "Practice." The boy closed his eyes. "Kaido. What can I exercise by doing this?" Hina was a little curious. She walked with him, but one was under the courtyard wall and the other was on the courtyard wall. Exercise feeling. Ron tried to exercise his feelings by walking with his eyes closed, thereby comprehending observation haki. Hina didn't know his plan. At this time, hearing his answer, she couldn't help but smile as if it was a child messing around. "Your name is Ron, right?" "Okay. My name is Hina." Ron was slightly startled when he heard the name. Black Threshold Hina. So it was her. Do you have something to eat? Hina walked with her hands behind her back. I like everything delicious. Then, do you want to go shopping with Hina? Take you to eat delicious food. When Smoker in the ward looked out the window, he happened to see Hina and Ron walking together. His eyes couldn't help but shrink. That guy Hina, why would you walk with him? Could she already know? Smoker's eyes widened. If Hina knows, that means that the whole Marineford may know it. He, Smoker, was seriously injured by a child of 11 and was hospitalized. In fact, Hina doesn't even know this. She just intends to take this little boy who she has a good impression on to go shopping together. There is a store she wants to eat for a long time, and it seems that a new dessert will be launched. Only a few of them knew about the match between Smoker and Ron. Sengoku and the others will not expose Smoker's wounds. As long as Smoker and Ron didn't say anything, no one else would know, and after Smoker's injury healed, this matter would seem to have never happened. But now Smoker has misunderstood, and feels as if everyone already knows. Lying on the bed, Smoker with his cigar stared out the window blankly. After a long silence, he made a decision. After the injury is over, leave Marineford, no, leave the Grand Line. Find a place to stay. On an island near Marineford, Hina and Ron ate and drank all the way. Ron also temporarily gave up the idea of practicing, as a traveler, enjoying a variety of food and specialty drinks. The two of them had a lot of fun. But I don't know that Smoker is now ready to leave the Grand Line. After returning to Marineford's warship carrying a variety of food, desserts, and clothes, Hina bent over and smiled at Ron. Hina likes you very much, little Ron, come to Hina's boat. Although she only got along for a long time, she really liked Ron, and she seemed to treat Ron as her younger brother. If Marine students who were at the same time with her saw this, they would be very surprised. That proud, cold, confident Hina would be so gentle and close to people. Ron shook his head. Hina, I'm not Marine yet, I can't be your subordinate. Really, Hina is sorry. Hina was a little disappointed, but still respected Ron's decision. Ron nodded and smiled at him. If there is a chance next time, I will go out to sea with you, Hina. Hina, who is over 1.8 meters tall, bent down and stroked his head with a smile. Okay. In the evening, after the warship docked, the two separated. Hina, wearing a coat of justice, stood on the deck and watched the little figure fade away, with a smile on her beautiful and moving face. Hina is now Lieutenant Junior grade, and there are still many missions to catch pirates at sea. Today is a rare time to rest. She heard that Smoker was injured, and originally wanted to come to see Smoker. Unexpectedly, I met the specially recruited intern who was rumored to be so funny and cute, completely separated from this serious and dull Marine headquarters style. It's like a touch of verdant green on a dull gray background wall, full of vitality, and involuntarily attracts the independent and highly individual Hina. Hina Lieutenant Junior grade, should we set off now? An adjutant asked behind Hina. Let's go. Hina turned around. See you next time, little Ron. Chapter 49. Ron naturally didn't know Hina's thoughts. On the way back to his residence, he ran into another familiar person. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. Flying Squirrel also saw him, but just glanced at him, and passed him with Marine behind him. You can't go wrong. Ron turned his head and glanced at the tall and thin back. This guy's swordsmanship has definitely reached the realm of swordsmanship mentioned by curator Koshiro. Plus armament haki and observation haki. I am definitely not his opponent now. Ron thought to himself as he walked on the road. The next period of time, Hina was busy performing the task, and Smoker immediately requested to be transferred after her injury improved. Ron usually walks barefoot on the wall to exercise his perception, or he goes to the Marine Headquarters building or Marine Academy. As long as he doesn't go to some confidential places, no one will stop him. Marine generals and soldiers were kind to him, but some coldly ignored him. Ron didn't care about it either. When I found out that there are a lot of mechanical equipment for exercise in Marine Academy, and I can see the scene of Marine freshmen practicing Marine 6 styles from time to time. Ron spent more time in Marine Academy. Soon. 1 month passed. This day. Marine Headquarters building. Is it enough to just leave it like this? Kizaru sat down, playing with his fingers. What? Sengoku sits behind the desk and handles the documents without looking up. That kid brought back by Mr. Garp. You said Ron, didn't he stay well at Marineford these days? It's quite comfortable to stay, but if he stays in Marineford, can he see the justice of our Marine? Kizaru said without looking up, the goal of making him an intern is that he hopes he can join in Marine. Or do you just need to maintain your status as an intern? Poor Salino, what do you want to say? Sengoku looked up at him. Kizaru stood up, put his hands in kabuto, and glanced at Sengoku with a smile under his sunglasses. I just think, he needs to see the evil of the pirate. Sengoku squinted his eyes slightly. Let's talk about it in detail. Kizaru walked out of Sengoku's office. Did not go far. He stopped. Is that all right? Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr, who was standing by the wall with his arms in his arms, hummed. Thanks a lot. Ms. Zephyr, can you talk to the marshal for this kind of thing yourself? Why do you want to find me specifically? Kizaru, with his hand in his trouser pocket, glanced at him and asked. Sengoku knows my killing intent and hatred for the pirates. If I go to say, he will think more about it. Zephyr said solemnly. It is rare to see Teacher Zephyr being so caring. It seems that you value that intern very much. Kizaru glanced at Zephyr and said. What's so special about that little guy named Ron? Or, what happened when we didn't know? Poor Salino. Zephyr interrupted him, turned his back to him and said, I can't tell you a lot about him. You just need to remember, it doesn't matter whether he joins Marine or not, but if one day he shows signs of leaning against the pirates. Zephyr turned his head slightly and glanced at Kizaru. I hope you can wipe him out immediately. Kizaru turned his head slightly and glanced at Zephyr, who was full of seriousness behind him, with an iconic smile on his face. Ms. Zephyr, really terrible. After listening to Kizaru's words and suggestions, Sengoku called Vice Admiral Crane, Akainu Sakazuki who had just returned from the mission, and Garp who had nothing to do, and decided to discuss it. Let Ron get on Zephyr's boat. Garp was startled when he heard the words. Yes, it was Kizaru's proposal. I call you over this time to discuss whether it is feasible. Behind the table, Sengoku crossed his hands and placed it in front of him. It's boring, just call me over for this kind of thing, that kind of kid, whatever. Akainu Sakazuki said indifferently, with an extremely dismissive expression. Let him see the pirate's evil with his own eyes. Tsuru Vice Admiral thought for a while. Kizaru's proposal is really good. If he can see through the pirate's evil by Zephyr's side, and make up his mind to become a member of Marine early, he can also train Zephyr as soon as possible, so that he can grow into a powerful force that can support our Marine as soon as possible. I agree with this proposal. He Vice Admiral agreed. Sengoku nodded and looked at Garp. Garp, how about you? I don't have any opinion, but have you ever asked that kid if he wants to get on Zephyr's boat? Garp folded his arms and said, aren't you the one who said before that he didn't make any mandatory requirements? Then you can ask Garp for his opinion first. Old man again. P.S. Ask for a flower evaluation collection. Chapter 50. Ron's place. Let me go to Zephyr's boat. Ron was a little surprised when he heard Garp's words. Sengoku asked the old man to ask if you would like it. Garp scratched his head and said, if you don't want to, you can choose not to go. Ron thought for a while, looked at Garp and asked, old man, do you think I should go? I want the old man to say it. Garp looked at Ron before him and nodded. If you want to become stronger, you should go. Not to mention anything else. Just talk about Zephyr, he is the one who likes to teach potential juniors the most. Although his level of teaching is brutal, he is definitely top-notch. After getting on his boat and leaving Marineford, he will definitely be tempted to take the initiative to teach you. This is a great opportunity for you to improve. If you go to sea with him, you will definitely meet many powerful pirates. Fighting with them in actual combat can also sharpen your strength. After listening to Garp, Ron's eyes flickered slightly. Finally he nodded. Okay, I'll go. 3 days later. Zephyr came to his warship with Ron carrying the famous knife rakery. All the new Marines on board the warship. This is Ron. Zephyr introduced Ron to everyone. Is that the specially recruited intern? A beautiful girl with a slender figure and long curly hair with smooth sea blue waves, a long knife hung around her waist, looked at Ron with curiosity. See Ron's eyes cast towards her. She smiled at him and said, my name is Ayin, and I am a disciple of teacher Zephyr. I'm Benz. Benz, who was dressed like a ninja next to him, pointed to himself. Ron had a bit of an impression of the two of them. After Zephyr rebelled against Marine, the two of them have never left. Now, are you a swordsman? Ayin saw rakery behind Ron and asked curiously. Ron nodded. Not far away. Sure enough, he's a kid, just like the rumors. Why does teacher Zephyr want this kind of specially recruited kid to act with us? A Marine freshman looked at Ron not far away with his arms in his arms, somewhat dissatisfied. Ziozi, let's just say a few words less, if teacher Zephyr hears, we will definitely punish us. But I'm not wrong, what can such a kid do when he comes to this ship? Didn't he get in because of his relationship? Marine, who called Shuji, said angrily, we are going to deal with a vicious pirate this time, but we don't have the intention to take care of and protect such a kid. You seem to be very dissatisfied with my decision, Shuji. A familiar voice sounded behind him. It made him stiff. The companion next to him broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the tall and burly figure and said, Z, teacher Zephyr. Although Ziozi was also very scared and his hands were trembling, he looked at the little ghost who was talking with Ayin in the distance. He still gritted his teeth and turned around, looking directly at the teacher Zephyr who he most feared and respected in front of him, and said, yes. Teacher Zephyr, I think it is totally wrong to let such a kid go on a boat with us to fight against the pirates. The right decision. When we fight the pirates for their lives, that kind of guy will only be a burden. Zephyr, with short purple hair and sunglasses, hugged his arms, looked down at his resentful new student, and said blankly, legacy. Don't think too much, idiot, his strength is far above you. Ziozi was taken aback for a moment, and then he was full of disbelief, the strength of that kid is better than me? How can? You can try. After hearing Zephyr's plain words, Shuji couldn't help gritting his teeth. He clenched his fists, turned around and walked over there despite the dissuasion of his companions. Your name is Ron, right? Ron raised his head, and a burly young Marine stood in front of him, lowered his head, and fixed his eyes on him. Fight me. Ayin frowned. Ziozi, what are you talking about? Ayin, this matter has nothing to do with you. Shiaji didn't even look at him, just staring at Ron. The people on this ship are gambled on their lives to fight the pirates. I will never allow a burden who has no strength and needs protection from others to board the ship. I see. Ron nodded. Then come and fight. After a while. In addition to the two outstanding demon fruit powers of N and Bins, the freshmen of this Marine 6 Styles have already mastered. Marine 6 Styles is lying on the deck of the warship with a face full of disbelief. All the Marine freshmen around except Zephyr were stunned, looking at the tiny figure in disbelief. Shiaji was defeated. This is too fast, he is the master Marine 6 Styles. It's not a person with fruit ability, just use physical skills to defeat Shiaji in 10 moves, sigh. The strength of that special enrollment kid, so strong. Unexpectedly, Ron is so strong, he deserves to be a specially recruited intern. Ai Yin recovered from the shock, looked at the little figure, and said with a flash of warfare in his eyes. Ms. Zephyr, can I compete with him? Yes, but fruit power is not allowed. Zephyr glanced at her. Learn. Ai Yin kicked his feet and rushed into the court.